Welcome to the Universal Maritime Survival Game. This is humanity's great escape from the apocalypse and the dawn of a new era. Players, choose your vessels now. The harbor will be completely submerged in 1 hour. You have a 1-day safety period as beginners. During this time, sea beasts won't attack. Gather resources and upgrade your vessel. It's the only thing keeping you alive on the endless sea. A booming voice thundered across the sky, jolting me fully awake. 1 second ago, I'd been swallowed whole by the gaping maw of a deep-sea leviathan. And now, in the blink of an eye, I lifted my head, taking in my surroundings in disbelief. A massive harbor stretched endlessly before me, packed with hundreds of thousands of people crammed shoulder to shoulder, every face twisted with terror and madness. All around us was an inky black ocean, no land, no cities. The only land was the harbor beneath our feet and the 100,000 boats moored within it. Rafts, fishing boats, canoes, sailboats, even a few luxurious white yachts. My heart pounded. I'd been reborn, sent back 1 year, to the exact moment this survival game began, the moment we chose our vessels. As the voice from the sky faded, the crowd erupted. Grab them. That yacht is mine. Anyone who fights me for it dies. Everyone surged forward, throwing punches and kicks. Some even pulled out folding knives, ready to kill. Everyone understood. Out on this sea, a good boat meant a longer life. But I stood there, unmoving, like an anchor. In my past life, I'd been just like them, clawing and bleeding my way to a decent fishing boat. I'd survived on it for over a year, witnessing countless deaths and betrayals, only to end up devoured by a sea beast that happened to swim past. I never even got a clear look at the thing. But this time around, I knew better than anyone what a truly good boat was. Sturdiness, luxury, those could all be upgraded with resources. What really determined a vessel's potential was the core hidden beneath it, the ship's soul. The vast majority of boats had no ship's soul at all. They were just floating tools. A boat with a ship's soul was 1 in 10,000. That was the foundation for survival out here, the only thing that could turn a tiny skiff into a mighty warship of the seas. Out of the hundreds of thousands of boats in this area, only a few dozen would have a ship's soul. And I happened to know exactly where a legend would be born, a boat with an unprecedented SSS-rank ship's soul. Cutting against the tide of the crowd, I headed for the most remote, most ignored corner of the harbor. It was piled with discarded rope and broken parts. Junk, as far as everyone else was concerned. What's that idiot doing, running the wrong way? Scared out of his mind, probably. Where he's headed, there wasn't even a floating plank left. One less competitor when someone loses it. I acted indifferent, but my heart pounded with anticipation. In my past life, that SSS-Class vessel had sat ignored at first, until an archaeologist finally discovered it. But the old man made the mistake of publicly demonstrating its ship's soul abilities, drawing the greedy eyes of countless people who fought to claim it. The result? The old man died, and the ship was shattered to pieces in the struggle. Because it wasn't really a ship at all. It wasn't even a raft. It was just a piece of rotten driftwood, blackened by seawater, riddled with barnacles and holes. My eyes swept rapidly across the junk pile, then locked on. That's it. Beneath a broken oar and rotting rope, a chunk of decayed wood lay quietly, about 2 meters long, half a meter wide, and wildly irregular in shape. It was black all over and reeked of decay. No sane person would ever mistake it for a vessel. I strode forward, brushed aside the debris, and pressed my palm against it. Cold, rough, splintery. Hey man, don't give up on yourself just because you couldn't grab a boat. There are still rafts over there. A young guy who'd claimed a canoe called out kindly. In his eyes, I'd clearly lost my mind. I ignored him, focusing everything on my palm. The next second, a ghostly blue screen, visible only to me, suddenly unfolded. Ownerless vessel detected. Initiate soul binding. Suppressing my elation, I silently thought. Bind. Binding successful. You are now the captain of this vessel. Please assign a name. Hope. Naming successful. Vessel Hope created. Congratulations to player Jiang Chun of Region C9527. Hope has successfully activated its unique talent. SSS-Class ship soul. Infinite plunder. Boom. A thunderclap detonated in my mind. A stats panel materialized before my eyes. Vessel, Hope. Grade, unranked. Dimensions, 2.1 m times 0.6 m times 0.3 m. Durability, 2 out of 10, extremely fragile, falls apart on impact. Speed, 0.1 knots, you could swim faster. Ship Soul, Infinite Plunder, SSS-Class, unique. Trait, plunder other ship souls to strengthen yourself. Can solidify new traits or enhance existing ones. Status, rotten wood, cannot carry passengers, cannot sail. Recommend first upgrade as soon as possible. Looking at these crude, almost mocking stats, I smiled anyway. Can't carry passengers? Can't sail? Didn't matter. As long as infinite plunder was real, forget a piece of rotten wood, even a single leaf. I could evolve it into a world-ending behemoth that ruled the endless seas. I didn't take Hope with me. With only 2 tenths durability, one bump from the crowd would break it apart on the spot. Body. Who could I even complain to? Half an hour until the flood swallowed everything, and no one would spare this piece of junk a second glance. The priority now was finding fuel for its first upgrade. I took a deep breath, my eyes sweeping rapidly through the chaotic crowd. Not those flashy yachts, not those ordinary fishing boats, but the vessels that possessed a ship's soul. Soon, I locked onto a commotion not far away. 3 people were fighting to the death over a silver-white speedboat. One of them, a guy with dyed blonde hair, was vicious, his dagger flashing up and down, forcing the other 2 into steady retreat. Guijia. A flicker of murderous intent passed through my eyes. In my past life, this blonde bastard was a notorious scumbag. He'd risen fast in the early stages of the game through sheer ruthlessness, his hands soaked in blood. Survival of the fittest was the norm in the apocalypse, so normally I couldn't be bothered. But this animal, when the national server barriers vanished a year later, actually defected to the Sakura Nation faction, turned his blade around, and slaughtered countless of his own Dragon Nation countrymen. People like him, I kill on sight. What's more, the speedboat he was stealing happened to be one of the initial ship soul vessels from my memory, the Gale, with a C-rank ship soul called Windrider, doubling your speed. It was practically a custom-made first supplement for the Hope. Squelch. Guijia drove his blade into the last opponent's gut and looked around, his face twisted with savagery. This boat's mine. Anyone else want to fight for it? The few onlookers who'd had their eyes on it shrank back in fear. He spat a mouthful of bloody saliva, smug, and was about to board. A figure dropped down in front of the driver's seat first. Me. Guijia's pupils contracted, and that vicious face instantly contorted. Kid, so many boats around, and you pick mine? You tired of living? I didn't turn around. I just ran my hand across the smooth control panel. This boat's mine now. As for you, you can pick how you want to die. I'll teach you to be so damn cocky. He roared and thrust his blade straight at my back. The crowd gasped, as if they could already see the blood splatter. The instant the blade tip closed in, my body twisted strangely to one side, barely dodging it, and my right hand shot out like lightning, clamping precisely around his wrist. Huh. Guijia froze, clearly not expecting me to be so fast. That's all you've got. I had no weapon, and my body was just an ordinary person's. But don't forget, I was a veteran player who had actually struggled on these seas for over a year. I descended into 10,000-meter trenches, broken into sea beast forbidden zones, and killed players with ulterior motives. Dealing with a punk who only knew how to bully people on the street was like fighting from a whole dimension above. Let go. Guijia's other fist slammed toward my face. I tilted my head aside, then gave his wrist a savage twist. Crack. The sound of breaking bone rang out, accompanied by a pig-like squeal. The dagger clattered to the ground. I drove my knee into his gut. He folded like a shrimp, spewing bile. A flick of my toe sent the blood-slicked dagger spinning straight into my hand. Guijia looked up and met my eyes. Empty. Behind them lay mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. No, don't kill me. My face didn't move. For a traitor who would one day slaughter his own people, I had zero mercy. Next life, try being a decent person. A twist of the wrist. A flash of cold steel. He clutched his throat, blood surging between his fingers. 2 wet gurgles, and he went down, unwilling to the last. Dead silence all around. From the moment I stepped onto that boat to the moment he dropped, Maybe 15 seconds had passed. A vicious, bloodthirsty killer, put down like it was nothing. If Guojia's savagery had made them wary, my total indifference to human life chilled them to the bone. I kicked the corpse into the sea and waited, silent. 5 minutes later, the notification finally chimed. Congratulations. You've acquired the unclaimed vessel Gale. Rank: Bronze 3-star durability, 100 to 100 ship spirit. Windrider C-Class. Trait: Speed plus 200%. Detected: You already own the Hope. Please choose. 1. Replace Vessel 2. Dismantle Gale. Dismantle. I leapt onto the solid ground of the dock. Behind me, the speedboat was enveloped in a soft white glow. Its hull came apart, dissolving into countless points of light, which finally condensed into a handful of objects. A diamond-shaped crystal pulsing with green light. A finely tuned engine. A pile of metal plating, cables, and components. Dismantling successful. Acquired: Ship Spirit Core, C-Class Windrider, ×1, Small Fuel Engine ×1, Metal Plating ×20, Refined Cable ×5, Basic Components ×50. The crowd absolutely lost it. He tore the boat apart. Lunatic. That was a perfectly good speedboat. People would kill each other just to get one. What a waste. If he didn't want it, he could have given it to us. All we managed to grab was a busted raft. The jealousy, the griping, it all reached my ears loud and clear. I turned slowly, my gaze cutting like a blade toward the source of the noise. The ones who'd just been muttering under their breath. The instant my eyes locked onto them, cold sweat soaked through the backs of their shirts. You, and you. I casually picked out the 3 loudest. Load up everything on the ground and come with me. Lose a single part, and you can figure out what happens next for yourselves. With that, I bent down and picked up the C-Class Ship Spirit Core, then turned and walked toward the Hope. The bloody scene was still fresh in their minds. None of the 3 dared hesitate for even a second. One hoisted the engine. The other 2 scrambled to gather the materials, faces full of face trailing behind me in terror. The crowd fell dead silent, instinctively parting to clear a path. A god of slaughter walking in front, 3 ashen-faced laborers hauling scrap metal behind him. This image burned itself into the mind of everyone present. Back to the corner. Drop it and get lost. The 3 of them acted like they'd been granted a pardon, dumping the materials and scrambling away in a panic. Silence returned. I pressed my hand against that rotten log again. The eerie blue interface unfolded, and I went straight to Upgrade Modify. Hope, Upgrade Raft, Bronze 1-star. Requirements: Wood 0/10, Rope 0/5. Effect: Durability increased to 20. Gain basic passenger and navigation capability. Vessel tiers ran from low to high, bronze, silver, gold, with star ratings distinguishing ranks within the same tier. Materials were hard to come by, so players usually had to climb 1 star at a time. But I wasn't one of them. I dumped every last bit of material salvaged from dismantling the Gale straight into it. Large quantity of high-grade materials and energy cores detected. Grade C Ship Soul Core Windrider detected. Plunder and absorb. Yes. Plunder successful. Hope gains new trait. Windrider. Material quality far exceeds requirements. Executing tier skip enhancement upgrade. Estimated time, 1 minute. The rotten log erupted with a blinding blue glow. The engine, the metal plates, the cables, all dissolved into streaks of light and were violently sucked in. The rotten log melted and reassembled in the light. First a sleek, solid keel frame, then silver-white metal plates locking precisely into place, forming a streamlined hull. The cockpit, seats, and storage compartments took shape before my eyes, and that engine was perfectly slotted into the stern. A minute later, the light faded. Where was the rotten log now? In its place stood a silver-white speedboat, smaller than the Gale, with even sharper lines. I couldn't wait to lay my hand on it. A new panel popped up. Vessel, Hope, Bronze 3-star. Dimensions, 3.2 m x 1.8 m x 1.1 m durability, 120/120ths. Capacity, 2 power, small fuel engine, 60 HP, fuel 20%. Speed, 30 knots, base, plus 30 knots, Windrider, equals 60 knots. Ship Soul, Infinite Plunder, SSS Grade, Unique. Solidified Trait 1 Windrider, Grade C Speed plus 200%. Status, High Performance Speedboat. I couldn't keep the corners of my mouth from curling up. It worked. From a rotten log with 2 out of 10 durability, straight to a top-tier bronze 3-star speedboat. Durability shot up 50 times over, top speed soaring to 60 knots. In the early game, he was an overwhelming force. This was the true horror of Infinite Plunder. Given enough fuel, it could grow endlessly, in the most unreasonable way imaginable. At that moment, the cold voice rang out across the harbor once more, without warning. Warning. Countdown to harbor submersion. 10. 9. No. Give me a little more time. I'm not picky anymore. Just a raft will do. Please. The people who'd been standing back, being choosy, now sank into the most primal panic. They no longer dreamed of speedboats or fishing vessels. Anything that could float would do. 8. 7. The countdown continued mercilessly. The scramble grew even more frenzied than before. Some were trampled to death. Others shoved off the harbor and into the deep sea. I stood quietly aboard the Hope, watching this human tragedy unfold. There was no pity on my face, only indifference. Because this was the apocalypse. 3, 2, 1. As the final number fell, the world seemed to freeze for a second. Then, boom, a deafening roar erupted from below. The massive harbor that had supported hundreds of thousands began to split, spiderweb cracks spreading from the edges. Help! The cracks spread at a visible speed. The harbor fell apart and collapsed with a thunderous crash. The thousands who hadn't yet boarded plunged as one into the cold, silent, endless sea. The water's surface teemed like a pot of dumplings, packed densely with struggling figures. Save me. My boat's right over there. I'll split it with you. I'm the vice president of Dragon City Group. Save me, and I'll give you 10 million. Cries and desperate promises blurred together, turning these waters into a true hell on Earth. Calls for help rose and fell across the sea. A few soft-hearted players tried to move in to rescue them, only to be sharply stopped by those beside them. The raft's only so big. One more, and a single wave takes us all down. But nothing. They got greedy fighting over the good boats. They brought this on themselves. Serves them right. More people simply looked on coldly. Some even rowed their boats farther away. In the face of death, the pitiful shred of human kindness proved fragile beyond words. I watched in silence. This scene, I'd witnessed it countless times in my past life. Soon, the cries for help grew sparse. Only a few could ever be saved. The rest were swallowed by the ocean, lost to cold and despair. The sea returned to its eerie calm. The grand voice sounded once again. Regional announcement. Vehicle distribution for Zone C, 9527 complete. Initial players, 512,586. Surviving players, 503,548. The survival game officially begins. Regional chat channel now open. Notice, 200,000 initial resource crates have been randomly deployed across this zone. Gather resources to upgrade your vessel. Dead. Nearly 9,000 people in under an hour. The zone channel exploded instantly, messages flooding in like a tidal wave. Holy shit. Almost 10,000 dead already. This is a goddamn massacre. I only grabbed one busted plank, and it's already leaking. Someone please save me. At least there's a one-day safe period. The sea beasts won't attack on their own. Naive. Someone with a clear head cut straight to the point. 500,000 players, but only 200,000 crates. They're literally forcing us to slaughter each other. In the channel, everyone clinging to false hope suddenly felt their blood run cold. No natural disasters. No sea beasts. But the most terrifying thing in the apocalypse has always been the human heart. In my past life, this so-called safe period was known among players as the bloody 24 hours. For one day, the only enemy was your own kind. Ambushes, betrayals, robbery, anything and everything. In just that one day, the player count plummeted by over 100,000. They called it a safe period, but it was really the bloodiest culling under the apocalypse's rules. I had no interest in getting involved in this chaos. In my mind, there was a more urgent goal, a game-breaking opportunity that could only be seized on the very first day. If the hope was the foundation of my rise, then this opportunity was the springboard that would leave everyone else in the dust. No more hesitation. I got my bearings and yanked down the engine ignition lever with my right hand. Vroom. The engine roared to life, and the Hope shot forward, the spray kicking up from the stern, soaking a whole crowd of people in its wake. Holy shit. What kind of boat is that? So fast. What's that guy doing heading out to the deep sea? Is he insane? I couldn't be bothered to respond. The site of the opportunity was extremely far, and I had to reach it before the safe period ended. Otherwise, that stretch of ocean would become a true death zone. Every second counted. But a problem soon reared its head. The high-performance engine delivered incredible speed, along with staggering fuel consumption. In less than half an hour, my fuel reserves had dropped from 20% to the 5% red line. I need to refuel. Strangely enough, I'd been heading due west the whole time, out ahead of everyone else. Yet I hadn't spotted a single decent piece of floating debris in these waters. My original plan had been to gather resources along the way and trade them for fuel to keep going. Now I was stuck in a bind. I slowed the boat and opened the zone channel. A distress message caught my attention. Linway, is there any kind soul nearby around? 122, minus 458? My boat hit a reef and ran aground. My leg's injured, and I've lost a lot of blood. I've got 2 resource crates here. Whoever saves me gets them both. And if you don't mind, I could also be your measurements, 96, 60, 98. Below the message was a photo, a pair of long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings. Replies flooded the channel instantly. Holy crap, black stockings and legs for days. Don't worry, sweetheart, I'm on my way. Don't fall for it. Where would you find a deal this good in the apocalypse? It's got to be a trap. Go big or go home. Fortune favors the bold. I glanced at the coordinates, then checked my navigation system. Right ahead, less than 5 kilometers away. So I wasn't the earliest one out here after all. There's always someone who snags a good boat right at the start and puts distance between themselves and trouble first thing. And those supply crates along my route. Chances are this Linway had already scooped them up. 2 supply crates, maybe even more stashed away. A cold smirk slowly curled at the corner of my mouth. I requested a voice call and added a note. I'm nearby. I can come rescue you. 2 rings later, it connected. A gentle female voice came through, tearful and deliberately restrained. Big brother, do you really mean it? Will you really save me? I promise I keep my word. I'll do anything you ask. Paired with that photo, it was enough to strip away 90% of any man's defenses. Too bad she'd run into me. Don't worry, I'll be there. A beautiful woman like you deserves my protection. Really? Big brother, you're such a good person. The voice was thrilled, then suddenly wary. So, big brother, are you alone? Too many people scares me. Just as I thought. Relax, it's just me. Legs that gorgeous. No way I'd share them with anyone else. Oh my, big brother, you're so naughty. The voice grew even more seductive. Let me send you a new set of coordinates. The ones on the public channel were wrong on purpose. There are too many bad guys out there, and I got scared. These are the real ones. Hurry, I'll be waiting. New coordinates arrived, 10 nautical miles off course, in the middle of a cluster of reefs. At that same moment, 10 nautical miles away, 3 sampans lurked in the shadow of a massive reef. On the boats, 3 burly men with menacing faces huddled together. The most vicious-looking one, a scorpion tattooed on his neck, hung up the call. The lanky one leaned in. Way, did a fish take the bait? Obviously. The tattooed man smugly rubbed his throat, his voice returning to its coarse rasp. When I'm on the job, when do I ever miss? The fat one gave a thumbs up. That's our way for you. Imitating a woman's voice just like a real voice actress. So silky and sweet. Shut it. The tattooed man's face darkened. Don't bring up crap nobody wants to hear. My name's Linway. Way as in mighty. Those 2 illiterate old bastards just wrote it down wrong when they registered my birth. The fat one grinned sheepishly and clammed up. Linway let out a cold snort. He says he's coming alone. Everybody keep your eyes peeled. Don't let the fish off the hook. In less than 10 minutes, a sleek, silver-white speedboat appeared on the horizon. Here it comes. The 3 of them held their breath, watching. When they confirmed there was really only one figure in the driver's seat, sinister grins spread across their faces. Move. 3 sampans shot out from the shadows, surrounding the Hope in a triangular formation as it drifted into the reef zone. Kit, stop the boat. Linwei stood at the bow, pointing a fire axe at me, his voice booming like a bell. I slowly cut my speed, letting the Hope come to rest at the center of their circle. I looked around at the 3 of them, unnervingly calm. Which one of you is Linwei? I'm here to rescue someone. Rescue your ass. Linwei sneered. Hand over the boat, and I'll make it quick for you. Oh. I raised an eyebrow, sizing him up with genuine amusement, then had a mock realization. So you're Linwei? Nice name. But where are the fishnet stockings? I came all this way, and you can't even put on some fishnets? Isn't that false advertising? You're fucking dead. Veins bulged on Linwei's forehead. Boys, kill him. The 3 of them gunned their sampans in unison, brandishing fire axes as they closed in from 3 directions. The reef zone was tight, and with all 3 boats converging, my escape was sealed off. Looking at those 3 glinting axes, I actually smiled. You know, robbing you straight up would have weighed on my conscience a little. But since you were the ones running the honey trap, now I can kill you with a clear mind. Talking big with death staring you in the face. Linwei roared as he charged, closing to within 5 meters. At that exact moment, VRRRM, a deafening engine roar exploded. I cranked the throttle to maximum. The idling speedboat instantly unleashed a terrifying burst of power, spinning and drifting wildly in place. Whoosh! Violent waves, driven by the massive centrifugal force, slammed hard into all 3 sampans. Oh shit! Steady the boat. Not in their wildest dreams had they imagined a speedboat could pull off a move like that. The sampans could barely manage on calm water, and against the sudden surge of waves, they lost control in an instant. 3 screams, and all 3 boats capsized almost simultaneously. Caught completely off guard, the 3 of them tumbled one after another into the icy sea. Son of a bitch. You dare pull this on us. Don't you dare run. Wait till we get up there. We'll skin you alive. They fell into the water but weren't panicking. In their minds, a lone guy like me would never dare fight them hand-to-hand in the water. All they had to do was swim back, right their sampans, and the 3-on-1 advantage would still be theirs. But I simply turned the bow around slowly, then floored it, charging straight at the tall, skinny one. His pupils shrank, and for the first time, terror crossed his face. No. Way, save me. He swam away frantically. But in the water, how could he possibly outrun a speedboat doing 60 knots? Thud. A dull thud, followed by the crisp snap of breaking bones. The scream cut off instantly, blood staining the water red. The bloody scene struck Linwei, and the fat guy silent mid-curse. Don't kill me. We were wrong. Boss, take all our supplies. The fat guy was scared witless. Linwei finally understood. This time, he hadn't hooked a fat fish. He'd hooked a great white. I ignored their pleas, my face blank as I swung the boat around again. Bang! Bang! The reef waters fell silent once more. Survival of the fittest. That rule had been carved into everyone's bones from the game's very first second. Some just thought they were hunters, when really they were prey. With the 3 troublemakers dealt with, I immediately started salvaging the scattered supplies. Their dinghies had capsized, sending gear floating everywhere. Aside from a few fire axes that sank into the deep, most of it was intact. All kinds of food, a dozen-plus bottles of water, a pile of lumber and materials. When I hauled up a half-floating metal crate, my eyes lit up. Fuel, the one thing I needed most. Finally, I turned to look at the 3 overturned dinghies. Even the smallest mosquito has meat. Break them down. Ding. 3 dinghies successfully broken down. Time to tally up the haul. Food. Compressed biscuits times 5, dried bread times 12, instant noodles times 21, chocolate times 7, cola times 6, bottled water times 16. Materials. Lumber times 75, metal plates times 20, refined rope times 18, plastic sheets times 7, iron nails times 42. Appliances. Hand crank high beam flashlight times 1, rice cooker times 1. Energy. Fuel times 1 crate. But I felt no joy at all. First, I unscrewed the fuel cap and poured the entire crate in. The needle climbed from the red 1% line up to the green safe zone at 65%. That was close. A few minutes later, and the Hope would have stalled out completely. Comparing this to the coordinates of the land of opportunity in my memory, it was still incredibly far. At my current fuel consumption, I wouldn't even make it halfway. Still not enough. I kept only the chocolate, cola, and flashlight as emergency supplies, then opened the trade channel and listed everything else. I had just one thing I wanted in return: fuel. The moment the listing went live, the channel exploded. Holy crap! Someone's selling food and water? And lumber and rope too? He's selling all of it. Is he insane? Trading survival essentials for fuel? Whose boat even uses that right now? Boss, give me one bottle of water and I'll call you my big brother for life. Envy, shock, disbelief, and begging flooded the screen like a tidal wave. I paid them no mind. Insane? These people just didn't get it. Fuel really was worthless right now. Most players were still stuck at the raft stage, so fuel was nothing but dead weight to them. Food, water, materials, those were what? Hard currency. But what they don't realize is that as ships get upgraded and engines become standard equipment, fuel prices are going to skyrocket at a terrifying rate. By then, trading for it will cost 10 times as much, if not more. Trading now looks like a huge loss, but it's actually a massive win. Besides, for that one opportunity, I'd sacrifice not just these supplies, but even delay my own upgrades. And the hope is only a bronze 3-star. These basic materials are useless to it anyway. Ding. Player John wishes to trade 1 crate of fuel for 3 loaves of bread and 1 bottle of water. Ding. Player Jane wishes to trade 2 crates of fuel for lumber times 10, rope times 5. Sure enough, there's always a handful of people who pull fuel from their resource crates, but end up desperate for food and water. Accept all. The clutter on the deck dissolved into white light and vanished, replaced by crate after crate of sealed fuel. In less than 5 minutes, the trades were complete. The ship now had a full 13 extra crates of fuel. The weight on my chest finally lifted. Rice in the pantry, a charged phone, a full fuel tank. The 3 great pillars of security in life. Vroom. The Hope let out a roar and shot forward, its stern carving a long white streak across the water as it surged ahead at full speed. One day and one night. Over 20 straight hours at full throttle. At night, I pushed on by flashlight, refusing to stop even when I passed resource crates along the way. When I got hungry, I gnawed on chocolate and washed it down with soda. Meanwhile, the outside channels had already become a living hell. Help! 3 people are ganging up on my ship. Ha! Got another one. That's my 10th kill today. Paying top price for fresh water. I'll trade a fishing boat for 3 bottles. Everyone stay away from -121, 554. There's a psycho out there specifically targeting schoolgirls. The so-called bloody 24 hours was even more brutal than I remembered. Under the pressure to survive, the ugliest sides of human nature were laid completely bare. I just watched it all, cold and detached. I'd seen it all before long ago. Survival was never just about strength. It was about not letting your humanity be devoured. Sadly, too few people managed to hold on to theirs. Finally, just as the fuel was about to run dry for the 3rd time, a massive, jagged silhouette appeared at the edge of my vision. A vast, endless field of reefs. Countless black rocks jutted from the sea like fangs, densely packed. The waterways were a maze of narrow channels and deadly hidden reefs. A layer of gray mist hung over it all year round, eerie and dangerous. I slowed the ship, my sharp gaze sweeping ahead. Here it was. In my past life, the deadly forbidden zone whose name made countless players blanch. The abyss of 10,000 serpents. Even with the memories of my past life, even knowing full well the immense opportunity hidden here when I once again set foot. The moment I entered these waters, my heart started pounding uncontrollably, because I knew exactly how terrifying this place was. In 1 month, the game's first group mission, the Blood Sea Trial, would begin here. The goal for every player in Sector C, 9527, was to conquer this serpent's den, home to tens of thousands of mutant sea snakes. In my past life, it took a fleet of hundreds of thousands of players, armed with heavy weapons, and cost over 20,000 lives to finally clear this place out. And the reward, besides removing the barrier and merging into the vast open sea beyond, the most important prize was an S-rank ship soul core, guarded by a Tier 3 King-class boss. An S-rank ship soul, one of the rarest treasures in the entire game. coveted enough to drive any faction into a frenzy. I took a deep breath and forced myself to stay calm. I had to get it. For that prize, I'd brave not just this serpent's abyss, but hell itself. Besides, this was my only chance. Day 1 of the game. 24 hours of the newbie safe period, during which sea beasts wouldn't attack players unprovoked. This rule was my only ticket to slip into the dragon's lair and seize my fortune. I throttled the engine down to its lowest setting, and the Hope glided silently into the fog-shrouded channel. The waterways between the reefs were narrow, less than 5 meters wide at their tightest point. Hidden rocks lurked everywhere beneath the surface. One wrong move meant a shattered hull and a watery grave. But there wasn't a trace of panic on my face. Both hands steady on the wheel, my eyes sharp as blades, ship and pilot moving as one. In my past life, I was just an ordinary player, yet I survived in this apocalyptic ocean for an entire year. To stay alive, I'd piloted every kind of vessel and honed my skills to the highest level. More importantly, as a survivor of the Bloodsea trial, this channel was already burned into my memory. The Hope surged forward, then suddenly slowed, cutting past the reef walls at impossible angles with mere inches to spare. Smooth, fluid, not a single wasted movement. But the real test was in the water. Hisses! A spine-chilling hiss came from my left. A mutant sea snake, crowned with a blood-red crest of flesh, coiled atop a reef. Its crimson slit pupils locked onto the Hope as it crept past, cold, bloodthirsty. A tear, one crimson crest sea snake. After the safe period ended, it would strike the instant anything entered its attack range. But for now, all it could do was watch the intruder pass right before its eyes. Rules, however, were rigid. No unprovoked attacks didn't mean no retaliation. The slightest scrape against them would instantly trigger their counterattack, and once that happened, there'd be no escape. I kept my eyes fixed straight ahead, mind racing through calculations of wind speed and current. Channel. The Hope sailed steadily forward. A second one, a third one. More and more sea serpents appeared on the reef. Some were black as shadows, others vividly colored, and the brighter they were, the deadlier their venom. Hundreds, thousands of cold, cruel vertical pupils locked onto my little boat from every direction. The pressure was indescribably terrifying. Anyone with a weaker mind would have already snapped and become serpent food. Even I felt a fine layer of cold sweat break out on my forehead. Knowing the way didn't mean I wasn't nervous. This was like dancing on the edge of a blade. One wrong step, and it was over. Time crawled by, second by second. I sailed through that suffocating tension for nearly an hour, relying on memory and skill to slip past the outer perimeter without incident. The sea serpents gradually thinned out, but I didn't dare relax. The deeper I went, the fewer there were, but the stronger they became. The outer ring was mostly Tier 1, while the core would be dominated by Tier 2, with the occasional Tier 3 elite thrown in. Almost there. I made a slight course adjustment. Before long, a massive blood-red reef appeared at the edge of my vision. At the center of the reef, an enormous creature lay coiled in slumber. Its body stretched over a dozen meters, covered head to tail in crimson scales that gleamed like blood diamonds. Even asleep, every breath it took sent ripples through the surrounding air. A Tier 3 king boss, the blood-hell dragon serpent. On a stone platform beside it hovered a fist-sized crystal, radiating a 7-colored halo. An S-rank ship soul core. Excitement surged through me, but I immediately forced the roiling emotions down and shut off the engine completely. The boat glided silently into a hidden groove, carried by its own momentum. I'm here. For this moment, I'd given up an entire day of progress and crossed half the sea alone. My chance was right in front of me. Without hesitation, I climbed the rock face step by step up to the top of the reef. The instant I set foot on the edge of the platform, Hisses, the sleeping blood-hell dragon serpent awoke. That head, as big as a water tank, slowly rose. Its cold, golden vertical pupils locked onto me in an instant. Every muscle in my body went taut. Every hair stood on end, screaming. I froze in place, not moving a muscle. My heart pounded like a war drum. But I knew. I couldn't retreat now, and I definitely couldn't run. The serpent's head lowered slowly, gliding toward me. It wasn't fast, but it carried the oppressive menace of a cat toying with a mouse. Closer and closer. Its thick, bloody breath practically blasted against my face. Its flickering tongue was less than 3 inches from the tip of my nose. I could even make out my own reflection in those golden vertical pupils, tiny, fragile. A bead of cold sweat rolled down and dripped onto the scorching reef, evaporating instantly. This was the ultimate test of will and courage. The moment I showed fear, I would lose for certain. The memories of my past life told me. Within the safe period, the sea beast won't attack on its own. But the moment I touch it, I'll trigger a passive counterattack, one that not even the gods could save me from. Time stretched on infinitely. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a full half-minute of that deadly stare, my heart, strangely, went completely calm. I stopped looking at those serpent eyes. I stopped thinking about what failure would cost me. Only one thought remained in my mind. The ship's sole core. I took a step forward, skirting past the snake's head that was practically pressed against my face. Ignoring fangs that could shred steel, I walked, step by step, toward the center of the platform. A flicker of confusion passed through the blood-hell dragon serpent's vertical pupils. It turned slowly as I moved, always keeping less than a meter between us. Cold, killing intent shadowed my every move. Every step felt like walking on a knife's edge. Barely a dozen meters, yet it felt like I'd been walking for an entire century. At last, I reached the 7-colored crystal. The breathing behind me grew heavier and heavier. It was warning me. It was furious, but it still didn't attack. I slowly raised my right hand, reaching for the treasure countless players dreamed of possessing. 5 centimeters, 3 centimeters, 1 centimeter. The instant my fingertips made contact. Roar. An earth-shattering roar exploded. It had reached its limit. That gaping maw lunged straight down at my head. Facing this world-ending strike, not a trace of fear showed on my face. My hand didn't pull back. Instead, it shot forward even faster. In the split second before those jaws came crashing down, I gripped the S-rank ship's sole core tight. At that same instant, those razor-sharp fangs were right there, less than an inch from my skull. And yet, the sound of my skull cracking never came. Time seemed to freeze. That maw, powerful enough to crush steel, halted dead in midair, unable to advance so much as a hair. For the first time, madness, a mix of shock and rage, surfaced in the blood-hell dragon serpent's vertical pupils. It couldn't understand. Why was its attack useless against this insignificant human? I lifted my head, feeling the killing intent so thick it had all but taken physical form. My back was already drenched in sweat. But I'd won. During the newbie safe period, sea beasts cannot attack players on their own. As long as there's no physical contact, I could drive it to the brink of insanity, and it still couldn't lay a scratch on me. That was the rule. An iron law that no mere third-tier mutant beast could break. What? Angry. I gave the core in my hand a little shake, its 7-colored glow shimmering. Wanna bite me? Go ahead. Roar. 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 The blood-hell dragon's serpent completely lost it. Its massive body thrashed wildly across the reef, smashing one boulder after another to pieces. But no matter how it roared, it couldn't touch me standing right there in front of it. That powerful. The frustration of having nowhere to unleash its rage nearly drove it mad. I wasn't in the mood to enjoy its impotent fury. Turning around, I dashed down the reef and leaped onto the deck of the Hope. That was when it happened. A voice from the heavens rang out simultaneously in my ears and those of every player in Zone C. 9527. Zone announcement. Warning. The rookie safe period is about to end. Sea beasts will regain their aggression. Prepare yourselves. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. The smile froze on my face. How had time gone by so fast? 7, 6. I threw myself into the pilot's seat and yanked down the ignition lever. VRRMM. The engine roared to life with a deafening growl. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rookie safe period officially over. Notice, killing sea beasts has a chance to drop source crystals. Discover their uses on your own. Warning, a cold snap will hit in 3 days. Temperatures will plunge to -20 degrees. Work hard to upgrade your vessel. The instant the final word dropped. Roar. A roar angrier than any before it thundered across the entire sea. The restraints were gone. The blood-hell dragon's serpent lunged off the reef and crashed into the water with a thunderous impact. Massive waves surged skyward. Now I'd really done it. Both hands clamped onto the wheel, my palms drenched in sweat. I didn't need to look back to feel just how terrifyingly fast it was moving through the water. And I, forced to watch for reefs and other sea serpents, couldn't go anywhere near full speed. At this rate, within 3 minutes, both ship and pilot would be torn to shreds. What now? A thought flashed through my mind. The S-rank ship's soul core. If I let the Hope devour it right now, upgrading its C-rank, Windrider, to S-rank, its speed would skyrocket. Escaping would be no problem at all. But just use it like that? A flicker of fierce reluctance passed through my eyes. I knew the true value of this core better than anyone. Using it just to boost speed would be like forging a hoe out of divine gold. Screw it. Unless there was absolutely no other choice, this ship's soul could not be wasted. I pushed the engine to its limit, abandoned all the delicate dodging, and chose one of the widest lanes I could remember, though it was riddled with hidden reefs, and drove straight ahead. Roar! The roar behind me drew closer and closer. The blood-hell dragon serpent burst from the water, jaws snapping straight at the Hope. Get the hell out of my way. My eyes went bloodshot. I didn't flinch, didn't dodge. I wrenched the wheel hard. Bam! The hull slammed brutally into a reef jutting above the surface. Warning: Vessel Hope has taken a severe impact. Durability -15. The ship shuddered violently, the shriek of twisting metal setting my teeth on edge. But riding that recoil, the Hope swung into a hair-raising perspective. I barely dodged that fatal bite. The massive jaws snapped shut on empty air. I steadied the boat again and kept flooring it. HSSSS. Up ahead, a dozen or so crimson-crested sea serpents jolted awake, blocking my path. Before, I would have gone around them. Now, I had no choice. Anyone in my way dies. Throttle welded to the max. No slowing down, no swerving, straight into the nest of serpents. Bam! 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 Killed Tier 1 crimson-crested sea serpent. Obtained source crystal ×1. Killed Tier 1 crimson-crested sea serpent. Obtained source crystal ×1. Warning: Durability -8. The system notifications spammed across my screen like crazy, but I had no time for them. Every ounce of focus went into steering and shaking off the monstrosity behind me. Crash, crash, crash. Tier 1 sea serpent? Ram straight through it. Reef I couldn't dodge? Ram straight through it. Only when I hit a Tier 2 or higher serpent, or a reef big enough to tear the boat apart, did I bother weaving out of the way at the last possible second. It was a nearly suicidal way to sail. The durability plummeted. Durability 97/120. Durability 81/120ths. Durability 65/120. The hull was gashed with ugly cracks, parts shaking loose and dropping into the sea. But in exchange, the Hope tore through the serpent abyss faster than it ever had. Behind me, the blood-hell dragon serpent was fully enraged, thrashing wildly, smashing through countless reefs, refusing to give up the chase. Several times its massive jaws nearly swallowed me whole, and every time, I escaped by ramming into an obstacle at the very edge of disaster. 10 minutes. 10 hellish minutes that stretched on like a century. Then, finally, the way ahead opened up. The gray fog blanketing the serpent abyss began to thin. I'd broken free. Roar. One last roar of bitter defeat echoed behind me. Maybe it realized that chasing beyond its territory would get it nowhere, because it finally, slowly, fell back. Before I could even catch my breath, a shrill alarm blared through the cabin. Warning: durability below 20, hull critically damaged. Durability 18 out of 120, on the verge of total wreck. I had no choice but to slow down, letting the nearly falling apart Hope drift gently across the water. Then I pulled the crystal from inside my jacket, the one still glowing with 7 shifting colors. An S-rank ship soul core. Ha 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 ha. None of it had been for nothing. This trip into the serpent abyss had been a brush with death a dozen times over. But in the end, I'd won. One hand on the control panel, the other gripping the core. Hope. Activate infinite plunder. S-rank ship soul core detected. Plunder initiating. The 7-colored crystal blazed with light, dissolving into a streak of brilliance that surged into the hull. Plunder successful. SSS-Class ship soul, infinite plunder, has absorbed S-Class ship soul core. Option 1. Upgrade Wind Rider to S-Class. Option 2. Solidify a brand new S-Class trait, Spirit Awakening. Effect: for any vessel possessing Spirit Awakening, its captain and official crew members will automatically awaken in extraordinary sequence. My breathing suddenly quickened, and a sharp light burst from my eyes. It really was Spirit Awakening. It didn't let me down. In this apocalyptic ocean, your vessel is everyone's second life, and the extraordinary sequence is the most direct measure of personal strength and status. It would become the second great mainstream power of the future. Normally, to awaken an extraordinary sequence, you have to kill a Tier 3 or higher mutated creature, which only had an extremely low chance of dropping a soul core. And even if you got a soul core, ingesting it gave you only a 50-50 shot at success. The other half? You dropped dead on the spot. The success rate was completely random, with no pattern to follow. In my past life, the world's first extraordinary player didn't show up until a month after the game started. And me? I struggled at sea for half a year before I finally awakened a talent that merely doubled my strength. Now, not only could I awaken a full month ahead of everyone else, but with a 100% success rate and zero risk of death. How could that not get my blood pumping? Solidify the new trait, Spirit Awakening. I didn't hesitate for a second. Solidification successful. Hope has gained a new trait, Spirit Awakening S-Class. Captain Jiang Chun detected as meeting awakening conditions. Awakening in progress. As the words faded, a warm current surged from the deck into every limb and bone of my body. Warm, comforting, none of that gut-wrenching, tearing agony I'd felt in my past life when ingesting a soul core. In just over 10 seconds. Awakening successful. You have awakened extraordinary sequence. Sequence 181 God's Eye. Personal attribute panel now unlocked. Congratulations, Jiang Chun, on becoming the world's first extraordinary being. Reward, Golden Treasure Chest ×1. Broadcast to all regions. I was thrilled, but a hint of confusion crept in. Thrilled, because I'd actually done it. Confused, because this sequence was completely different from my past life. God's Eye, I'd never even heard of it. No, the tallest tree in the forest catches the wind. Now wasn't the time to expose myself. Getting rich quietly was the way to go. An exquisite golden treasure chest appeared out of thin air on the deck. But I couldn't spare it a glance. The first thing I did was open my attribute panel. Player, Jiang Chun. Rank, Tier 1 Extraordinary Being. Sequence, God's Eye, sequence number 181. Strength, 10. Agility, 11. Constitution, 12. Spirit, 32, far beyond ordinary. Skill Insight, both eyes gain basic. The power of X-ray vision, enhanced motion perception, low-light night vision, seeing through illusions, and perceiving the hidden information within all things. Staring at the brand new attribute panel, it all clicked in an instant. Living a second life, my soul was far stronger than an ordinary person's, which was why my mental power had skyrocketed. And it was precisely because of this that the extraordinary sequence I'd awakened had undergone an unexpected transformation. Divine Eyes. I murmured the name under my breath. It wasn't like those crude combat sequences from my past life. It couldn't directly boost strength or speed. But the potential of this support sequence was far more terrifying. Basic X-ray vision, motion perception, low-light night vision, seeing through illusions, perceiving hidden information. Any single one of these could give a person a decisive edge in the apocalypse. All of them combined into one. It was practically the ultimate trump card, tailor-made for me. As for combat power, weapons, gear, and my gaze fell on the nearly falling apart deck of the Hope. Scattered across it were a dozen or so crystals, each about the size of a fingernail, glowing with a faint white light. They were what had dropped after I'd charged recklessly all the way and rammed a Tier 1 sea serpent to death. Source crystals. In my past life, source crystals were the in-game currency. But their most primitive use was simple. You ate them. They did nothing for ordinary people. But for the awakened, they were the purest form of energy replenishment, the experience points for strengthening the body. I didn't hesitate. I shoved all dozen source crystals into my mouth at once. The crystals melted the moment they touched my tongue, sending waves of warm energy surging through every limb and fiber of my being. The exhaustion from a full day and night of fighting vanished completely. A few seconds later, the panel refreshed. Strength, 10-13. Agility, 11-12. Constitution, 12-15. Spirit, 32. Strength flooded back into my entire body. I couldn't wait to test out my divine eyes, and I turned my gaze toward the battered Hope. The next second, rows upon rows of data materialized before me. Vehicle, Hope, Bronze, 3-star. Durability, 18/120ths, on the verge of total failure. 3 microscopic fractures detected in the keel. Structural integrity, down 72%. Hull severely deformed, 5 penetrating breaches. Rear thruster may detach at any moment. Hidden info. The keel core is the remnant of an ancient mysterious structure. Unlimited potential. So that's how it was. No wonder a piece of rotting wood could carry an SSS rank ship's soul. Its origins were far more mysterious than I'd ever imagined. A thought struck me. If I could see through the ship, then could I see what was inside a treasure chest without opening it? The moment the idea formed, my gaze shifted to the golden treasure chest sitting on the deck. Golden treasure chest, unopened. 1. Golden Desert Eagle, infinite ammo, ×1. 2. Cut off an original. Conditional vehicle upgrade, card ×1. Upgrade any vehicle by 1 major tier at no cost. 3. Eternal fuel core ×1. Fuses with fuel tank to provide unlimited fuel. My breath caught, suddenly ragged. Jackpot. A Desert Eagle with infinite ammo, a total curb stomp in the early game. An upgrade card, perfect for fixing this junk heap of a boat. And a perpetual fuel core, never worry about stalling out mid-ocean again. Any one of these would drive every player on the server insane. Ha! I couldn't hold back the euphoria. I threw my head back and laughed, slamming my hand down on the latch. Open. Click. Golden light shot skyward, then quickly drew inward. 3 items lay quietly at the bottom of the chest. A massive dark gold pistol, a semi-transparent white card, and a fist-sized red core with molten lava churning inside. I picked up the white card first. Unconditional vehicle upgrade card. Use on Hope? Use it. The card dissolved into streaming light and sank into the broken boat beneath my feet. The entire speedboat was wrapped in white light, vibrating with a violent hum. Cracks, damage, warping, all being reshaped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Metal plates fused inward, growing thick and solid. The hull stretched longer and wider. A cabin that could shield against wind and rain materialized from thin air. It was as if a pair of invisible hands was giving it a complete rebirth. A minute later, the light faded. Where was the busted speedboat now? In its place sat a brand new small fishing vessel with a silver-gray metallic sheen, over 5 meters long. Its shape was plain, but it gave a sense of security I'd never felt before. I pressed my hand to the gunnel, and a new panel popped up. Vehicle, Hope, silver 1-star. Durability, 200/200. Capacity, for people. Speed, 30 knots plus 30 knots. Windrider, equals 60 knots. Boat spirit. Infinite plunder, SSS rank, unique. Trait 1 Windrider, C rank passively increases speed by 200%. Trait 2 Awakening, S rank captain and crew automatically awaken extraordinary sequences. Functional modifications recommended as soon as possible. Perfect. Sure, it was still only silver 1-star, but the durability had shot up to 200, and the hull was now a genuine steel structure. The cold wave 3 days from now could no longer threaten me. I picked up the fuel core next. Fuse, a flash of red light, and the core sank into the engine bay at the stern. In the cabin, the fuel gauge needle, which had been bottomed out, snapped all the way to full. From now on, fuel was never a problem again. Golden Desert Eagle, infinite ammo. Damage, 35-50. Traits, unlimited ammunition. Deals an additional 50% damage against evil and undead creatures. Hashtag the ghost ship. It couldn't even break through a tier 2 sea beast defenses. All flash, no substance. Unimpressed, I clipped it to the back of my belt and opened the C9527 regional channel, which I hadn't checked all day. The safe period had ended hours ago. I needed to get a read on what was happening out there, and while I was at it, scout for new prey. Messages scrolled by at breakneck speed, dozens per second. But the tone had shifted. The initial panic and terror had faded, replaced by cold, bloody reality. Bronze chest at coordinates 15-88. Tier 1C beasts nearby, need a team. Selling wood times 30 for fresh water. Dying of thirst here, scammers stay away. Just killed a mutant sea turtle, dropped a source crystal. Can you eat this thing? Tested it. Yeah, you can eat it. Just hard on the teeth. Most of the survivors had already adapted to the rhythm of the apocalypse. Some were banding together, learning the rules, clawing out an existence on this endless sea. But small-time stuff like that didn't interest me. My fingers swiped rapidly, hunting for leads that actually mattered. Soon, a bolded message jumped out. Dragon Gate Guild is recruiting. Bronze-class ships or above, combat experience required, free supplies when you join. BS. Cut the act. My buddy went to join you, and you stole his ship and all his supplies. Slander. Now offering a bounty on this man's coordinates. 10 loaves of bread. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of my mouth. Dragon Gate. Long Tion. Of course I remembered. In my past life, this guild rose incredibly fast, hundreds of members in just days. The reason, their leader, Long Tion, snagged a fishing boat with a C-rank ship soul bounty right at the start. Ship soul bounty, C-rank opening chests aboard the ship doubles all supplies. In the early game, when resources were scarce, that ship soul was insanely useful. Unfortunately, Long Tion was too ruthless and flashy, throwing his numbers around to terrorize the region. He quickly stirred up enough hatred that several guilds joined forces to wipe him out, and the ship's soul was seized. A mobile C-rank treasury could make a good next target. I rubbed my chin, casually and cheerfully sealing Long Tion's fate. I was about to search for Dragon Gate's coordinates when a distress message made my heart skip a beat. A ghost. I saw a ghost ship. A glowing phantom ship just flickered into view. Somebody help me. The replies came flooding in, dripping with mockery. Bro, you hallucinating from hunger? Elmeo, why not say you saw a mermaid too? Trying to lure people to your coordinates for an ambush again? Old trick. The user, Zhang Wei, seemed enraged and posted a photo. It's real? It's right behind me. The photo was blurry, snapped mid-violent shake, full of ghostly afterimages. On the pitch-black sea, the silhouette of an ancient warship faded in and out, its hull wreathed in an eerie green mist, sinister and terrifying. But the photo didn't prove anything. If anything, it only drew more mockery. That Photoshop job is worth less than a nickel. Isn't that just a CG model? Soon enough, the I saw a ghost post sank down, buried under a fresh flood of new posts. But me? I stared hard at that photo. Everyone was laughing off, my pupils shrinking to pinpoints. Nobody else recognized it. I knew it the second I laid eyes on it. It was that ship, the ghost ship that had haunted an entire year of the game in my past life, the one they called the Forbidden Legend. I remembered every detail of the stories about it. It was slow, so slow a raft could outrun it. Yet it was impossibly mysterious, appearing without warning every time, as if it could turn invisible and slip through space itself. The most terrifying part, every time it showed up, it lured countless players aboard to hunt for treasure. And not a single one of them ever came back. No survivors, no bodies. Nothing. I played for over a year last time, and even in the Dragon Nation's waters, it surfaced only a handful of times. Right up until I died. No one ever figured out whether it was controlled by a player or some unknown, horrifying boss. It was like a reaper drifting across the endless sea. Every appearance meant death. Before my rebirth, you couldn't have paid me 100 times over to touch that thing. But now, my divine eye could see through all things, cut through every illusion. Maybe I could see through its secrets too? The moment the thought took root, it spread like wildfire. Go or don't go. Go, and I'd almost certainly be walking into a death trap. But if I pulled it off, the rewards would be beyond imagination. I mulled over for half a minute before the fever in my eyes slowly faded. No, now wasn't the time. Sure, I'd awakened my sequence, and I had a ship and a gun. But my overall strength was still first tier. Provoking a ghost ship that no one had cracked even in my past life, that was far too risky. Greed is usually the first step toward death. Huh. I let out a long breath and cleared the photo from my mind. You eat one bite at a time. You walk one step at a time. From what I remembered, that ship was painfully slow. It'd most likely still be drifting through the starting waters for another month at least. I had time to spare. The priority right now was to deal with longmen first, seize the bounty ship soul, and build up my strength. Once the hope leveled up again and I broke through to second tier, then third tier, I could go uncover that ghost ship's secrets. That would be the foolproof plan. Mind made up, I turned my attention back to the channel. It didn't take long. From a few longmen members bragging, I pieced together their rough coordinates. VRRM. I yanked down the ignition lever. The Hope shuddered, then tore off through the waves, riding the wind. Along the way, sea beasts surfaced now and then. I couldn't be bothered with them, and I didn't stop to look for treasure chests either. Grinding yourself to the bone all alone. How much can you really squeeze out of them? With that kind of effort, you'd be better off just paying a visit to those guilds that have already gotten off the ground. This is the fastest way to get rich in the apocalypse. Half a day later, the boat began to slow. According to the coordinates, the waters where Dragon Gate held sway weren't far off now. At last, other vessels appeared on the desolate sea. A dozen boats of every kind were chasing down a single black speedboat up ahead. Most of the pursuers were bronze-tier craft, rubber rafts, jet skis, that sort of thing. Their speeds all over the map, yet weaving together into a loose but lethal net. The speedboat was clearly faster, carving out one arc after another, trying to break free. At the helm, a slender figure gripped the wheel with one hand, looking utterly ragged. A woman. Even from several hundred meters away, I could feel that heart-stopping beauty of hers. She wore a black yoga outfit soaked through with seawater, hugging every scorching curve. The bloodstains scattered across her body didn't ruin the effect. If anything, they added a touch of shattered, tragic allure. I hadn't planned on getting involved, but something about that figure felt strangely familiar. A thought stirred. A faint glow flashed through my eyes. Divine Eye, activate. Name, Su Wanqing. Age, 25. External appearance, 92, top-tier bombshell. Inner charisma, 98, born seductress. Every gesture holds a deadly pull over the opposite sex. Overall assessment, alluring on the surface, cold and aloof as the moon within. My heart jolted, so it was her. Su Wanqing, the infamous thousand-faced enchantress of my past life, the one countless powerhouses had willingly died for. I remembered it clearly. She'd awakened an incredibly rare charm sequence. Paired with those born seductress looks, she was temptation on legs. In my past life, her combat power wasn't top tier, and she never gave any man the time of day. Yet she always had scores of strong men throwing their lives away for her. A rose with thorns, a fragrance laced with poison. Every man knew getting close would cost them, and every man came anyway, happy to pay the price. I never imagined this future enchantress was also a player of C-9527, and I sure never imagined that in these early days, before she'd even awakened, she'd be reduced to this. Lost in thought, the speedboat had already pulled up right in front of me. Help! Sir, please, save me. I kept my face blank and let the hope sit exactly where it was. You have any idea how much trouble you're about to bring down on me by doing this? Su Wanqing froze, clearly not expecting that reaction. But she recovered fast, brushing the wet hair plastered to her cheek aside to reveal a face gorgeous enough to make any man's pulse race. Her voice turned soft and honey-sweet. Sir, this fishing boat of yours looks so sturdy. It's got to be silver tier. Those little boats of theirs. No match for you at all. Just help me this once, and I'll do anything. You. As she spoke, she deliberately bent over, her fingertips grazing her thigh. With a sharp rip, a long tear opened in her yoga pants, exposing a wide expanse of snow-white skin. I watched her performance quietly, no desire in my eyes, only a faint trace of admiration. I saw right through her scheme. She was trying to divert the trouble onto me, hoping I'd fight it out with her pursuers until we both went down, so she could slip away in the chaos. That instinct, that cunning, she already had a hint of the future femme fatale of 1,000 faces about her. But I couldn't be bothered to call her out. My gaze swept past her, landing on the fleet closing in behind us. Divine Eye, activated. Longman grunts times 15. Assessment, a rabble dot. Just then, the grunts caught up, surrounding both boats so tightly not a drop of water could escape. At the front stood a bald man with a face full of thuggish flesh, standing on a jet ski, pointing a steel pipe at Su Wanqing with a vicious grin. "Run, you little bitch. My boys chased your ass half the day. We're starving." Filthy laughter erupted behind him. Then the bald man turned his gaze to me, sizing up the hope from top to bottom, greed flashing in his eyes. "Kid, if you don't want to die, get lost. This prey belongs to Longmen. And that's a nice boat you've got. Hand it over too. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your dog's life. Leave the boat and the woman. Cross Longmen, and you'll end up feeding the fish." A dozen of them shouted over each other, as if I were already meat on the chopping block. Su Wanqing's face went pale. She shrank back, but her eyes kept darting toward me, waiting for me to act. My expression stayed as still as an ancient well. I ignored the Longmen crew and turned to her instead. "Tell me what happened. The whole story. If your reasons are good enough, maybe I'll save you." Su Wanqing bit her lower lip, intense hatred and grief rising across her stunning face. "Originally, my parents and I planned to join Longmen together. We thought there was strength in numbers in the apocalypse, that we'd have a better chance in a guild. But their leader, Long Tian, he took a liking to me. He wanted me to be his woman. My mom objected, just one sentence, and he killed her right in front of me. My dad grabbed me and ran for our lives. He stayed behind to cover me, and he died at their hands too." She couldn't go on. Crouching on the boat, her shoulders shook violently as she broke into sobs. This was a tragedy that played out every single day in the apocalypse. It stirred little in me. I'd seen stories 100 times more wretched than this. In a world of chaos, kindness without power to protect, it was just meat waiting for someone else's blade. But the bald man across from me had no such patience. Seeing us ignore him and chat among ourselves, the thuggish flesh on his face instantly twisted with rage. "Fuck. You think I'm invisible or something? Kid, I gave you a chance and you threw it away. So don't blame me for being ruthless. Come on, brothers. Take down this punk's boat first, then drag that woman over here. Roar." The goons let out excited, savage howls, gunning their boats and closing in from every direction for the kill. A brawl was about to erupt. Bang! A gunshot tore through the chaos over the water. The bald man's shouting cut off instantly. A bloody hole burst open in his forehead. Before the vicious grin could even fade from his face, his body toppled straight back into the sea. Splash! The whole world went silent. The dozen-plus Longmen thugs, primed to charge, all froze where they stood. "Boss is dead. A gun. He's got a gun." The dead silence gave way to even greater panic. "Run. Split up. He can't shoot us all." More than 10 boats spun around and scattered, fleeing in every direction like their lives depended on it. I raised the golden desert eagle. In that moment, my divine eye reached its full potential. The fleeing boats seemed to slow to a crawl in my vision. Every course, every movement, seared with perfect clarity into my mind. Bang! The tall, skinny one paddling a rubber dinghy. The back of his skull erupted in a spray of blood. Bang! The speedboat driver who thought he was the fastest flipped headfirst into the water. A year of firearms training in my past life, combined with the dynamic lock-on of the divine eye, meant I hit whatever I aimed at. Every gunshot added another corpse sinking beneath the waves. Their naive little scheme, split up, he doesn't have enough bullets, was worth nothing in the face of absolute power. In under a minute, 15 lives dropped to 0. The sea breeze carried a thick, heavy stench of blood. I leapt up, jumping from the deck of the Hope down onto the assault boat. The hull dipped hard under my weight. The woman on board snapped out of her shock, looking up and colliding with my gaze. Su Wanqing. She'd planned to slip away in the confusion. But the fight had ended too fast, so fast she hadn't even had time to start the engine. "Your problem, I took care of it for you," I said, staring at her. "Now let's talk about the bill. You used me to draw off Longman's men. What are you going to pay with?" Her face went ghostly pale, but she was calmer than I expected. The panic lingered in her eyes for only an instant before being replaced by a kind of desperate, all-in composure. "I have something." She rummaged through a compartment and pulled out 2 faintly glowing sheets of parchment. "These are blueprints I got from a treasure chest, the full ship electrical system design, and the Gree air conditioner design. The divine eye fed back instantly. Full ship electrical system design. Unlocks the vessel's electrical system. The foundation of a modern overhaul. GRI air conditioner design. Unlocks air conditioner manufacturing. Warm in winter, cool in summer. I took the blueprints. I had to admit, these two things were exactly what I needed most right now. The Hope had climbed to silver rank, but it was a bare-bones shell, no electricity, nothing. And with a cold front hitting in 3 days, an air conditioner could mean the difference between life and death. Nice blueprints. I tucked them away, but we both know these are just a peace offering, not a bargaining chip. She hesitated. I don't need one-time favors. I looked at her. I need people who can keep creating value. Something shifted in Su Wanqing's eyes. It wasn't the fear of someone being threatened. It was the sharp look of a gambler who'd suddenly caught sight of her whole card. What do you want? Prove yourself. I gestured at the dozen or so ownerless vessels drifting around us. Break down all these ships, including your assault boat. Put the materials into the trade space. First, get yourself some healing meds. With what's left, gather everything needed for these 2 blueprints. I paused. Pull it off, and I'll give you a gift. One that'll let you take your revenge with your own hands. Her pupils contracted sharply. Revenge. She grabbed my wrist, knuckles white. You know about Longmen? You can help me destroy Long Tian. I was already planning to settle the score with them. I pulled my hand back. If you've got what it takes to keep up, then we'll get our revenge together. She stared at me hard, as if trying to figure out whether I was lying. After a long moment, she gave a firm nod. Deal. I turned and leaped back aboard the Hope. 30+ hours without sleep, without a single proper meal. Crossing the myriad serpent abyss, seizing an S-rank ship soul, awakening my transcendent sequence, racing all the way here. Origin crystals could restore my stamina, but not my mind. The moment I sank into the pilot's seat, exhaustion crashed over me like a rising tide. Knock, knock, knock. I didn't know how long I'd slept before the cabin door rattled. Jiang Chun, I've got everything traded. Can I come in? I opened my eyes, my neck stiff and aching. I got up and opened the door. Su Wanqing had changed into a sharp button-down shirt and slacks. Her old yoga outfit had been torn beyond wearing. She held a tray in her hands, a seared, savory steak and a bottle of red wine. My gaze went past her, landing on the deck behind her. Damn. The entire deck was packed to the brim, materials, food, clothing, all stacked in neat, orderly rows. Divine Eye activated, and the inventory data instantly surfaced. Power system materials, complete. Copper wire times 120, fuel generator unit times 1, cable times 80 storage batteries times 2. Air conditioner materials, complete. Compressor times 1, condenser times 1, copper tubing times 40 temperature controlled chip times 1. Every material for both blueprints, all there. And further down, food, tomahawk steak. Steak times 5, Boston lobster times 5, Wagyu M9 times 8, red wine times 3 bottles, mineral water times 24. Living supplies, folding lounge chairs times 2, bath towels times 4, electric toothbrushes times 2. I raised an eyebrow. All of this, you traded for it using the materials from those dozen-plus ships? She nodded, a hint of guilt in her voice. I broke down 16 ships and got a huge haul of lumber, metal, and rope. First I traded for all the blueprint materials, then realized I still had extra, so I picked up some living supplies on the side. I can't stand cheap stuff, so I only went for the good things, small quantities, but high quality. Don't be mad. I fell silent for 5 seconds. I had a pretty good idea of the total material yield from 16 bronze-tier vehicles. If I'd been the one handling it, I'd have counted myself lucky to scrape together enough for just 2 blueprints. But she not only got everything, she still had this big a surplus left over? How did you pull that off? She tilted her head, as if she couldn't see what was so hard about the question. Just normal trading. Someone was desperate for lumber to upgrade, so I split the lumber into small lots and released them in batches, made them bid against each other. Some people had good stuff, but didn't know what it was worth, so I bought it cheap using the water and food they badly needed. And the same material, listed publicly on the channel versus quoted in private chat, the final price can differ by 2 or 3 times. The corner of my mouth twitched. Scarcity marketing. Information gap arbitrage. Controlling supply through batch releases. Real wealth is never in the resources themselves. It's in the hands of the person who knows how to make those resources flow. This woman was a one-person trading caravan. What counts as a big gift? This was the real jackpot I'd stumbled onto. Was I being too irresponsible? I promise I'll do better. Seeing me stay quiet, Su Wanqing thought I was angry and stood there nervously. I burst out laughing, took the tray, and reached over to give her a light rap on the head. Who said you did anything wrong? From now on, this is the standard we live by. Actually, we go even higher. It's the apocalypse. Am I not even allowed to enjoy myself anymore? A miserable life? Whoever wants that can have it. She blinked, then smiled too. Not the fake, seductive charm from before, just pure, unreserved happiness. I cut off a piece of steak and popped it into my mouth. Seared on the outside, tender on the inside, cooked perfectly. One more thing, I said. From now on, all of the Hope's supply distribution, trades and exchanges, and upgrade planning. It's all yours. Her smile faded. Can I really? You're willing to trust me with something this important? I didn't answer. I just quietly opened the crew management system in my mind. The next second, a mechanical voice detonated inside her head. Ding. Captain Jiang Chun has invited you to become an official crew member. Do you accept? Note 1. Agreed. They'd be permanently bound to the vessel with no way to leave on their own accord. Crew members must maintain absolute loyalty to the captain. Su Wanqing's pupils contracted. Permanent binding. Absolute loyalty. These terms were spelled out crystal clear in the ship's log. Pressing agree was as good as handing over your life. She didn't hesitate. Not for a single second. Agreed. My life was something I snatched back to begin with. And besides, she shot me a glance. The only way to get my revenge is by sticking with you. Ding. Congratulations, Su Wanqing has become a crew member of the Hope. Conditions for extraordinary sequence awakening detected. Awakening in progress. Before she could even react, a surge of energy coursed through her entire body. A purple radiance wrapped around her. A dark purple tail extended out from behind her, tipped with a heart-shaped point. Two small pitch-black horns pushed up through her hair. Her eyes gradually flushed crimson. 10 seconds later, the purple light dissipated. Ding. Congratulations, Su Wanqing has awakened the extraordinary sequence. Sequence 69 Succubus. Player, Su Wanqing Tier 1 Extraordinary. Sequence, Succubus 69. Strength 5 Agility 8 Constitution 7 Spirit 13. Skill 1 Shapeshift. Can transform into any human, including appearance, voice, and demeanor. Skill 2 Charm. Disrupts the mind of the opposite sex, causing them to temporarily lose hostility or even obey commands. Success rate and quantity determined by spirit. A scream nearly blew the cabin roof off. Su Wanqing stared at the tail thrashing wildly behind her, face drained white, trembling like a leaf. Jiang Chun. I turned into a monster. Look behind me. What the hell are these two horns on my head? Tears burst out instantly, her crimson eyes brimming with terror. I'd already read her attribute panel clearly through the divine eye. But my first reaction wasn't delight, it was envy. Why does everyone else get 2 skills? And I just, fine. I'm jealous of their 2 too. And that spirit growth value of 13 was even more absurd than a combat sequences. Her screaming was on the verge of cracking. I had no choice but to step forward and grab hold of her. Don't be afraid. I pressed down on her shoulders. You didn't turn into a monster. You awakened a superpower. You can retract the demon form. Just silently repeat, retract in your mind. Give it a try. Sobbing, she closed her eyes and desperately thought, retract, over and over in her head. A moment later, the tail withdrew, the horns sank back into her hair, and her eye color returned to brown. She let out a long breath. That scared me half to death. Everything was fine. How did I suddenly awaken like that? I pointed at the control console. You're an official crew member now. You have the right to view its complete stats. Go take a look and get familiar with it while you're at it. It'll help you plan your upgrades. She wiped away the tear streaks and walked over. In the past, she'd place her palm on the table. The attribute panel would pop up. First glance, curiosity. Second glance, pupils dilating. Third glance, lips trembling. Fourth glance, her whole body froze. She even forgot to breathe. This, An SSS rank ship soul? After reading through all the info, she smacked the panel away, spun around, and rushed over. Jiang Chun, this ship of yours is absolutely insane. An SSS rank ship soul. There's probably not another one like it in the entire world. And it comes with Awakening. Board the ship and you get an extraordinary sequence for free. This is basically a cheat code. With this thing, we can do whatever we want in this maritime survival game from now on. She was so excited she was practically bouncing. I pushed down the thoughts churning in my head and forced myself to stay calm. The passive amplification of the succubus sequence was genuinely ridiculous. Even in human form, that seductive aura was way stronger than before she'd awakened. Sharing a cabin with her from here on out, my self-control was going to be tested every single day. It's not that easy, I said with a dry cough. Good foundation or not, we're a long way from invincible. Actually, I want to ask, what are your thoughts on developing the hope? She thought about it seriously, her expression suddenly turning steady. First, upgrade the vessel and plunder ship souls. That's the foundation, it matters most. I nodded. No question about it. Second, recruit crew members. This ship has a capacity of 4. We need to fill those slots as soon as possible. More people means more power. She paused, looked up at me, and said with total confidence, "But I have a proposal. From now on, we only recruit female crew members." I raised an eyebrow. Your reasoning? A ship's only so big. Cram a couple of dudes in here, and you've got sweat mixed with engine oil. So gross, she said, counting on her fingers. Besides, I'm the succubus sequence. My charm skills work on the opposite sex, but not on the same sex. If the ship's all sisters, nobody can scheme behind anyone's back. Most stable setup internally. When recruiting, loyalty comes first, ability second. She winked. And on this point, I happen to have the final say. Watching her dress up her personal agenda as strategy with a completely straight face, I couldn't help but laugh. Approved. From today on, the Hope officially had 2 people aboard. And this was only the beginning. Chewing on my steak, I asked her, "So, do you have anyone in mind?" The way I saw it, beautiful women always traveled in packs. If you wanted to find a top-tier beauty scoring 95 or above, asking someone in the know was the fastest route. The moment she heard this, Su Wanqing lit up entirely. You're asking exactly the right person. I've got a best friend, also in Zone C, 9527. And you know her too. I frowned. I only just ran into you today. How could I possibly know your best friend? She leaned in and lowered her voice, like she was sharing some earth-shattering secret. I should say, every man in the entire Dragon Kingdom knows her. She's the national goddess they call the fairy sister, Huang Yimei. It's her? The name hit my brain, and my heartbeat skipped half a beat. It wasn't lust. It was that this name carried too many memories from my past life. When I was 15, I saw her play Zhao Linger on TV for the first time. That face was the youth of an entire generation. Such a shame. In my past life, less than a month after the game began, she died in a guild naval battle. She didn't even get the chance to awaken her extraordinary sequence. A goddess of her generation, gone, vanished into the endless sea. What's her situation right now? Last contact was 10 hours ago. She said she was heading to some strait. I asked her who exactly was there, why she absolutely had to go, but before she answered, she went dark. Su Wanqing's voice tightened. I sent a bunch more messages after that. All of them sank without a trace. But her ID is still lit up, so she's not dead. I ran through the timeline in my head. There were still nearly 2 weeks until Huang Yimei's death in my past life. That was enough. The priority right now was dealing with the Dragon Gate Guild before the Cold Wave arrived. As the #1 hostile force in the early stage of the game, taking them out worked in my favor, whether for the ship souls or the resources. Let's set your friend's situation aside for now. I finished my last glass of red wine and wiped my hands with a napkin. I've decided. I'll help you get your revenge first. Warmth spread through Su Wanqing's heart, but she still tugged at the hem of my clothes and said softly, I want revenge too. But the Dragon Gate Guild right now has at least 500 people. Even with your gun, what if? There's no such thing as that many what ifs. I cut her off. So what if it's 500 people? So what if it's 5,000? If we can't beat them head on, we outsmart them. They say a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. But me, I can't stand waiting even a single night for revenge. She was rendered speechless by that, unable to say anything for a long moment. She just nodded hard. Just follow my lead. I patted her shoulder and turned toward the driver's seat. The engine roared back to life. The Hope turned its bow and raced at full speed toward the Dragon Gate Guild. 3 hours later, the density of ships on the sea suddenly increased. In the distance, dozens of vessels of various sizes drifted about, some people rowing, some diving, some hauling something up onto their boats from the seabed. Before the Hope could even get close, 2 rubber dinghies cut across to block its path. 2 men stood on each, gripping sharpened wooden spears, faces twisted with menace. Where'd this ship come from? Stop! Then 4 or 5 more small boats came, surrounding the Hope on all sides. You blind as a dog? Don't you know this stretch of sea is under the protection of the Dragon Gate Guild? Take one more step forward and we'll tear you and your ship apart. Inside the cabin, I slowed the ship down. Behind me, Su Wanqing closed her eyes. The next instant, a faint purple glow flickered across her skin and vanished. When she opened her eyes again, she'd transformed into a burly, bald bruiser with a face full of ugly muscle, the spitting image of Chun Hu, the Dragon Gate lieutenant I'd put a bullet through 3 hours ago. She shoved the door open and strode onto the deck, her voice dripping with the same old Dragon Gate arrogance. The hell's all the shouting about? Don't recognize me anymore. The flunky on the boat across from us took one look at that face and nearly dropped his wooden spear into the water. Chin, Chief Hu, weren't you off chasing down that little bitch? Where I go and what I do? Since when do I answer to some watchdog? Su Wanqing mimicked Chun Hu's voice flawlessly, right down to that overbearing swagger. The flunky bobbed his head, groveling, but another one edged closer, pointing at the Hope. Chief Hu, why'd you switch boats? And the dozen or so brothers who went out with you, where are they? How come you came back alone? Chun Hu's face darkened. He slammed a foot against the gunnel with a loud bang. You got a million goddamn questions? I looted this out there, and I'm bringing it to the chairman. Now tell me where he is. You hold up something this important. You think you can carry that weight? The tirade of curses and shouts came fast and furious, brimming with authority. The flunkies were stunned into silence on the spot. The one in charge forced a nervous smile. Easy, Chief Hu, easy. It's just, the chairman's got rules. Gotta announce you before you can see him. Then what are you waiting for? Me to buy you dinner first? Yes, yes, of course. The flunky looked like he'd just been pardoned. He whipped out a walkie-talkie and passed the word up the chain, one link at a time. Chun Hu turned and headed back into the cabin, melting back into Su Wanqing's form. I lifted my chin at her. Not bad. That another one of Chef's lessons. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. Can you be serious for once? In the middle of the sea, a fishing boat marked with 3 silver stars sat quietly, a full size larger than the Hope. This was Long Tion's ride, the Dragon King. Inside the wheelhouse, Long Tion lay shirtless in a wrought-tan chair, his body a mass of thick muscle. 3 smoking hot women knelt beside him, one feeding him grapes, one kneading his shoulders. A tall, skinny man stood hunched over, clutching a slip of paper covered in numbers. Boss, we harvested 65 pieces of red jade coral today. But those iron-spine piranhas down there are getting nastier. They've killed off more than a dozen brothers. Everyone's asking, can we hand out a few guns for protection? Crash. Long Tion's eyes snapped open. He grabbed a beer bottle and smashed it at the man's feet. Li San, you trying to stick your neck out for those good-for-nothings? His glare was vicious. The 3 women froze in terror, trembling. The whole Dragon Gate's got 13 guns, not even enough for my own guard detail. Hand him out to those dirt-poor grunts? What? They looking to start a rebellion. He shoved the woman away, stood up, and jabbed his finger at San Li's nose. Tell those good-for-nothings that harpoons and steel pipes are plenty. If they want the good life, they'd better fight for it with their lives. Red jade coral is the key supply for tomorrow's cold wave. I want the harvest doubled. If we come up short by even a single piece, I'll make up the difference with a head. San Li trembled. Brother Tian, the men took heavy casualties today. Morale is too hard to manage. Long Tian suddenly smiled. He slowly drew a black pistol from behind his back, toying with it. Then don't bother. Bang. A bloody hole appeared between San Li's brows, his face still frozen in disbelief. Useless trash. What's the point of keeping you around? The cockpit fell dead silent. The three women were too terrified to even breathe. Just then, a trusted lieutenant pulled up on a jet ski and shouted from outside the cabin, "Brother Tian, the gatekeepers report that Chunhu is back." Long Tian frowned. Didn't he go after that little bitch Su Wanqing? Did he catch her? Not sure. Chunhu came back alone, and he's got a new silver-grade fishing boat. No sign of Su Wanqing so far. Oh, at the words silver-grade fishing boat, a flash of wariness crossed Long Tian's eyes, but far more than that, greed. A silver-grade boat. Even his own Dragon King was only silver 3-star. Where the hell did that piece of trash Chunhu get one? Did he kill some tough bastard and loot it? Bring him over. Once we were cleared through, we immediately started up the Hope and headed for the core zone. The waters along the way were crawling with Dragon Gate members. Some boats were swarming and killing mutant sea beasts. Others dove into the deep again and again. What are they doing? I frowned. Long Tian discovered a mutant plant in these waters, called red jade coral. Su Wanqing explained. The coral is crimson all over and gives off incredible heat. Put one piece on a boat, and it's like having a furnace installed. The cold wave hits in 2 days, and this will be the most important survival supply. Long Tian is expanding his manpower at any cost, just so he can jack up the price when the time comes. I nodded, and it all clicked. No wonder Dragon Gate rose so fast in the early days last life. They were sitting on a strategic grade resource. But I didn't dwell on it. I just gave her a firm warning. The moment Long Tian shows himself, you get back into the cabin and hide. Leave the rest to me. Su Wanqing's expression dimmed, and she lowered her head. Jiang Chun, am I completely useless? The sequence I awakened doesn't seem to have any real combat power. I reached out and ruffled her hair. Silly girl, you're the best. Without you, we couldn't have even gotten through that gate. As we spoke, the Dragon King came into view. Over a dozen bronze-grade speedboats guarded it on all sides, packed with hulking, gun-wielding men who scanned their surroundings with menacing eyes. Long Tian didn't show himself. I crouched low and slipped silently into the shadow of the cabin door. Su Wanqing shifted back into Chunhu, strode onto the deck, and shouted, "Brother Tian, I snagged a great ship for you, Silvergrade. Came all the way back to offer it up to you." Her voice carried far across the water. A moment later, movement stirred on the deck of the Dragon King. Long Tian staggered out, a woman draped on each arm. Before he could even speak, bang! A gunshot ripped across the sea. The bullet screamed through the air, crossing 100 meters, aimed dead center between his eyes. But in that split second, a vicious glint flashed in Long Tian's eyes. He yanked one of the women in front of him as a shield. Thunk! The bullet drove into her chest. She crumpled without so much as a scream. Long Tian shoved the corpse aside, not a trace of pity on his face. Instead, he burst into wild, maniacal laughter. "Ha ha, Chunhu, I knew something was off about you the second I laid eyes on you. The real Chunhu's ID went dark ages ago. So spit it out. Who the hell are you really?" From the shadows, I clicked my tongue in regret. 150 meters, too far for a handgun. The bullet lost too much power in flight, giving him just enough time to react. Missed the first shot, and a clean kill would be a lot harder to pull off. I murmured to Su Wanqing, "Get back in the cabin and take the wheel. Use our speed to keep them off balance. These small fry, leave them to me. You be careful." She left me with those words, then spun around and bolted back to the cockpit. On the Dragon King, Long Tian saw Chunhu turn tail and run, and flew into a rage. "You little punk. You dare come stir up trouble on my Dragon Gate turf. You're not leaving here alive. Brothers, kill him and take the ship. Take him down, and tonight I'll let every one of you feast on meat and wine." Rah! Lured by the reward, the Dragon Gate members on more than a dozen speedboats let out excited howls, drew their weapons, and closed in on the Hope from every direction. Vroom! Su Wanqing shoved the throttle all the way down. With the Windrider, trade active, the fishing boat's speed rocketed to a terrifying 60 knots, blasting straight through the encirclement in an instant. Holy crap, that boat's insane. After them. He can't get away. The goons gave chase, seething with fury. But Su Wanqing didn't just flee blindly. She followed the plan, circling around the Dragon King. And me, on the deck, became the deadliest hunter of all. I pushed the dynamic vision of my divine eye to its absolute limit. In my eyes, those high-speed boats crawled like snails. Bang! A goon lifting his firearm took a shot right between the eyes, blood spraying as he flipped backward into the sea. Bang! Bang! I didn't wait to see the results. A flick of the wrist, the muzzle swung, and two more dropped where they stood. Every crack of the golden desert eagle meant another life snuffed out. For a reborn man with a built-in aimbot. For them, their numerical advantage was laughably meaningless. Is this kid some kind of monster? Spread out. Don't bunch up and make yourselves easy targets. Someone finally caught on, screaming in terror. But it was too late. Under the lock-on of my divine eye, distance and speed became irrelevant. In less than 2 minutes, all dozen-plus guards had become cold corpses floating on the ocean surface. On the deck of the Dragon King, the arrogance on Long Tion's face was long gone, replaced by nothing but terror and disbelief. He watched helplessly as his elite guard squad was slaughtered to the last man within minutes. Not one had even gotten close to my ship. Bang! Another shot yanked him back to reality from his shock. This shot didn't hit anything vital. It punched cleanly through his right hand, the one holding his gun. Arg! The pistol flew from his grip, his entire right hand a bloody mess. Bang! The second shot tore through his left wrist, completely eliminating any possibility of resistance. Devil, you're a devil. Long Tion scrambled backward on all fours, screaming frantically into the guild channel at the same time. Someone save me. Everyone get your asses over here. Coordinates, 155, minus 78. Whoever takes down this silver ship gets the vice president position. The distress call detonated like a bomb across the Dragon Gate Guild channel. Countless members out harvesting coral froze at the sight of their president's cry for help and the staggering bounty. But help from far away couldn't put out a fire close by. Even the nearest players would take several minutes to arrive. And I wasn't about to give him that time. Wanqing, pull us alongside. Got it. The Hope drew up steadily beside the Dragon King. I took the hand of Su Wanqing as she emerged from the cabin, still looking a little nervous. Come on. Time to collect our debt. With that, I leapt across, carrying her down to land firmly on the Dragon King's deck. Long Tion watched me approach step by step, the last flicker of hope in his eyes completely extinguished. Who the hell are you? Dragon Gate never wronged you. Why go this far? Why kill like this? I didn't answer. I simply walked up to him and stomped my foot down on his mangled right hand. Aya! He shrieked like a slaughtered pig, his obese body writhing on the deck. Why don't you take a look at who she is? Su Wanqing, who'd been hiding behind me, slowly stepped forward. The Chunhu disguise melted away, revealing a face beautiful enough to bring the world to its knees. Long Tion froze for a moment. Then venom flashed in his eyes. So it's you? You little bitch. You're the one who brought in this hired muscle. I should have just killed you outright back then. Before he could finish, I slammed my foot into his mouth. Bang! The muffled crunch of teeth shattering. I didn't stop. Kick after kick, precise and brutal, I stomped his face until it was a bloody pulp, until it was unrecognizable. A humanoid shape, reduced to nothing but instinctive twitching and whimpering. Only then did I flip the golden desert eagle around, offering the grip to Su Wanqing. This animal is yours. Use this, so you don't have to dirty your hands. She took the gun and walked over to Long Tion, her hands trembling slightly, not from fear, but from pure, boiling rage. Chairman Long, did you ever imagine a day like this would come for you? Long Tion strained to lift his head, his single remaining eye filled with terror. Spare me. I have supplies. I have plenty of red jade coral. It's all yours. I'm begging you, let me live. Spare you. Su Wanqing smiled. A beautiful, hopeless, desolate smile as tears slid down her cheeks. When my mother simply stood up to oppose you, did you ever think of sparing her when you killed her? When my father was hacked to death buying time for me to escape, did you ever give him a single chance? Her voice grew louder and louder, until it finally became a scream. You didn't. You animal. Go to hell. The tears burst forth. She squeezed her eyes shut, but her finger clamped down hard on the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Every bullet in the magazine, one after another, poured into Long Tion's body. The gunshots echoed across the empty sea, each one a release of hatred. Only when she was spent did the gun slip from her hands. She collapsed, crouching on the deck with her head in her arms, weeping her heart out. In that sobbing, there was the satisfaction of vengeance fulfilled and the pain of losing the one she loved most. I waited quietly, letting her cry for a while, before I picked up the pistol and pulled her deep into my arms. There now, it's all over. If your parents are watching from above, they'd want you to live happily from now on, not cry until you look like a soggy little kitten. Her sobs gradually faded. She lifted her red, swollen eyes to look at me and gave a firm nod. I have to be strong. The 500-some survivors from Longmen will be here soon. We need to get ready fast. I looked at her, a sense of relief washing over me. This was exactly how the future femme fatale of 1,000 faces, the woman who would one day captivate the world, should be. Come on, let's head back to the ship. Back aboard the Hope, I didn't hesitate for a second. I slapped my hand against the hull of the Dragon King. Dismantle. Ding. Dismantling Dragon King, Silver 3-star. Ding. Dismantling successful. Obtained Abundance Ship Soul Core, Grade C, X1. Obtained Medium Fuel Engine, X1. Fish Detecting Radar Component Set, X1. Mechanical Fishing Rig, X1. Complete Net Set, X1. 1-bedroom blueprint and 1-bathroom blueprint. Obtained Steel X200, Timber X200, Glass X50, Advanced Parts X30. The system notifications flashed by, immediately followed by another. Detected. The Dragon King had a massive stockpile of supplies on board, all automatically transferred to the Hope. Player already possesses a C-grade ship soul core, and all upgrade materials are met. Perform plunder and upgrade simultaneously? Yes. I confirmed without hesitation. Ding. Ship soul abundance, C-grade, successfully plundered. Please select a new trait to lock in. 1. Enhance Windrider trait to B-grade. 2. Lock in abundance trait. Opening treasure chests aboard the vessel automatically yields double supplies. Lock it in abundance. This was only the beginning. The instant the plunder completed, a beam of white light exploded from the Hope's hull. Su Wanqing shut her eyes against the glare, clutching my arm tight. Don't be scared. It's upgrading. My eyes stayed fixed on the light. Bathed in the white glow, the hull began a violent transformation. The 5-meter frame stretched and widened at a visible pace, 6 meters, 7, 8. The steel plating along both sides thickened, gleaming with a cold, hard metallic sheen. Across the empty deck, all kinds of equipment sprouted out of thin air. 3 minutes later, the light faded. Where was there any trace of the little fishing boat now? In its place stood an 8-meter, sleek modern sport fishing vessel. I pressed my hand against the brand-new gunnel. The next second, a lavish stats panel materialized before my eyes. Vessel, Hope, Silver, 3 stars. Dimensions, 8.5 m times 4.2 m times 3.5 m. Durability, 500/500. Capacity, 6. Power, medium diesel engine, 200 horsepower. Speed, 45 knots plus 45 knots, Windrider, equals 90 knots. Ship soul, infinite plunder, SSS grade, unique. Lock trait 1 Windrider, C-grade speed plus 100%. Lock trait 2 Awakening, S-grade captain and crew automatically awaken extraordinary sequences. Lock trait 3 Abundance, C-grade double supplies from treasure chests. Modules, Power A, C radar, automatic net, hoist mechanical rig. Incredible. I couldn't hold back my rush of excitement. Su Wanqing darted around the deck, curiously running her hands over the new equipment. Jiang Chun, what's this fishing rod for? Fishing up treasure chests. It works on sea beasts too. And this net traps the sea beasts. Makes killing them a lot easier. She ducked into the cabin again. Come look. What are all these red dots crowding the radar? I leaned in. On the screen, hundreds of hostile red dots were closing in from every direction. My brow furrowed slightly, then smoothed out. The Outer Dragon Gate members. So Dragon. Come on, they're closing in on us. Su Wanqing's face went pale. They'll have us surrounded in minutes. Should we run? Run. I pointed at the pile of supplies in the corner. These guys don't have any real weapons. We just took a dozen guns off them. I paused. Besides, they're the biggest prize of the day. Sharp as ever, her beautiful eyes flashed with realization. You want to take the entire Longmen Guild. Exactly. In this game, no matter how hard one person grinds, there's a limit to what you can grab alone. I smiled. So this Longmen? I'm taking it. Before I finished speaking, the noise outside had already erupted. Listen up, everyone on that boat. You're surrounded. Hand over your leader. You killed our guild master. Today we'll make sure there's nothing left of you to bury. I grabbed the megaphone, pushed open the door, and strode out onto the deck. Well, damn. The sea was packed with speedboats, rafts, and canoes, at least 500 of them, choking the waters completely. Players gripped harpoons, steel pipes, and sharpened wooden spears. Without a trace of fear, I raised the megaphone, my voice carrying across the water. Your guild master? I already killed him. Anyone who wants to join him, come and get some. The words dropped like a stone into water, sending ripples through the crowd. This kid's insane. Brothers, all together, tear his boat apart. He's just one guy. 500 of us can bury him alive. A few boats couldn't hold back and charged straight in. My eyes went cold. I drew the golden desert eagle from my waist. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots. The 3 men at the front had their foreheads burst open in a spray of blood. The roaring sea fell instantly, deathly silent. Every pair of eyes went wide, staring at me, the golden-gunned demon god. No one dared to stick their neck out anymore. That was exactly the effect I wanted. I lowered the gun and raised the megaphone again, my voice tinged with amusement. How much is Longtian paying you? A few $100 a month? Is that worth dying for? Silence. After a long moment, a middle-aged man in the crowd worked up the courage to step forward. Brother, we don't actually want revenge for that animal Longtian, but all our supplies, for all 500 of us, are on his boat. We're depending on the food and water he hands out just to survive. Now the boat and everything on it belongs to you. You've got to give us something. Otherwise, we can't live. And if we're going down, we're taking a chunk out of you first. That's right. Give us back our supplies, or we go all in. I was about to open my mouth to shut them down when a cool, soft little hand gently rested on the back of the one holding the megaphone. Jiang Chun, let me handle this next part. You're coming off too aggressive. I turned. Su Wanqing had followed me out at some point. After a moment of silence, I lowered the megaphone and stepped back. Fine. Don't sell yourself short. Myself. Look at that crowd out there on the water, I said. People who've never been through hell don't know how dark the human heart can be. Su Wanqing gave me a reassuring look and walked alone to the very front of the deck. The sea breeze stirred her long hair. Her white shirt and black skirt traced a breathtaking silhouette. Against that blood-soaked sea, she looked like a black rose standing apart from the world, instantly seizing everyone's attention. Who was that woman? So beautiful. I think I'm falling in love. Isn't she with the guy who killed the boss? She doesn't look like a bad person. Many hands loosened their grip on their weapons without realizing it. Su Wanqing surveyed the crowd and raised the megaphone. Hello, everyone. My name is Su Wanqing. Her voice was gentle. I know that right now, you're full of anger, fear, and confusion. You came here for one reason, to take back what belongs to you, and then survive in this godforsaken apocalypse. One sentence, and it struck home with every single person there. She paused. A perfectly measured sadness crossed her stunning face, and her eyes reddened. I'm just like you. I once fought for scraps of food. And my parents died at Long Tian's hands. The crowd erupted. The boss killed her parents? No wonder she wants revenge. That animal Long Tian had it coming. He sank a man's boat just to take his wife. I saw it with my own eyes. He broke a guy's legs and threw him into the sea to feed the fish. The hostility vanished in an instant, replaced by sympathy. Su Wanqing raised a hand, pressing down gently, and the crowd fell silent. But let me ask you, say you take back your supplies today. Then what? Will you actually be able to live in peace? Why did you join Longmen in the first place? And why did you hand over all your supplies? No one answered. Her voice suddenly rose, her eyes blazing. Because every one of you has survived the bloody 24 hours. Out there are mutated sea beasts that devour anyone in sight. and predatory players just waiting to hunt down anyone who's alone. In this apocalyptic sea, what matters more than supplies is unity, is protection. What you really want is a harbor to shelter you from the storm, a group where you can finally sleep in peace. Am I right? Yes. A middle-aged man was the first to roar, his face flushed red. We just want to band together and survive. Nobody wants to live in fear every single day. Being alone is impossible. Yesterday, I almost got dragged underwater by a marine iguana. Long Tian never cared whether we lived or died. He just used us as tools to harvest coral. The resentment they'd bottled up for so long finally exploded. Su Wanqing listened quietly. Only when the uproar began to die down did she reveal her true purpose. If you were willing to endure a longmen that treated human lives like weeds, then why not join a new longmen? One that's far stronger? She spun around abruptly, her delicate hand pointing at me where I leaned against the doorframe. My captain, Jiang Chun. He's stronger than Long Tian, and he knows how to protect his people. He's promised me that if you join, you'll be treated even better. New Dragon Gate. Better treatment? Is that true? The crowd erupted again, but this time it wasn't anger. It was hope. Goddess, as long as you're here, we're in. We don't trust him, but we trust you. Su Wanqing raised the megaphone, flashing a smile that could bring the world to its knees. Of course I'm with the New Dragon Gate. I'm your vice president. But we have new rules here, and not just anyone gets in. We don't feed deadweight, and we sure as hell don't feed ingrates. If you want to join, you follow orders without question and obey the captain's every command. The rules will be 100 times stricter than before. Anyone who can't handle that, grab your supplies and go, right now. I want to join. For the goddess, I'd walk through fire. Stick with the strong, and there's always meat on the table. Almost no one left. They'd seen my marksmanship and been completely won over by Su Wanqing. Who would want to leave now? Leaving meant going back to the precarious life of a lone wanderer. Staying meant shelter, supplies, and this peerless beauty standing before them. This wasn't even a decision. Watching over 500 people cheer goddess, I felt more than a little awkward inside. I'd risked my life to kill Long Tian and seize the ship, and a woman had stolen all the limelight. But I also knew the truth. If I'd handled it, I could have killed a wave, scared off another, and been lucky to keep half. She just stood there, said a few words, shed a few tears, and not only did all 500 stay, every one of them was fired up. This kind of influence. If it weren't for the ironclad rule that the captain holds absolute control over his crew, I might have worried about getting sidelined and losing my power entirely. So this was the truth. Real power isn't always held in a fist. Sometimes, the human heart is the sharpest blade of all. Just then, Su Wanqing walked over with a light, springy step, unable to hide her smugness. Jiang Chun, aren't I amazing? Landing me was like striking gold. Hee. Looking at her fishing for praise, I didn't know whether to laugh or be annoyed. Fine, you're the capable one. Just wait till tonight. I'll deal with you then. As I spoke, I pressed the golden desert eagle into her hands. Take this for protection. Everything's in your hands now. I've got a lot on my mind. I'm going to my cabin for some quiet. She froze for a moment. Then, as if understanding something, the corners of her lips curved up. Of course, my rush to the cabin wasn't really for quiet. My extraordinary sequence had been awakened for a full day now, and aside from swallowing a dozen or so source crystals at the very start, I hadn't replenished anything since. As an extraordinary, my physical condition was still barely different from an ordinary person's. The ship had been upgraded. The faction had taken its initial shape, and my own strength had become my biggest weakness. On this treacherous sea, only the power in your own hands could be trusted. The Dragon King had stored up supplies from over 500 people. There was bound to be no shortage of source crystals. I headed straight for the corner and quickly dug out the two most valuable finds from the pile of crates. One held over 100 blood-red pieces of scarlet jade coral. After the cold wave hit, this stuff would be worth a fortune, and it would only get pricier over time. Now was far from the right moment to sell. I closed the lid and opened the other one. A full crate, packed with source crystals. A rough count put it at 500, at least. Jackpot, I muttered. Grinding these off monsters myself would have taken who knows how long. I hauled the crate into the newly added bedroom from the upgrade, small and bare bones. But it had a bed and a bathroom. At least I wouldn't have to curl up in the pilot's seat to sleep anymore. I sat cross-legged on the bed and grabbed a handful of source crystals, shoving them into my mouth. More than a dozen icy crystals dissolved the instant they touched my tongue. The next second, a surge of vast yet gentle energy coursed through every limb and vein. A full day and night of exhaustion washed away in an instant, so satisfying I nearly groaned out loud. Absorbed first-tier source crystal times 13. Strength 1416, agility 1417. Constitution 1518, spirit 3233. I didn't stop. I grabbed another handful. 20, 30, 50. The moment the previous wave of energy digested, I swallowed the next round. Pure energy scoured through me, reinforcing muscle, bone, and meridian. My physical stats skyrocketed at a terrifying pace. Strength 25, agility 28, constitution 29, spirit 39. The crate was nearly half empty before my hands finally slowed. Not because I wanted to stop, my body simply couldn't take any more. The overflowing energy rampaged inside me, sending out waves of stabbing pain. So this is the first tier limit. I gritted through the pain and pulled up my stat panel. Player, Jiangchun. Tier, first tier transcendent, peak. Sequence, Divine Eye, 181. Strength, 42, agility, 45, constitution, 44, spirit, 49. Divine Eye, hidden hint. Transcendent item required to advance to second tier, Violet Spirit Stone. The panel held no surprises. Everything was exactly as I'd expected. But that line about advancing tiers, that gave me a huge thrill. In my past life, countless players had been stuck dead at this threshold, never breaking through in their entire lives. Every transcendent advancing a tier had to find an ascension item that shared the same origin as their sequence, and it differed for each tier. Absorb the wrong one, and at best you'd suffer a serious injury from conflicting stats. At worst, you'd drop dead on the spot. Even choosing the right same origin item, if it didn't match your current tier, you'd severely damage your potential and cut off your own path forward. But my divine eye, I could see straight through to the most critical hidden information. In my past life, breaking through from rank 1 to rank 2 took me 3 whole months, poring over every document, consulting every expert I could find. And in the end, the choice I made wasn't even the optimal one. My absorption efficiency plummeted, and I was stuck at rank 5 for the rest of my life. Now, all I had to do was follow the blueprint. And while Violet Spirit Stones were valuable, they weren't exactly rare. In the early stages, they could easily fall into other players' hands. The answer some people spend their entire lives searching for was laid out before me in a single line of text. The heavenly way was never fair. It rewards the diligent, and it rewards the prepared. I was just about to open the trade channel to search for leads when the door swung open. Su Wanqing walked in carrying a glass of milk. When she saw the source crystals scattered across the bed, her delicate brows knitted together. What do you want with those things? You can't eat them, you can't use them, and they weigh a ton. I gave her a mysterious smile. Who says you can't eat them? Her expression shifted slightly. You didn't actually eat a rock, did you? I heard that stuff chips your teeth and won't digest. Don't go giving yourself kidney stones. I explained helplessly. Ordinary people obviously can't eat them. But for us transcendents, they're the only way to grow stronger. Once you awaken your sequence, everyone gets an attribute panel. The energy in source crystals can be digested by the body to enhance your base attributes. She froze completely, staring at the source crystals she dismissed as pretty rocks, and murmured, "Ordinary people can't use them. Only transcendents can." I thought she'd short-circuited and was about to comfort her, when a light I'd never seen before suddenly blazed in her eyes. She grabbed my arm. "Jiangchun, we're about to strike it rich again. Source crystals are probably going to become the hard currency of this game, like gold before the apocalypse. And right now, we're the only two who know this secret. Everyone else thinks they're junk." The more she talked, the more excited she got, pacing back and forth in the little bedroom, her mind racing at an astonishing speed. From this moment on, except for the most basic living supplies, we trade everything for source crystals. Fire burned in her eyes. We have to move before anyone else catches on. Whatever it takes, we hoard as much as we possibly can. Su Wanqing's words left me stunned. I was a reincarnator. That's the only reason I knew source crystals would become the apocalypse's hard currency. Yet with just a few words, she'd arrived at the exact same conclusion. She'd even worked out a whole development plan. She could manage, she understood trading, she could sniff out an opportunity, and she'd even mastered the art of psychological manipulation. In the end, I couldn't help but ask, Wanqing, what exactly did you do before the apocalypse? She lifted her chin, then waved her hand with feigned modesty. Oh, I'm nobody special. I just ran a group worth about 10 billion. That's all. Just pocket change. Not worth mentioning. The corner of my mouth twitched violently. Halfway there, I was. The woman I'd forcibly taken as mine turned out to be the CEO of a $100 billion empire. Before the apocalypse, a regular guy like me wouldn't have even been worthy of getting near her. But now, she hung on my every word. Life sure is unpredictable. What's the matter, stunned? She nudged me with her elbow. Don't worry, I'll earn tons and tons of source crystals. From now on, I'll take care of you. I rolled my eyes. The apocalypse isn't like the old days. Tell me, how do you handle things out there? The moment we got down to business, she dropped the flirtatious act and turned serious. Longman's main tasks are finding treasure chests, killing sea beasts, and harvesting scarlet jade coral. I split them into teams of 5, 8-hour shifts, more work for more pay. She paused. But there's one thing, don't get mad when you hear it. What is it? The 13 handguns we seized, I gave them to 13 men and formed an enforcement squad to patrol and supervise. For one thing, they can clear out the iron-spine piranhas while regular members harvest coral, cutting down casualties. For another, they'll stop anyone from slacking off or hoarding supplies. My expression darkened. Handguns are the most intimidating weapons we've got right now. Are the men you picked reliable? Don't go raising a pack of ungrateful wolves. This wasn't paranoia. In my past life, I'd seen far too many teams torn apart by infighting over poorly distributed weapons until they collapsed entirely. Human hearts are often far more dangerous than any sea beast. That's exactly the point. She smiled. Those 13 men? I used my charm skill on every one of them and planted a seed of love in their hearts. Now, forget betraying me. If I told them to die, they wouldn't hesitate for even a second. Isn't that a good thing? I asked, puzzled. What would I be mad about? I was just worried you'd get jealous, you know? Since so many men are so wildly in love with me. I burst out laughing. Su Wanqing, you have no idea how attractive you are. Even without your charm skill, the simps who'd want to kneel at your feet would line up from bow to stern. But the more attractive you are, the prouder I feel. After all, you're my woman, and you're not going anywhere. Hearing that, and seeing I really wasn't upset, she finally relaxed completely, then slipped into an alluring, bone-melting expression. In that case, as the captain's woman, shouldn't I do something for you while the night is quiet and everyone's asleep? Her slender fingers undid the buttons of her shirt as she stepped closer, her eyes shimmering like rippling water. I swallowed hard, still trying to hold on to some restraint. Wanqing, aren't you? On your period right now. Hee, it's gone as of tonight. So I can do whatever I want. The third button came undone, revealing an expanse of snow-white collarbone. Speaking of sequences, though, I just thought of something more fun. The words had barely left her lips when a shimmer of pale purple light flashed across her body and vanished. In an instant, her face and entire demeanor transformed. As the violet glow faded, a woman stood before me. Same clothes, but a completely different face. I stared dumbstruck. You could use a power like that for this? Purely in terms of looks, this new face wasn't necessarily prettier than her own. But that wasn't the point. This was the face that had haunted my dreams for countless nights in my past life. Who could possibly resist that? I steeled myself. If I couldn't resist, then I wouldn't. To hell with restraint. I pinned her down onto the bed. You gotta steal the spotlight all day. Now you want to ride me at night too? Listen up. This time, I'm the one calling the shots. The night passed without another word. The next morning, I woke first. The first thing I saw was her face, restored to its original beauty, still fast asleep. Even after the madness of last night, looking at her now still left my mouth dry. I carefully slid my arm out from under her, trying not to wake her. She woke up anyway, rubbing her eyes as she sat up and stretched shamelessly. Awake already? Captain, So, did I take good care of you last night? Not bad. Just not bad. Her brow arched. I pulled out all the stops for you. She threw off the covers and padded over barefoot, wrapping her arms around my neck. How about we go one more round right now? I promise I'll make you change your answer. I caught her wandering hands, caught between laughter and exasperation. Enough. Business first. Isn't this business? She refused to budge. From now on, we just enjoy life. Let the people below us handle the rest. The way she saw it, a guild leader only needed to steer the big picture, and resources would flow in endlessly. Even if the two of us kicked back and did absolutely nothing, she was confident that with the Hope's potential, she could build Dragon Gate into the #1 guild in the world. I shook my head, gripped her hands, and turned serious. This game isn't as simple as you think. The dangers ahead are only going to get worse. One step too slow, and we pay with our lives. We can't afford to let our guard down for even a single day. Understand, true strength was never about resting on past achievements. It was about always staying one step ahead of your rivals. She knew this wasn't the time to be playful. Fine, fine, I'll do whatever you say. But still, Dragon Gate was just founded. As the leader, you should show your face more, build up your reputation. How about we go hunt some sea beasts today? Then let go of me, will you? Get up and get ready. Half an hour later, the Hope sailed into the core operations zone of Dragon Gate. The sea was alive with busy figures. Source crystals, treasure chests, and red jade coral kept pouring in. Fished out of the sea, then collected by dedicated crew members and stored in Su Wanqing's trading space. A few small boats passed by. Morning, Vice President Su. Good morning, goddess. The 5 guys on the boats turned beet red the moment they saw her, eyes burning with excitement. She smiled and waved, and those guys instantly looked like they'd been shot up with adrenaline. From start to finish, not a single one of them spared me a second glance, like I was just some tag-along at her side. My face darkened a little, but this same scene kept repeating for the rest of the way. Vice President, check out the treasure chest I fished up, black iron grade. Vice President, this coral patch is almost cleared out. Where to next? The enthusiastic greetings never stopped, but not one of them was directed at me, the actual president. I stuffed my hands in my pockets, kept a straight face, but inside I was screaming. I'm the president. You bunch of thirsty simps. Just then, a speedboat pulled up. A tall, dark-skinned young man stood as straight as a spear. Vice President Su. I'm Wang Ming from the enforcement squad, reporting for duty. Under our protection, harvesting efficiency has gone up several times over today. Before nightfall, we expect to break 500 pieces of red jade coral. Excellent. Keep it up. She tossed off a couple words of encouragement. Wang Ming floated off on cloud 9, saluting as he left. The second he got a little ways off, he couldn't wait to brag on the squad channel. Guys, Vice President Su talked to me personally, and she even praised our work. The channel exploded instantly. Ming, your luck is off the charts. So jealous. Why doesn't she ever come inspect my zone? Ming, you're buying drinks tonight for sure. Listening to the cheers in the distance, then looking at the woman beside me grinning ear to ear, I finally couldn't hold it in. These pathetic simps act like I don't even exist. It's infuriating. She burst out laughing, shaking with mirth. Ah, is our great President Jiang jealous? We were still flirting when an urgent alert suddenly went off on her private channel. Her smile vanished as she answered. The next second, a panicked cry for help burst through. Vice President Su. We've got a problem. Coordinates. 80-642. Dozens of iron-toothed sharks just showed up out of nowhere. The guys can't hold them back. Several boats have already capsized. Requesting backup. Her expression changed in an instant, and she immediately gave the order on the management channel. All enforcement squads near 80-642 provide backup immediately. Everyone else, hold your positions, do not approach. Once she'd finished coordinating, she turned to me. Should we head over too? Might as well let everyone see the might of the real president. My eyes sharpened. I barked straight at the helmsman. Coordinates 80-642. Full speed ahead. In just 2 minutes, the Hope surged across. Over the past few kilometers, a scene of pure carnage slammed into view. 7 or 8 small boats were being torn apart by a swarm of sharks, each over 3 meters long, jet black from head to tail, jaws lined with razor-sharp teeth. Bam! An iron-toothed shark rammed the side of a canopy boat, and the fragile hull shattered instantly. Two players screamed as they plunged into the water. Help! Their cries lasted barely 3 seconds before two sharks lunged. Soon, only two mangled corpses remained on the surface, surrounded by a spreading stain of crimson. Farther out, a dozen or so people who'd fallen overboard thrashed desperately, their sobs and screams blending into one. Look, it's the vice president's ship. The goddess has come to save us. The arrival of the Hope became the only light in this living hell. The survivors swam frantically toward it, the fire of survival reigniting in their eyes. But no one in the water could outswim a born predator. A female player trailing at the very back was about to be overtaken. A shark had already opened its blood-red maw. She squeezed her eyes shut in despair. At the very last second, bam! A gunshot ripped through the air. A hole burst open on the shark's back, and it recoiled in pain, twisting away and diving back into the deep, abandoning its prey. The female player's eyes snapped open, and she saw him. The man on the deck, gripping a golden desert eagle, standing tall and unwavering as a pine. It's the president. The president saved me. That heart-wrenching cry jolted everyone awake, as if from a dream. That's right, they still had a president. A man ruthless enough to single-handedly slaughter the entire elite guard of former Dragon Gate. President, help us. President, please save us. The rising cries for help finally no longer belonged to the goddess alone. But standing on the deck, my expression was anything but relaxed. The first shot had only scared the shark off. I immediately activated Divine Eye. Species, iron-toothed shark. Rank, Tier, 1 elite mutated sea beast. Strength, 27 agility, 23 constitution, 28 willpower, 3. Traits, frenzied, bloodthirsty, pack hunter, never abandons locked-on prey. Weaknesses, underbelly eyes. My brow furrowed. I raised the gun and fired off several rounds. Bam, bam, bam. The bullets struck the shark's flanks with precision, blossoming into sprays of blood. But the Golden Desert Eagle's strengths were unlimited ammo and a flashy look. Its damage was limited. Worse, the bullets lost most of their force punching through the water, nowhere near enough to kill sharks with a constitution of 28. All I could do was slow them down. Jiang Chun, look. That shark pack is closing in again. Su Wanqing's pretty face went pale. At this rate, everyone in the water is going to die. I holstered the pistol, my gaze turning cold, and drew a jet-black dagger from my waist. Guns won't kill these beasts, so I'll get in the water and play with them myself. What? Before she could react, I'd already dived headfirst into the freezing water. Jiang Chun. No, she screamed, her voice raw with terror, rushing to the railing, only to find an expanding ring of ripples. The chief jumped in. He's insane, fighting dozens of sharks barehanded. Everyone was stunned. Even Wang Meng's scalp went numb. No matter how deadly your aim, guns were useless underwater. And those were dozens of iron-toothed sharks. The water was their home turf. The female player I'd just rescued clamped a hand over her mouth as tears burst free. She couldn't understand why the man who'd pulled her back from the brink of death would throw his own life away. Across the entire surface of the sea, there was nothing but heavy breathing and stifled sobs. Every eye locked onto the patch of water where I'd gone under. The water churned. Crimson spread through it. But strangely, the gruesome sight they'd imagined, a human body torn to shreds, never came. Instead, look, what is that? A sharp-eyed player pointed at the water, his voice trembling. An enormous shark carcass slowly floated to the surface. Its belly had been ripped open in a savage gash, blood clouding the water. Then a second, a third. One after another, they bobbed up like dumplings dropped into boiling water. Every single one bore fatal wounds. Eye sockets punctured through, or bellies split wide open. Less than 10 minutes. Those dozens of hopeless, terrifying iron-toothed sharks had all become cold corpses drifting on the surface. The crowd stared, eyes wide, mouths agape, brains completely short-circuited. Could it be the chief really had wiped out an entire pack of sharks underwater, alone, with a single knife? As if to confirm their suspicions, a figure burst from the water, and quickly climbed onto the deck. It was me, covered head to toe in shark blood, the knife in my hand chipped and notched, but I didn't have a scratch on me. The truth was, I'd known exactly what I was doing. My divine eye and its dynamic vision worked just as well underwater and combined with physical attributes far beyond any sharks and my combat experience from a past life. From the moment I dove in, this had been destined to be a one-sided slaughter. A true master never fights a battle he can't win. Su Wanqing was the first to rush over, throwing her arms around me and holding on tight, heedless of the blood. You scared me half to death. If something had happened to you, what was I supposed to do? There was no if, I said, gently patting her back. I had it under control. And those players, still shaken to the core, looked at the two of us locked in an embrace, then at the sea full of shark carcasses, and something in their eyes changed completely. If Su Wanqing was the goddess who brought hope, then I was a god of death walking the earth. A marksman who could take an enemy's head from 100 meters. A monster who could butcher an entire pack of sharks underwater with a single knife. This already went far beyond there. I'll translate this Chinese text into natural American English. Realization. After a brief, dead silence, someone, no one knew who, reacted first. Thud. He dropped to his knees on the deck. Guild Master Jiang. Long live Guild Master Jiang. One voice, faint perhaps, but like a stone cast into the center of a lake, sending ripples in every direction. Guild Master Jiang is a badass. Long live Guild Master Jiang. Wang Ming was among the crowd too, watching everyone worship me, remembering how he'd ignored the guild master earlier. His face burned with shame. Now he understood completely. Vice Guild Master Su was a goddess. But this man before him, he was the only thing that could keep them alive on this endless sea of blood. Hundreds of people knelt toward me, the cries of Guild Master crashing over the water like waves. There wasn't a trace of pleasure on my face. My eyes were cold as iron dredged from the deep sea. Someone tell me, which enforcement officer was responsible for these waters? The crowd fell silent in an instant. The fervent air froze solid. A moment later, a speedboat came limping in from the back of the crowd. A young man stood aboard, soaked to the bone, his face ashen, the hand gripping his gun trembling. Guild Master, it was me. Li Wei. This area, it's under my charge. My gaze pinned him in place. The guild's territory map states it plainly. Only scattered first-tier sea beasts here, minimal danger. So tell me, where did these dozens of ironfang sharks come from? He shook harder, his teeth chattering. Under my stare, the stare of a man about to kill, he finally spat out the truth. The waters ahead, the crimson jade coral is denser, easier to harvest. I wanted to do more for the guild, so I led the team deeper without permission. I didn't expect the sea beasts there to be so vicious. The moment we got close, the ironfang sharks surrounded us. His voice cracked into a sob. For the guild, I sneered, without a shred of warmth. Whether it was for the guild or to show off in front of Vice Guild Master Su. You know the answer. But your reckless greed for glory got 7 brothers killed. So tell me, what should the punishment be? Thud. His legs gave out. He knelt on the deck, slamming his head against it in desperation. Guild Master, I was wrong. Please, give me one more chance. If begging worked, what would you need a guild master for? Terror seized him. He whipped his head toward the other side of the hope, crying out, Vice Guild Master Su, save me. I don't want to die. In the end, Su Wanqing's heart softened. She gently tugged at my sleeve. Jiang Chun, his intentions were good. It's not a crime worth dying for. Wang Ming worked up the courage to chime in. That's right, Guild Master. He's usually solid. He just made one foolish mistake. Shut up. I spun around sharply. Wang Ming's neck shrank into his shoulders, and he didn't dare say another word. I looked at Su Wanqing, my gaze harsher than ever before. His crime doesn't deserve death? What about the 7 people he got killed? They had families too. They wanted to live too. Go ask them right now. Does this man deserve to die? Her delicate body trembled. Her face went white, and she couldn't say a word. I turned to face everyone, my voice carrying across the sea. You follow me for one reason, to survive in this apocalypse. As your guild master, it's my duty to keep you safe. But a guild has its rules. Orders are absolute, obedience unconditional. That's Longman's first iron law. No matter who you are, No matter how great your contributions, if you defy an order and harm your comrades, there's only one outcome. I raised the golden desert eagle. Its black muzzle pointed straight at Li Wei, who stood ashen-faced on the deck. Death. Dead silence. A chill shot up from the feet of hundreds of people straight to the crowns of their heads. They finally understood. I wasn't just the man who could save them from a pack of sharks. I was the king who held the power of life and death. After the silence, the crowd erupted into an even more fervent roar. The guildmaster's right. There's no order without rules. Orders are absolute. Orders are absolute. They were all people who had clawed their way through the apocalypse to survive. They understood better than anyone. A scattered pile of sand would eventually be swallowed by the waves. Only iron-blooded discipline could build a true harbor. Su Wanqing gazed quietly at my back, her beautiful eyes flickering with a strange light. She wasn't angry. Instead, she seemed to understand something. She stepped forward, picked up the megaphone, her voice cold and resolute. The guild master is right. Longman's rules must never be broken. Li Wei, do it yourself. Don't make things hard for the guild master. Even the goddess, in his heart, had pronounced his death sentence. The last spark of light in Li Wei's eyes went out completely. Wang Ming steered his boat over, patted Li Wei's shoulder, and sighed. Brother, it's not that we won't help you. Think of it as doing this for Deputy Guild Master Su. Don't make her lose face in front of the guild master. Li Wei's body jolted. Suddenly he understood something. He slowly raised his head, no longer begging, just gazing blankly at Su Wanqing with a bitter smile. Deputy Guild Master Su, I'm sorry. I failed you. To get to see you one last time before I die, this life was worth it. He turned again and bowed deeply to all the Longmen members across the water. Brothers, I've wronged you, and even more, I've wronged the ones I got killed. Li Wei offers his apology to you all. As his words fell, he leaped. Splash. Water sprayed up, then quickly settled. Li Wei sank beneath the surface. No struggle, no cry for help. The whole crowd fell silent. Everyone was shaken by this iron-blooded ruthlessness. When they looked at me now, there was something more in their eyes, absolute obedience. I lowered the gun. Hashtag the cold sweep across the crowd. My gaze swept coldly across everyone present. I know some of you probably think I'm cold-blooded, but out here on these waters, one small mistake can wipe out an entire team. Mercy for those who break the rules is cruelty to those who follow them. I pointed to the bodies of the fallen. The guild takes full responsibility for these brothers' deaths. All their supplies go to their families and friends. Li Wei's supplies will be used to compensate every single person injured today. The crowd stirred. The grief and fear that had gripped them moments ago vanished instantly. There was punishment, but also reward. There was iron discipline, but also warmth. This was the leader they wanted. The chairman is wise. We'll follow you to the death. I didn't want mindless worshippers. I wanted an iron army of absolute obedience. Today, with a single life, I laid the first cornerstone of Longmen. Wang Ming. Here. His voice was even louder than before. Half an hour. Gather all members and the 12 enforcement officers. Assemble here. Yes, sir. He gave a military salute and sped off in his boat. Su Wanqing finally couldn't hold back and stepped forward. Jiang Chun, you're making such a big show of this. You're planning to. There's too little coral in this safe zone, and it's too spread out. I nodded. Since there's a better place, we should make good use of it. But the sea beasts there are more vicious, she said, worried. We've only got a dozen pistols. We can't hold off elite-tier sea beasts. The casualties will be heavy. It's a survival game. People are going to die. My voice was cold as ice. If you want to live better than others, everyone has to fight for it. Taking the most resources without shedding any blood, there's no such thing in this world. She was stunned by my resolve. With a soft sigh, she gave up trying to dissuade me and instead began calculating how to minimize the casualties. Don't look like the sky's falling. I reached out and pinched her tense cheek. With proper deployment, plus me overseeing things, it won't be a big problem. She nodded. Then we'll do it your way. But after this fight, the enforcement team is too weak. I need to collect more weapons and expand our numbers. That's your department. I trust you. As we spoke, boats came speeding in from the distant waters, one after another, converging on our position. Once the last person had returned, I picked up the megaphone. Brothers, No one has ever set foot in the waters ahead. There are undiscovered treasure chests out there, 10 times the red jade coral we have here. But the danger is 10 times greater too. I won't force anyone. If you're afraid to die, you can leave Long Min right now. For those willing to venture out with me, I promise, today's haul will be several times over. Tell me, what's your choice? After a brief silence, a thunderous roar erupted like a tidal wave. I'll translate this Chinese text into natural American English. Go. Let's charge in with the chairman. With the chairman here, what are a few sea beasts? After witnessing my shark-slaying prowess, who would want to stay in this barren wasteland? Fortune favors the bold, a truth that couldn't be more evident in this apocalypse. Good. I turned to the 12 enforcers and issued my orders. Wang Ming, split the enforcement team into 4 groups and patrol the perimeter of the fleet. Remember, your job isn't to fight. It's reconnaissance and early warning. The moment you spot a large-scale sea beast swarm, sound the alarm immediately. Do not engage under any circumstances. Understood. Understood. All 12 roared in unison. Everyone else, form teams of 10 ships and harvest the coral. All hands, target waters ahead, full speed. A fleet of over 500 ships surged forward in a mighty procession toward that uncharted sea. When we arrived, everyone was struck speechless. The water glowed a stunning pale crimson. Sunlight pierced the crystal-clear surface, revealing an impenetrable forest beneath. Countless red jade corals blanketing the entire seabed in an unbroken expanse. The cheers were deafening. We're rich. We're rich. There's so much coral we don't even need to search. Just scoop it up. One member casually thrust his spear and hauled up a massive chunk, his face flushed with excitement. Someone with sharp eyes spotted a faint glimmer among the coral. A chest. I see a treasure chest. The elation was almost enough to bring the whole sea to a boil. Even the ever-composed Su Wanqing couldn't hide her delight, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at me. Jiang Chun, we came to the right place, she calculated excitedly. The reserves here are at least dozens of times what we had before. If we clear it all out, imagine how many supplies we could trade for when the cold wave hits tomorrow night. I nodded with a smile, my chest swelling with pride, and immediately gave the order. The enforcers just reported back, no sea beasts within 10 nautical miles. We're safe for now. Everyone, start harvesting immediately, and be quick about it. All treasure chests are to be turned in to the Hope at once, to be opened and distributed solely by Vice Chairman Su. No one is to keep anything for themselves. Violators will be dealt with under the Iron Law. Yes, Chairman. With Li Wei's fate as a warning, no one dared to slack off in the slightest. The 500-plus ships spread out and threw themselves into the frenzied harvest. Su Wanqing and I stayed behind on the Hope, waiting for the supplies to come in. The first speedboat pulled up quickly. The man aboard, his face alight with excitement, handed over a net bag brimming with red jade coral. Vice Chairman Su, this is our squad's first haul. She smiled encouragingly. Well done. Keep it up. Energized by her smile, the man drove off like he'd been shot full of adrenaline. The boats came in an endless stream. Before long, a small mountain of coral had piled up on the deck. At that moment, Wang Ming personally escorted a black iron treasure chest over. Squad 3's brothers just found this. Here, delivery for you. Su Wanqing took it and shot me a wink, brimming with anticipation. I got the message and placed my hand on the chest. Ding. Opening black iron chest. Ship's sole trait, abundance, activated. Resources doubled. Obtained. Black truffles times 20 jars. Caviar times 20 jars. Premium beef times 20 caddies. Obtained. Steel times 40. Lumber times 40. Su Wanqing's eyes crinkled into a smile as she immediately grabbed the radio. Squad 3 earns a merit. Tonight, everyone gets an extra caddy of beef as a reward. Thank you, Vice Chairwoman. That little moment completely lit a fire under everyone. Who wouldn't want to find a chest? You'd get rewards and a personal shout-out from the goddess Vice Chairwoman. Across the entire Crimson Sea, cries of "Find the chests" echoed everywhere. The hauls kept coming, and the rush of opening chest after chest never stopped. Chairman, Vice Chairwoman, our squad found one too. Another bronze chest was brought over. I reached out. Ship's sole trait, abundance, activated. Resources doubled. Obtained 9mm ammo times 100, Type 92 pistols times 2. Obtained kitchen blueprints times 2. Perfect, now we can cook our own meals. Su Wanqing picked up the blueprints, delighted. Time flew by, and dusk was upon us before we knew it. The orange-red sunset spilled across the crimson sea, a sight so beautiful it was almost intoxicating. Notebook in hand, Su Wanqing reported the afternoon's staggering haul. Jiang Chun, guess how much red jade coral we pulled in today? She paused to build suspense, then revealed it herself, unable to hide her excitement. Over 2,300 pieces. And that's not even counting what's still coming in, plus a ton of food, fresh water, and building materials. But the most important thing is this. She handed me a list like she was presenting a treasure. We opened 22 pistols total, along with over 2,000 rounds. The enforcement squad went from 13 members to a full 35, and every single one of them is armed. I nodded, satisfied. This enforcement squad would be Longman's sharpest fangs, and my strongest guarantee for keeping these 500-plus people in line. With it, Longman could finally be called a proper stronghold in the making. Just as Su Wanqing was basking in her success, ready to fish for a bit more praise, a frantic, panicked cry suddenly came from the direction of the enforcement squad's patrol. Vice Chairwoman, we've got trouble. A massive swarm of sea beasts is closing in fast from the east. The count is, at least several hundred. ETA 10 minutes. Wang Ming's voice blasted across the water through the speaker. The smiles of a bountiful harvest froze in an instant. What? Several hundred. We're surrounded? Panic spread like wildfire. Many people instinctively began turning their boats around, and the sea descended into chaos. Su Wanqing's face went white as she gripped my arm. Several hundred. There's no way our people can hold them off. What are you panicking for? I barked the order, my expression as calm as if that beast tide, enough to wipe out 500 people, wasn't even worth mentioning. I snatched the megaphone, my steady, forceful voice cutting through all the noise. All units, listen up. Every harvesting vessel, close ranks toward the center immediately and form a circular defensive formation. I'll say it once more. Anyone who deserts under fire or breaks formation dies where they stand. Those last words carried a bone-chilling, killing intent. The chaotic sea went dead silent in an instant. Those about to flee froze in place, as if doused with ice water. They remembered how ruthlessly I'd slaughtered that shark, how mercilessly I'd driven Li Wei to take his own life. In the end, their fear of death outweighed their fear of the sea beasts. The ships began to gather as ordered. Still panicked, but no longer collapsing. With the situation temporarily stabilized, I calmly turned to Wang Ming. Did you get a clear look at what they are? Common grade or elite grade? Reporting, President. It's a school of flame fin tuna. Most are Tier 1 commons, but there are a few dozen mixed in that are a size bigger. Those have to be elite grade. Before he'd even finished, a massive shadow churning the water had appeared at the edge of my vision. I activated Divine Eye. Immediately, my gaze piercing the vast distance to land on that swarm of fish. Data surfaced in an instant. Species, flame fin tuna. Rank, Tier 1 common mutated sea beast. Strength, 12 agility, 15 constitution, 13. Traits, schooling, timid, exceptionally tender flesh, rich in high-energy protein. Consumption rapidly restores stamina. Hidden note. They appear to have been driven off by a powerful Tier 2 sea beast and are currently fleeing in extreme terror. The moment I finished reading, I felt no relief. Instead, alarm bells screamed in my head. These Tier 1 tuna? Even ordinary members could handle them. Those few dozen elites, with doubled stats, posed no threat to me either. What made my scalp crawl was that hidden note. A Tier 2 sea beast. That was the kind of horror that could threaten all of Longman. With my strength maxed out at Tier 1, going up against a genuine Tier 2, my odds were slim to none. Worse still, the fleet and the school of fish were already too close. There was no time to retreat. And this fact, I could never let it slip. If I did, the morale I'd just steadied would shatter completely in an instant. There'd be no need for the beasts to attack. The fleet would destroy itself in the stampede and chaos. A true leader isn't someone without fear. It's someone who swallows that fear and holds up the sky for everyone else. I gripped my spear tight. In a flash, I made my decision. I forced out a grin, raised the megaphone, and let my voice ring out bold and carefree. Huh. And here I thought it was some big shot. Turns out it's just a school of tuna delivering themselves right to our door. Brothers, today we're not just getting source crystals, and we get a seafood feast to boot. The laughter was infectious, and the fear evaporated in an instant. Tuna? The really tasty kind. Awesome. And here I thought we were done for. The chief's right. Dinner's being delivered to us. Morale surged back to life. I nodded and started issuing orders. Enforcement squad, listen up. 35 of you. Form the first line of defense in front of the fleet, now. Fire at will. Break up their formation. Leave the elite ones to me. Sir. 35 voices roared in unison, eyes blazing with confidence. Once they were in position, I spun around, grabbed Su Wanqing by the shoulders, and my expression turned ice cold. Wanqing, what happens next is critical. Startled, she nodded quickly. Watch the trade channel like a hawk. Whatever the cost, get me one thing. What thing? A purple spirit stone. I bit off each word. I don't care if we have to trade away every last piece of red jade coral. Go now. She didn't understand why I suddenly wanted a stone, but seeing the look in my eyes, she knew this mattered more than she could imagine. Okay, I'm on it. She turned and rushed into the cabin, frantically working the trade channel. I seized the wheel and steered the Hope myself, driving straight to the front of the fleet. And in that very moment, the massive school of fish churning the water came into clear view for everyone. All units, open fire. Bang, 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 bang. 35 tongues of flame erupted, and the dense gunfire tore across the ocean's surface. But reality fell painfully short of expectation. These rookies, who'd only held guns for a few hours, were up against hundreds of sea beasts, arms shaking like leaves. Bullets flew wildly, 7 out of 10 missing entirely, kicking up useless little splashes across the water. Only a handful of unlucky tuna floated up, white bellies turned to the sky. Casualties this light were nothing but an itch to a school of hundreds. Maddened by the blood, the fish only grew more frenzied, their speed increasing instead of slowing. 150 meters. 120 meters. Damn it, I can't hit anything. They're too fast. I'm almost out of bullets. What do we do? The line was on the verge of collapse. Bunch of useless idiots. I cursed, gripped the golden desert eagle one-handed, and planted myself firmly at the bow. Bang! A single muffled shot drowned out all the chaos. 100 meters out, the head of the lead tuna burst into a cloud of blood mist. Momentum carried it forward another dozen meters before it finally rolled over, lifeless. One shot, one kill. Bang! 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 Every shot found its mark. A clean headshot on a tuna, every time. Firing all the while, I bellowed. Everyone, calm the hell down. 2 hands on the gun, left hand bracing the barrel, control your breathing, and squeeze the trigger steady. Split into 2 groups, 1. Squad 1 fires while Squad 2 reloads. Alternate your cover. Aim for where they're thickest, just hit the body. I commanded with total composure, my marksmanship nothing short of miraculous. The enforcement team finally steadied their nerves. Yes, Chairman. They mimicked my movements, controlling their breathing. Still tense, but their accuracy improved noticeably. More and more tuna dropped into pools of blood. The unstoppable swarm was forced to a halt, held back 100 meters out. Corpses piled up on the water's surface, staining the crimson sea an even deeper red. Thunderous cheers erupted from behind us. We held them. We held the line. The chairman's a beast. The enforcement team's insane. Smiles broke across the enforcers' faces as their taut nerves finally relaxed. Everyone shut the hell up. My roar came down on them like a bucket of ice water. This fight isn't over. The next person who lets their guard down, I'll put a bullet in them myself. A chill shot through everyone. They locked their eyes back on the front. Sure enough, the words had barely left my mouth when the circling swarm suddenly went into a frenzy, their blood-red eyes filled with terror, as if something were chasing them from behind. Roar. Dozens of elite tuna, each a full size larger, came charging out from the rear, ignoring the hail of bullets, ramming a bloody path forward with their bodies, lunging at us like maniacs. Leave the elites to me. Everyone else, clean up the small fry. I locked onto the frontmost one. Bang, bang, Bang! 3 shots, all on target, blowing open 3 bloody holes. But it wasn't enough to drop it in one go. It let out a screech of pain, faltered for just an instant, then charged right through its wounds. Humph. 1 shot won't do it. Then 10. Let's see which is tougher, your hide or my bullets. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots. 10 shots. When the 12th round bored into the same wound, the elite tuna finally let out a wail of defeat, its massive body crashing down. I swung my muzzle around and locked onto the next. The fierce battle raged on. The sea was now completely red, the stench of blood nauseating. The enforcement team fought with murderous fury, their gun barrels scalding hot, burning through over 2,000 rounds in just a few minutes. And now, over 100 tuna remained, closing in to less than 5 meters. Everyone's heart leapt into their throat, faces set with grim resolve, bracing for close combat. At that critical moment, something bizarre happened. The surviving tuna suddenly seemed to snap out of their frenzy, as if sensing a far greater threat. They glanced at the humans standing ready, then turned to look back the way they'd come, their eyes filled with struggle. Finally, they whipped around and fled in the opposite direction in a panic. The battle was over? Everyone stared blankly at the now empty water. A dozen seconds later, thunderous cheers exploded. We won! We won! Hashtag, we drove back hundreds of sea beasts. Long live the Guildmaster. Long live Long Men. Don't celebrate just yet. The real monster hasn't shown up. My cold voice cut through the celebration. My brow furrowed, my expression deadly serious. Haul up every tuna carcass. Don't leave a single one behind. Move. They didn't understand, but they obeyed at once. I put the Hope's trawling nets to work as well. A dozen minutes later, the spoils were cleared, and the sea grew calm again. The second-tier sea beast that should have appeared never showed its face. But I could feel it. It was here, maybe hiding down in that gorgeous coral jungle below, watching us with unblinking eyes. I turned to Su Wanqing. The purple spirit stone, any word? She shook her head, her face full of worry. I put out a top-price bounty. Still no response. I fell silent. Without the purple spirit stone, I couldn't advance to the second tier. Facing a true second-tier sea beast, I'd be stretched dangerously thin. Waiting was just waiting to die. A flash of ruthlessness crossed my eyes. If you won't come out, then I'll fish you out myself. I picked the biggest elite tuna and rigged it onto the Hope's heavy-duty mechanical fishing gear. The crew gathered around, faces full of confusion. Wang Ming worked up the nerve to ask, "Guildmaster, what are you?" I didn't answer. I just cast the massive bait into the sea, then turned and gave my orders. Everyone, maximum alert. Until I give the word, all harvesting stops. No one goes into the water. Anyone who disobeys dies. From my ironclad tone, they realized the real danger was only just beginning. You all heard that? Do exactly as the Guildmaster says. Wang Ming was the first to snap into action. Check your ammo, swap your mags, muzzles outward. Everyone else, close ranks, and stay put. Su Wanqing picked up a bullhorn too, her cool voice steadying the crowd. Trust the Guildmaster. He'll protect every one of us. The fleet adjusted quickly. 35 enforcement members stood at the outer perimeter, fingers on triggers, eyes locked on the surrounding water. The rest of the boats pulled tight against each other, forming an iron barrel formation. The seconds ticked by one. Nothing but the low hum of engines and waves slapping against the hulls. The setting sun sank completely, and night fell. Only the Hope's searchlight cut a swath of ghostly white across the blood-red sea. The bait floated quietly at the center of the light, its stench spreading on the sea wind. Gulp! A young member swallowed hard and whispered shakily to the man beside him. Bro, what exactly is the Guildmaster waiting for? This is terrifying. How should I know? Shut up. If he's doing this, he's got his reasons. Fear and the unknown, like a. The invisible net settled over every heart. Even Su Wanqing, always so composed, was gripping the hem of her clothes, her palms slick with cold sweat. She stood beside me, wanting to speak several times, but held back. She knew this was not the moment to disturb me. Every ounce of my focus was locked onto the divine eye. Unfortunately, what the eyes couldn't see, the divine eye couldn't reveal. My gaze pierced through the dark seawater, sweeping over every inch of coral below. In that gorgeous world of red, aside from ordinary marine life, there was nothing out of the ordinary. That second-tier sea beast, like a top-tier predator, had hidden itself perfectly, not leaking the faintest trace. Still not coming out? Its patience exceeded my expectations. This kind of unknown waiting was the most tormenting of all. It steadily wore down everyone's will. The moment our defenses slackened would be the moment it struck the killing blow. A true hunter never rushes. They understand that fear itself is the sharpest weapon. Jiang Chun. Su Wanqing finally couldn't hold back, tugging gently at my sleeve. Still nothing on the trade channel. What if nobody actually has a purple spirit stone? I shook my head, my voice hoarse. No, someone does. In my memory, the purple spirit stone was rare, but not one of a kind. In the first week after launch, more than one person had shown it off in the channels. It was just that now, I was probably the only one who knew its true value. Whoever had it likely thought of it as nothing more than a pretty purple rock. It wouldn't even cross their mind to sell it. Keep raising the price. Tell them we'll trade more than just supplies. We'll offer handguns too. 10, 20, whatever it takes. What? Su Wanqing gasped. 20? That's half our firepower. For a single stone. Just do it. I bit out the words coldly. At that very moment. Screech. An ear-splitting shriek of the winch exploded through the air, and the heavy-duty fishing line snapped taut in an instant. My spirit surged. I fixed my eyes on the surface. Everyone, be ready. It's taken the bait. Every gaze whipped toward the stern. The bait that had been floating quietly was now being dragged toward the deep at an unbelievable speed by some colossal force. Whoosh! The reel spun madly, sparks flying everywhere. The steel cable, thicker than a thumb, groaned and creaked under the strain, as though it might snap the next second. My God, what the hell is that? It's so strong. It's pulling the Hope's rig like it's nothing. Look, it's coming up. The crowd erupted in cries of alarm, every eye going wide, hearts leaping into throats. At last, they understood just what kind of terrifying creature I had been waiting for. Boom! The sea surface erupted violently. A colossal head burst forth from the churning waves, over 5 meters in diameter, covered in wrinkles and dark green splotches, hideous beyond words. Below the head were 8 thick tentacles, each over a dozen meters long. But the most terrifying thing was its mouth, a bottomless black abyss, its horny beak glinting with a cold, sinister light. A specially made hook was lodged firmly in its upper jaw, blood trickling down from the corner of its mouth. Just a single glimpse of its head brought an overwhelming sense of dread. Chief, Chief, Wang Ming's voice trembled. Is this a sea beast too? I didn't answer, because even I was stunned by its stats. Species, deep-sea terror claw octopus. Tier, second-tier elite mutant sea beast. Strength, 75 constitution, 68 agility, 47. Skills, regeneration, toxic ink, strangulation. Weakness, head, brain, slow movement speed. Hidden note. This is a henpecked male octopus whose daily mission is to find food and collect treasures for his wife back in the den. The moment I saw that agility stat, a bold plan instantly took shape. Roar. Racked with agonizing pain from the hook, the octopus went completely berserk. One tentacle suddenly reared up and came crashing down toward the Hope. Ah, get out of the way. Su Wanqing and the female crew member went pale with terror. Hold on tight, all of you. I rushed into the wheelhouse, shoved aside the stunned crew member, and gripped the wheel with both hands. A split second before the tentacle struck, I threw the wheel hard to the left. VRRM. The Hope suddenly lurched to one side, skimming past the edge of the tentacle at an impossibly narrow angle. Crash. The tentacle slammed into the sea, kicking up waves over a dozen meters high that surged onto the deck. The entire ship rocked violently, as if it might capsize at any moment. Su Wanqing clung to the mast, soaked to the bone, still in shock. For that instant, she truly thought she was done for. But my performance had only just begun. I didn't flee. Instead, I steered the Hope in high-speed circles around the giant beast. Because I was going to, were it down. I would use the Hope's maneuverability to dance with this behemoth whose strength far surpassed my own. Against overwhelming power, fighting head-on is foolish. True wisdom lies in giving your opponent's strength nowhere to unleash itself. I kept the steel cable pulled taut, maintaining a delicate distance between the ship and the octopus at all times. When it strained to break free, I gunned the engine to counter the pull. When it moved in to attack, I turned and pulled away, keeping myself forever just out of its reach. A bizarre scene played out across the sea. A tiny fishing boat, actually dragging a beast twice its size, tracing circle after circle. The deep sea. The Dreadclaw Kraken was thoroughly enraged. It possessed the power to level the heavens and shatter the earth, yet it was being toyed with by a single insect, spun in circles with no way to vent its fury. Roar. In its rampage, all 8 tentacles thrashed the surface of the sea, whipping up wave after monstrous wave that surged out in every direction. Now it was the outer ring of Longmen members who bore the brunt. Waves. Huge waves incoming. Run for your lives. Against these apocalyptic waves, those flimsy little boats stood no chance. Bam! A canopied boat was flipped clean over by the swell, its crew screaming as they plunged into the water. Help! Captain Wang Ming, save me. 1 boat, 2 boats, 10 boats. In the span of a few dozen seconds, over 30 small vessels were capsized and smashed to pieces. The fleet's formation collapsed in an instant, dissolving into chaos, cries, and desperate calls for help. Everyone was petrified by the sheer terror of this Tier 2 sea beast's power. They stared at the distant hope, locked in its life-or-death struggle, hearts filled with despair. It's over, we're dead for sure. Can the chairman even beat that monster? That's not a power any human can stand against. Despair spread like a plague. Even the enforcement squad could only watch helplessly, at best fishing their drowning comrades out of the water. The guns in their hands were as tiny as toys before a disaster of this magnitude. At that very moment, Su Wanqing's piercing scream cut through all the chaos. Clinging to the mast for dear life, she pointed at the fishing rig sparking at the stern and shrieked with everything she had. Jiang Chun. The cable. The cable's about to snap. I whipped my head around. The specially forged steel cable was now covered in fine, spreading cracks. The winch groaned under the unbearable strain, emitting an ear-splitting screech. It was on the verge of shattering. The moment it broke free, this fully enraged Tier 2 sea beast would tear the entire fleet apart in a heartbeat. My eyes were ice cold, without a trace of panic. I barked out. Open the Hope's construction panel, find the mechanical fishing rig, and upgrade it immediately. If you don't have enough materials, trade for them on the exchange channel. We cannot let it break free. Su Wanqing didn't dare hesitate. One hand gripping the mast to steady herself, she opened the exchange channel with the other. Steel, gears, bearings, ultra-strength alloy cable. Fortunately, these materials weren't rare, and she quickly assembled the full set for 5 pieces of red jade coral. The instant the trade completed, she opened the construction panel, poured in every material, and slammed down upgrade. A beam of golden light rose from the fishing rig at the stern. The winch and cable, on the brink of collapse, rapidly reassembled and transformed within the golden glow. The iron winch morphed into a complex silver-white device, and the crack-riddled cable was replaced by a brand-new alloy line. Ding! Heavy mechanical fishing rig has been upgraded to fully automatic alloy fishing rig. Bam! The instant the upgrade completed, the deep-sea Dreadclaw Kraken seemed to sense something. With a sudden, violent yank. This time, it wasn't the winch that let out a dying wail. The brand-new winch held firm as a mountain, not budging an inch. The alloy cable stretched taut, and no matter how hard the creature pulled, it couldn't move it in the slightest. It worked. Jiang Chun, we did it. Su Wanqing cried out, tears of joy streaming down her face. My nerves, wound tight as a spring, finally eased just a little. The octopus seemed to realize it too. The rope, in its grip, had become impossibly tough, impossible to break free from. Something flickered in those massive eyes, a strangely human wariness and fear. The next second, it whipped around. No more attacking, no more struggling. With everything it had, all 8 tentacles thrashed the water in a frenzy as it fled for its life back toward its lair. Rumble. Just how terrifying is 75 points of strength? The Hope's engine was maxed out, yet we were like a kite on a string, dragged relentlessly forward by the deep-sea terror claw octopus. Jiang Chun, it's dragging us away. Su Wanqing gripped the railing for dear life, her face drained of color. Let's cut the cable. No. My answer was flat and immediate. The moment we let go, that beast will head straight back and slaughter every one of those 500 people at Longmen. We can get away. They can't. She froze, then gritted her teeth and nodded. Only after the hope vanished beyond the horizon did the people of Longmen snap out of their deathly silence. The guildmaster got dragged off by that monster. We're finished. The crowd was on the verge of collapse when Wang Ming suddenly roared. Shut up. Are you all blind? From start to finish, who was it that played that monster like a puppet? The guildmaster. He lured it away to deal with it, to protect us. Without the guildmaster, we'd already be bones at the bottom of the sea. The words struck like a hammer, jolting everyone awake. A young female member's eyes reddened. The guildmaster did it to save us. We can't let him down. Emotion, guilt, admiration, all of it surged and swelled through the crowd. Wang Ming struck while the iron was hot, thrusting his fist into the air. The sea beast is gone. This whole area is packed with crimson jade coral, packed with treasure chests. Get moving. Let's give the guild master the biggest haul possible when he returns in triumph. For the guild master. Strip this place clean. The roar of 500 voices shook the heavens. Fear forgotten, they scattered and threw themselves into the harvest like people possessed. Night fell, and darkness swallowed the entire ocean. The Hope had been dragged out dozens of nautical miles. Su Wanqing asked softly, We're far enough from Longmen now. Should we release it? I nodded. Any farther and we'd hit its lair, caught in a pincer between two octopuses. Even the Hope wouldn't survive. Just as she moved to release the cable, the alert tone for the private chat channel suddenly blared, sharp and urgent. Take it first, I said, in case it's something urgent from Longmen. The connection went through, and a hesitant female voice came through. Excuse me, is this Vice President Su of Longmen? Your bounty posting said you need a purple spirit stone? I think I have one. Su Wanqing's pupils contracted instantly, her breath quickening. Are you serious? I just pulled it from a bronze chest. I saw your bounty on the trade channel, so I reached out. She and I exchanged a glance, both catching the excitement in each other's eyes. Su Wanqing quickly composed herself. You didn't go through the trade system. You contacted me privately instead. So you've got some other request. Let's hear it. The other end was silent for a few seconds. We're two sisters. We don't want coral. We don't want weapons. We don't want supplies. We want to join Longmen, become the president's official crew members, and live aboard the Hope. Su Wanqing frowned, wariness flashing in her eyes. We're not that famous yet. How do you even know about the Hope? Wang Ming told us. He said following President Jiang is the only way to stay alive. Wang Ming. I mulled it over for a moment, then nodded to her. If he'd made the introduction, that raised the credibility considerably. Besides, the purple spirit stone was crucial to me. I had to get it, no matter what. All right, I accept, Su Wanqing said. But you have to send the purple spirit stone through the trade system first. Report to the Longmen coordinates tomorrow, and Wang Ming will come pick you up. Really? Thank you, Vice President. Moments later, the transaction was complete. A crystalline, diamond-shaped gem, glowing with a mysterious purple light, dropped into Su Wanqing's palm. She handed the stone to me, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Are we really taking two women of unknown background onto the ship? I told you before, the Hope only accepts top-tier beauties. I took the smooth, warm purple spirit stone and gave her cheek a pinch. We'll see when the time comes. If they don't meet your standards, then I was never a man of my word to begin with. Uffed. She burst out laughing and shot me a look. You're terrible, but I love it. I shook my head with a smile and activated the divine eye sequence right away. The purple spirit stone in my palm seemed to sense the summons, dissolving into streams of pure purple electricity that slowly flowed into both of my eyes. NGH. A muffled groan escaped me as my body trembled uncontrollably. Excruciating pain, like countless steel needles piercing into the backs of my eyes. Su Wanqing's heart clenched, but she forced the words back down her throat. She knew this was the most critical moment. She couldn't afford to interrupt. Thankfully, it didn't last long. As the last strand of electricity fused into my eyes, I snapped them open. Two beams of purple divine light, solid as physical matter, burst from my pupils. Boom, boom. The cabin wall was punched through with ease, leaving two fist-sized holes. Su Wanxing stared, dumbfounded, snapping out of her daze only when the blackness returned to my eyes. Jiang Chun, you advanced to the second tier? So the purple spirit stone was your key to advancement. I didn't answer. With a flick of thought, I opened my attribute panel. Player, Jiang Chun. Tier, second tier, transcendent. Sequence, Divine Eye, sequence 181. Strength, 43 agility, 46 constitution, 45 spirit, 51. Skill 1 insight. The eyes possess X-ray vision, dynamic vision, and low-light night vision, perceiving the hidden information of all things. Skill 2 thunder eye. The eyes can unleash two bolts of divine lightning, with power scaling to spiritual strength. I finally smiled and turned to her. Yeah, and more importantly, I finally have a real means of attack. That's amazing. Su Wanxing threw herself into my arms and planted a fierce kiss on my cheek. I knew you could do it. Once the excitement faded, she suddenly got up. You just fought all those battles and advanced. You should rest. I'll go release the octopus, and once we're back at Longmen, I'll reward you properly. She shot me a flirtatious wink. I caught her wrist and pulled her back. Who said anything about letting it go? Huh. I let out a cold laugh. It had me on the ropes earlier because I had no way to deal with it. Now, it's its turn to beg for mercy. Su Wanxing looked at the massive shadow lurking in the sea, still worried. Are you sure? Its strength and constitution are both close to 70 points. Not yet, though, I said plainly. In a head-on fight, I'm still just short. But, I cut her off. I've advanced to the second tier now. That means I can keep getting stronger with source crystals. Her eyes lit up instantly. She understood at once. Quick, bring me everything we've got in stock. Then hit the trade channel and buy me 1,000 more. Right away. She dashed into the storeroom and quickly came back hauling a full crate of glittering source crystals. Over 400 of them, all from hunting the firefin tuna. I grabbed a huge handful and, without so much as a glance, stuffed them straight into my mouth. The icy crystals melted the moment they touched my tongue, and a torrent of pure energy surged through my limbs, strengthening every inch of flesh and bone. Ding! Absorbed first-tier source crystal times 15. Attributes increased. Strength 4345, agility 4648, constitution 4547, spirit 5152. While maneuvering the hope to keep the creature at bay, I devoured source crystals in a frenzy. My physical stats were skyrocketing at a rate no other player could even imagine. Meanwhile, Su Wanxing's buying spree was going absurdly well. To everyone else, source crystals were nothing more than pretty, useless rocks. Hashtag the sucker. The moment she posted supplies for source crystals, the regional channel exploded. Countless people scrambled to send trade requests, terrified this sucker would change her mind. Within minutes, 1,000 crystals were in hand. She kept running back and forth, stuffing the source crystals into my palms. I was like a machine that never stopped, taking anyone, anything, devouring it all like a madman. Gradually, the octopus dragged the hope into unfamiliar waters. A low cliff appeared ahead. The beast seemed to be home now. Its pulling force suddenly intensified as it rushed toward a massive cave opening at the base of the cliff. And in that very moment, my stats hit the peak of Tier 2. Rank, Tier 2 Extraordinary, Limit. Strength, 78 Agility, 72 Constitution, 75 Spirit, 83. Strength 78, Constitution 75, Total Domination across the board. Roar. The male octopus let out a roar that sounded almost like a cry for help. In the pitch-black cave below the cliff, the seawater churned violently. A shadow even larger than the male octopus slowly emerged. Another deep-sea terror-claw octopus. I led Su Wanxing onto the deck. One sweep of my divine eye, and the creature's stats were laid bare. Species, deep-sea terror-claw octopus, female. Rank, Tier 2 Elite Mutated Sea Beast. Strength, 75 Constitution, 78 Agility, 49. Skills, Regeneration, Toxic Ink, Strangulation. Weaknesses, Head, brain, slow speed. Hidden tip. An enraged mother octopus whose husband stayed out all night and brought home a mistress. Su Wanqing and I exchanged a glance and completely relaxed. Slightly stronger than the male, but only marginally. But what happened next made both our eyes go wide. The mother octopus surfaced. She didn't charge at the hope, nor did she rush to save her hooked husband. Instead, smack! A thick tentacle whipped up and slammed across the male octopus's face. A loud, ringing slap. The male's head snapped to one side, his 8 tentacles cringing. He didn't dare fight back, letting out a few pitiful whimpers as if begging for mercy. Smack! 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 The mother octopus lashed out like she was swinging a whip, one blow after another, nonstop. Su Wanqing stared, dumbfounded, then turned to me. Jiang Chun, what on earth is going on? What do you think? I said, holding back a laugh. It's a henpecked husband meeting a shrew. The guy stays out all day, and instead of bringing home food, he brings back a mistress. How could his wife not blow a fuse? Buffed. Su Wanqing burst out laughing, shooting me a look. This is hardly the time. But despite her words, her taut nerves finally eased. As terrifying as these two giant beasts were, right now they seemed almost comical. As if sensing our relief, the mother octopus, still in the middle of her domestic assault, finally stopped. A pair of massive eyes, each the size of a wheel, slowly turned toward the hope. Rage exploded in those pupils in an instant. In the creature's eyes, it was these two puny humans aboard the ship who had reduced its mate to such a pitiful state. Roar! Its enormous body rose up from the water, 8 tentacles whipping up towering waves as they came crashing down on the hope. Fiercer, more violent than any strike the male octopus had ever thrown. Look out! Su Wanqing cried. I was already moving. I slammed my foot against the deck and launched myself 30 feet into the air, clearing the surging waves. My eyes narrowed, and deep in my pupils, 2 points of purple lightning flared to life. Thunder eyes. ZZZT. ZZZT. 2 bolts of divine thunder blasted out, striking a tentacle with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! Where the lightning passed, flesh vaporized in an instant, leaving nothing but a charred, bone-deep crater. Against that lightning, the tentacle was as fragile as paper. I flipped in midair and landed steadily on the bow, my clothes snapping in the wind as I stared coldly at the thrashing mother octopus. Thunder eyes, powered by 83 points of spiritual force, its might hadn't disappointed me. It hadn't been a one-shot kill, but it had dealt the creature a heavy wound. Amazing. Behind me, Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes practically turned to stars. But the fight was far from over. The searing pain had fully unleashed the mother octopus's ferocity. It stopped underestimating me. Its 7 remaining tentacles shifted to trickier angles, launching a savage, storm-like assault from every direction. At the same time, the hooked male octopus went berserk too, its immense strength dragging the hope into violent lurches. I was caught in a dilemma. I had to deal with the mother octopus while keeping the ship from capsizing. Wanqing, take the helm. Hold the ship steady. Don't let it drift near the cliffs. Got it. Without hesitation, she rushed into the wheelhouse and gripped the wheel tight. With that worry off my shoulders, I focused everything on the mother octopus. 7 tentacles bore down on me. I crouched slightly, 72 points of agility exploding to their limit. Whoosh! My figure flickered to the other side of the deck, narrowly escaping the closing net of 3 tentacles. Boom! 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 The 3 massive tentacles slammed down exactly where I'd been standing, the deck screeching with the teeth-grinding sound of twisting metal. Now, its 3 tentacles couldn't retract in time after the strike, leaving its enormous head exposed. Thunder eyes. 2 bolts of lightning shot straight for the vital point. But at the last second, another tentacle, already coiled and ready, flashed across to block them. SSS. The lightning only seared 2 charred holes in the tentacle, failing to do any real damage. I frowned slightly. This beast had razor-sharp combat instincts. The same trick wouldn't work as well a second time. And Thunder Eyes, for all its power, came at a cost. Using it twice had already burned through 20 of my 83 spiritual force points. I had to end this fast. The mother octopus seemed to have run out of patience. Its massive body plunged downward, vanishing beneath the surface. Then, its enormous maw yawned open. Ink-black liquid gushed out, engulfing hundreds of meters of ocean in an instant. Toxic ink. SSS-S. The moment it touched the hull, white smoke hissed up with an ear-splitting sound of corrosion. Alarms blared through the cockpit. Warning. Vessel, Hope, under acid corrosion. Durability -5. Warning. Durability -5. The durability plummeted at an alarming rate. Worse still, the ink billowed up into a black fog that swallowed everything. All around us was pitch black as an abyss, so dark not even moonlight could pierce through. We were trapped. Jiang Chun. I can't see anything. Su Wanqing's voice was thick with panic. In conditions like this, forget fighting. You couldn't even tell which way was which. And that beast could use its home field advantage to strike a fatal blow from any blind spot. Don't panic. I've got you. My steady voice hit her like a shot of adrenaline. Darkness? Corrosion? For me, the wielder of the divine eye, none of it mattered. Beneath the water, every single movement of the mother octopus played out crystal clear before my eyes. Wanqing, hard to starboard, full speed ahead. Right? But she hesitated. That direction might send us straight into the cliffs. Trust me. She gritted her teeth and yanked the wheel. The bow cut through the black venom and lunged to the right. And in the very instant Hope left its position, boom, a massive tentacle burst from the water right where we'd just been, slamming down into nothing but empty space. Nice, I said, my eyes going cold. Now it's my turn. I locked onto the male octopus, still snared tight in the alloy cables. To catch the bandits, take out their leader first. To break the deadlock, eliminate one threat at a time. Thunder Eye. My mental energy erupted, and 2 bolts of lightning shot with pinpoint accuracy into its thrashing head. It clearly hadn't expected a human to see it through the fog. Squelch. The lightning drove into its forehead and blasted out the back, churning its brain into pulp. The enormous body stiffened violently, then went completely still. Ding. You have slain Tier 2 Elite Mutant Sea Beast, Deep Sea Terrorclaw Octopus, Male. Obtained Source Crystals X120. 1 down. Rower. The death of its mate drove the mother octopus into a frenzy. A howl of grief and rage rose from the depths, and the entire ink-black sea churned violently. Jiang Chun. It's gone insane. Su Wanqing cried. Good, the crazier the better. My only worry was that it wouldn't lose it. What I wanted was an opponent that knew nothing but reckless assault. Boom. The surface exploded as the mother octopus rocketed skyward. Both. Its eyes went blood red as all 6 tentacles thrashed wildly, determined to smash the Hope into pulp. Not a trace of tension showed on my face. I didn't even bother using Thunder Eye. Bring it on. The muscles in my legs swelled taut, and all 78 points of strength erupted without holding back. Boom. The deck caved in beneath my feet as my body shot skyward like a black blur. Midair, I stomped down on a plunging tentacle and launched off it again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. I was actually using those flailing tentacles as a staircase, closing in on its main body through the gaps between its attacks. In the span of a few breaths, I reached the top, landing on that massive head. It's over. I raised my right fist high, channeling every ounce of strength into a single point, and hammered it straight down onto the eyeball. Boom. The eyeball, hard as a shield, burst on impact. Ding. You have slain the Tier 2 Elite Mutant Sea Beast, the Abyssal Terrorclaw Squid Female, and obtained Source Crystal X150. The thick, inky black dispersed into the seawater, and moonlight spilled back across the surface, illuminating my figure standing proudly atop the corpse of the giant beast. Su Wanqing stared at the scene, her mouth slightly agape. Killing a Tier 2 Elite Sea Beast the size of a mountain with bare hands. Was that even a power a human could possess? I leapt back onto the deck, and she suddenly threw herself at me, wrapping me in a hug. You scared me half to death. I patted her back and grinned. See? I'm fine. Come on, let's go find that treasure. The Hope drifted slowly into the massive cavern beneath the cliff. It wasn't dark inside. Faintly glowing blue aquatic moss grew along the walls, giving the whole cave a dreamlike, otherworldly glow. The moment the ship entered, Su Wanqing gasped. At the very back of the cave, piled neatly atop a heap of rubble, was a huge stack of treasure chests, radiating an alluring shimmer under the fluorescent light. Oh my God! She clapped a hand over her mouth. Jiangchun, we're rich. She ran forward and did a quick count. 23 bronze chests. And five silver chests. You can't even find a shadow of these on the trade channel. And we've got 5 all at once. I burst out laughing. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. The chests aren't going anywhere. What's the rush? Haul them onto the ship and we'll open them one by one. She shot me a massive eye roll and cheerfully went off to gather the loot. But my gaze didn't stay on the chests. Instead, it swept across the rubble, and in a corner I picked up 2 stones. One was pitch black all over, as if it could swallow every ray of light, cold and deathly still in my grip. The other gave off a soft, holy glow, warm and gentle to the touch, soothing to the mind. Su Wanqing poked her head over the box she was carrying. What are those? They look really special. Treasures needed to advance along the extraordinary sequence. Really? Like your purple spirit stone? Can I use them too? I shook my head. Everyone's sequence traits are different, so the treasures they need differ too. Once you hit your first tier limit, I'll know what you need. But these two probably have nothing to do with you. This is a black soul stone, and that's a holy light stone. Neither connects to your succubus sequence. Just let them collect dust in storage for now. She pouted, looking disappointed. Then why don't you come help me haul these crates already, so we can get back to the ship sooner and start cracking open the mystery boxes? You haul the crates, I said, pointing at the pile of rubble at my feet. I'll handle these rocks. She glanced at the heap of black stuff. It looked just like coal. These black rocks are treasure too. Of course. It's called obsidian ore. Combine it with a few other materials and you can synthesize ultra-high-strength carbon fiber composites, one of the core hull materials for diamond-grade vessels. Her breath caught. Diamond-grade? You mean, if we use this to upgrade the Hope's hull, even if the ship's still silver-grade, it could have diamond-grade defense? In theory, yes. No way. She immediately dropped the crate in her arms and rushed over. You haul the crates. I'll handle the ore. Men are so careless. What if you drop a piece? This is real treasure. Watching her adorable little miser act, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so I let her have her way. By the time I'd hauled all the treasure chests and taken a short rest on the ship, Su Wanqing and the female crew member were only just carrying the last batch of ore aboard. A fine sheen of sweat beaded on her fair forehead, her chest heaving. She was clearly worn out. I couldn't resist teasing her. Look at that. We've exhausted our great CEO, Su. You'll need to swallow some source crystals when we get back to boost your constitution, or one day you won't even be able to lift the treasure you find. She planted her hands on her hips, panting, and glared at me, puffing with mock anger. You've got some nerve, Jiangchun. You slept through it and didn't lift a finger to help. You're infuriating. I stretched lazily, wearing the shameless look of someone who felt totally justified. I fought monsters all day. Am I not even allowed to rest? I'm not talking to you anymore. Of course I knew this girl had deliberately let me rest, which was why she'd taken on the heavy work of hauling the ore herself, and hadn't had the heart to wake me all that time. I stepped forward and wiped a smudge of dust from her cheek, my voice softening. I know you worked hard. Then I pointed to the mountain of treasure chests on the deck. Look, not a single one opened. I saved them all for you. You girls all love that rush of tearing open packages. Really, her eyes lit up in an instant, all the exhaustion and anger vanishing as she ran over to the pile of chests and rubbed her hands together eagerly. Fine, you've got a conscience after all. Then I won't hold back, starting with the bronze ones. She pressed her hand to the nearest chest. Ding. Crew member Su Wanqing has opened bronze treasure chest X1. Ship's soul trait, abundance has. Triggered. Resource quantity doubled. Received Want gift package X40 boxes. Purified water X40 barrels. A great start, she cheered. Getting the hang of it. She tore through them faster and faster. Abundance triggered. Received lumber X100. Steel X100. Abundance triggered. Received down jackets X30. Fresh fruit X30 pounds. For the next 15 minutes, the cave echoed with system notifications and her excited screams. 23 bronze treasure chests, boosted by abundance, burst open with a flood of supplies, food, fresh water, building materials, medicine, piling up across half the deck. We're rich. We're seriously rich. She grinned from ear to ear, like a mouse that had fallen into a rice barrel. This was enough to feed all 500-plus members of the Longmen Guild for a long time. Don't get too excited. The main event's still coming, I reminded her. She turned her gaze to the 5 silver treasure chests in the corner, radiating a subdued silver glow. She said a devout little prayer, then carefully pressed down on one. Opening silver treasure chest. Abundance triggered. Double resources. A flash of golden light, and rows of brand new weapons appeared on the deck. The cold metallic sheen, the distinctive firearm designs, they instantly captured her full attention. Received AK-47 Assault Rifle X12, 7.62 mm ammunition, X 1200 rounds, 12 AKs. Her breath caught, her beautiful eyes going wide as she stepped forward and ran her hands over the cold steel in disbelief. The king of guns. Longmen had pistols, sure, but compared to assault rifles, those were practically toys. These 12 AKs could push the enforcement team's firepower to a terrifying new level. Don't just stand there, for more to go. Right. She suppressed her excitement and rushed to the second one. Abundance triggered. Received P90 submachine gun, X4. 5.7 mm ammunition, X 200 rounds. Received level 2 body armor, X8. For ferociously powerful P90s, and 8 sets of body armor. She could already picture how imposing the enforcement team would look once they geared up. Forget an enforcement team. This was practically a small special forces unit. Keep going. She was hooked now. The third silver treasure chest. This time it wasn't guns that appeared, but 2 massive objects lying quietly in specially made cases, over 5 feet in length, with pitch black, icy barrels, and an exaggerated caliber. Received Barrett M82A1 Heavy Sniper Rifle X2. 0.50 BMG armor-piercing rounds, X 100 rounds. Oh my god, she lost her voice completely, her mind going blank. If the AK was the king of guns, then the Barrett was. Grim Reapers of the battlefield. Could these things even be called guns? Powerful enough to punch through a light armored vehicle. My eyes lit up as I lifted one with a single hand. The heft, the sheer weight of it, pure power. With this, I was confident I could take down any tier 2C beast in one shot from 100 meters out. Easy there, we've still got 2 more. She patted her flushed cheeks and moved to the 4th crate. This time it wasn't weapons that came out, but 2 sleek, futuristic constructs of silver-white metal. Obtained Advanced Fuel Engine X2. Obtained AI-Assisted Navigation System X2. Is this? She looked a little dazed, but my eyes blazed with a fire even hotter than when I'd seen the Barretts. Now this is the good stuff. This is the real prize of the whole haul. The Hope's current mid-tier engine tops out at 200 horsepower. This advanced model? 500 horsepower. Swap these in, pair them with the Windrider trait, and our top speed breaks 120 knots, easy. Out on the open ocean, that meant absolute mobility and safety. And this AI navigation system, now that's the real treasure. I turned to the other unit. It can plot courses, avoid obstacles automatically, even handle high-difficulty maneuvers in combat. With this, I'll never have to worry about who's steering the ship again. She listened, heart racing, realizing these 2 items might be worth far more than any firearm. Full of anticipation, she moved to the last crate. Opening silver treasure chest. Abundance triggered. Double loot. The light faded, revealing a stack of blueprints along with furniture and appliances. Obtained fully automated kitchen equipment blueprint X2. Obtained desalination unit design blueprint X2. Obtained large soft bed X2. Temperature-controlled refrigerator X2. 75-inch TV X2. Su Wanxing blinked, then let out a cheer louder than any before, throwing herself straight onto the soft bed. Ah, this is amazing. We finally have a decent bed. It's so comfy. And a fully automated kitchen. Oh my god, we can watch TV on the ship now. For a girl, things like these that made life better brought a happiness far more intense than any cold, hard weapon ever could. Watching her bounce around with joy, I didn't have the heart to interrupt. It was a good while before I spoke up. All right, quit grinning like that. Let's get the supplies sorted first, upgrade all the parts that need it, then head back to Longmen. The cold wave hits tonight. We grab one more batch of materials, and the Hope should be ready to bump up to gold tier. By evening, the sunset over the Coral Sea had stained both the water and the horizon blood red. It should have been quitting time, but the 500-some ships out on the water were still bustling about, weaving back and forth. Not a single person had knocked off early. A sharp-eyed member suddenly spotted a black dot on the distant horizon. He rubbed his eyes, recognized the familiar silhouette, and burst into a cheer. Look, it's the Hope. The chairman and vice chairman are back. The words sent ripples through the entire fleet. What? The chairman's back. It really is the Hope. They beat the sea beast and made it home safe. The news spread across the fleet in an instant. Everyone who'd been buried in their work stopped almost simultaneously, turning toward the Hope. Assemble. Line up. Let's welcome the chairman home. No one knew who shouted first, but the 500-plus small boats moved as if under a single command, quickly closing in toward the center and adjusting their positions on their own. Within minutes, a neat formation stretched across the water, leaving the widest main channel open down the middle. As the Hope, engines roaring, cut into the main channel with unrivaled presence, the enforcement team, led by Wang Ming, snapped their spines straight in unison. Welcome home, chairman and vice chairman, victorious over the sea beast. The roar of 500 voices merged into a thunderous wave of sound that echoed across the crimson sea. Standing at the bow, Su Wanqing frowned and glanced at Wang Ming. What's all this? Why the big production? Wang Ming grinned sheepishly. Vice chairman, I didn't set this up. Everyone did it on their own. You and the chairman fought that sea beast to protect us. Long live the chairman. Long live the vice chairman. The crowd erupted again like crashing waves. Su Wanqing nodded, satisfied, and raised a megaphone. All right, we hear you. Message received. It's getting late, so everyone break it up. Here at Longmen, we don't believe in overtime, and we definitely don't do this whole song and dance routine. It's rest time now, so go get some rest. Recharge, and we'll get back to it tomorrow. The fired-up crowd went quiet in an instant. As much as they wanted one more look at their idols, no one dared disobey. Yes, Vice Chairman. The members dispersed in orderly fashion, and the sea quickly returned to calm. In the end, only the 12 core members of the enforcement team remained, along with two unfamiliar faces standing behind Wang Ming, looking uneasy. They were twin sisters, both dressed in simple athletic wear that did nothing to hide their stunning beauty. The same delicate oval faces, dainty noses, cherry lips, and graceful figures. The only difference: one wore her hair in a high ponytail, her eyes lively, playful, and curious. The other let her long hair fall loose, her expression cool and distant, with an air that kept people at arm's length. My gaze settled on them, and I activated the Eye of Truth. Name: Lin Qingxue. Age: 19. Height: 170 centimeters. Appearance: 96. Pure beauty. Inner charm: 95. Lively spirited. Overall: 95. A sunny girl brimming with energy. Name: Lin Qinghan. Age: 1. Height: 170 centimeters. Appearance: 96. Ice-cold beauty. Inner charm: 97. Cold outside, warm inside. Overall: 96. Cold exterior, burning heart. I nodded, satisfied, then looked at the two sisters and spoke calmly. So you're the ones trading purple spirit stones? You want to join the Hope? Before they could answer, Wang Ming jumped in with an eager grin. Yes, Chairman. These are Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan. Both were campus beauties at Haicheng University. Great character, great looks, no problems at all. I personally recommended them. They got to work the moment they arrived. Harvested more red jade coral than half our veterans. These aren't your delicate, useless, pretty faces. Su Wanqing's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. She cut him off flatly. Enough. I know exactly what you're up to. The chairman didn't ask you, so don't interrupt. Go now. Round up 16 more members, strong bodies and sharp minds. The enforcement squad is expanding, and I'll be briefing them myself. Why yes, right away. Crushed under her presence, Wang Ming didn't dare say another word and hurried off to carry out the order. Only then did Su Wanqing turn to the sisters, her tone still icy. You too, get on board. I have things to discuss. With that, she walked into the cabin without looking back. The sisters exchanged a glance. A trace of gravity crossed the older sister Lin Qinghan's eyes, while the younger, Lin Qingxue, stuck out her tongue, looking a little nervous. They both took a deep breath and climbed nimbly onto the deck. They cast a quick glance at me, still standing there, studying them with clear amusement. I smiled and pointed toward the cabin. Go on in. Vice Chairman Su is waiting for you. Inside the cabin, the luxurious decor and warm lighting left the sisters momentarily dazzled. They themselves had nothing but a battered, ramshackle boat, no real shelter from wind or rain. But here there were soft carpets, comfortable sofas, and even a brand new big-screen TV in the corner, hardly different from a lavish living room from before the apocalypse. It all made them so uneasy they didn't know where to put their hands or feet. Su Wanqing lounged on the sofa, a glass of red wine in hand, swirling it gently. Her gaze rested on the crimson liquid, as if it were more captivating than the two stunning beauties standing before her. A suffocating silence spread through the cabin. Lin Qingxue, the livelier of the two, couldn't stand the atmosphere. Just as she was about to speak, her sister stopped her with a look. Lin Qinghan understood. This was the first show of dominance. Until they understood the other party's intentions, the more they said, the more they'd get wrong. I waited outside the cabin for a long time, long enough that I thought Su Wanqing might interrogate the pair until dawn. Later, she told me everything that happened inside, down to the last detail. First question, why do you want to join the Hope? Vivacious Lin Qingxue jumped in first, her smile sweet as honey. Sister Su, you've been my idol since before the game even started. Half of me came here for you, and the other half. Well, I heard Chairman Jiang Chun is loyal, handsome, and dashing. Enough. Wanqing cut her off, her gaze shifting to the silent older sister. And you? Lin Qinghan said just one thing. To survive, and to live better. Simple, direct, far more compelling than her sister's basketful of pretty words. Good. Second question. Wanqing's voice dropped low. The Hope has only one room, one bed, and the captain is a man. If you join us, do you understand what that means? Both sisters went pale in an instant and exchanged a glance. We understand, Lin Qingxue said, biting her lip. It means that from now on, we listen to the captain, take care of him, keep him happy. Slam. Wanqing set her wine glass down hard on the table. So in your eyes, there's only the chairman, no me? Both sisters flinched. They understood at once. This was the head wife establishing her authority. Lin Qinghan immediately rose to pour her wine, while Lin Qingxue circled behind the sofa to massage her shoulders, her voice dripping with sweetness. Sister Su, you've misunderstood. You'll always be the person we respect most. From now on, anything the captain hasn't ordered, we'll defer to you. Only then did the frost on Wanqing's face melt. She raised her glass, her tone softening. In the apocalypse, women attaching themselves to the strong is nothing to be ashamed of. I'm no different. So I don't care why you came. But remember this, a man like the captain will only have more and more women around him. Starting today, here are the rules. No infighting on this ship. No forming cliques. No jealous squabbling. Whoever breaks them, I'll throw overboard to feed the fish with my own hands. Both sisters nodded rapidly. That said, she shifted her tone. In private, I fully support you competing for his favor. Whoever wins the captain's heart the most becomes the eldest sister of the Hope. Fair competition, may the best woman win. Their mouths agreed obediently, but their eyes already burned with competitive fire. Both were stunning beauties. Who would ever admit defeat? Wanqing couldn't have cared less. Her trump card was far more than just a pretty face. She set down her glass and stood. That's all for today. There are clothes and jewelry in the closet, and some things on the TV you can start learning from. I'll send Jiang Chun in to officially take you on as crew members. With that, she pushed open the door and walked out, straight into me. So, do those two meet your standards? I asked. She pursed her lips, a trace of dejection hidden on her exquisite face. They're trained and ready. Now you get to inspect the goods again. Sensing her mood, I softened my voice. Are you really willing to push me toward other women? You're not jealous. Eat. Why aren't you eating? She looked up, Her eyes slightly red, yet she smiled and sighed. But the hope is my home. Its nature means it's destined to take on more crew. If I can't stop it, then I'll just accept it. Seeing her put on a brave face, my heart ached, and I wanted to stay with her a little longer. But she'd already pulled away from my arms, standing on her toes to peck my lips. Don't be foolish. Take them in soon. Make them official crew members. My home. Everyone in it has to be one of us. I watched her decisive figure walk away, let out a soft sigh, and stepped into the cabin. The moment I walked in, I saw the two sisters standing in front of the TV, their pretty faces flushed red. The instructional content on the screen made even me blush, and I switched it off. Wanqing already explained everything to you. Let me ask one more time. You really won't regret this. Could they regret it? Refuse, and get sent back to that leaky wreck of a ship, fighting over a single cracker, dying at any moment in the jaws of a sea beast, or being plundered by crueler men? In their eyes, I saw the same answer. We've made up our minds. They nodded together. I hesitated no more and opened the crew management system. The next second, a mechanical voice detonated in their minds. Ding! Captain Jiang Chun invites you to become an official crew member. Do you accept? I accept. I accept. Congratulations. Lin Qingxue has become a crew member of the Hope. Congratulations. Lin Qinghan has become a crew member of the Hope. Extraordinary sequence awakening conditions detected. Awakening in progress. Before the words even faded, two utterly different lights erupted inside the cabin. One was holy as daylight, wrapping Lin Qingxue completely. The other was dark as an abyss, coiling around Lin Qinghan. Torrents of energy surged madly into their bodies. Behind Lin Qingxue, a pair of pure white wings snapped open. Behind Lin Qinghan, a pair of pitch-black wings spread wide, radiating a bone-piercing cold. One light, one dark, one holy, one demonic. They intertwined and clashed within the confines of this tiny cabin. I sat on the couch. My divine I had long been active, and every change in their attributes fell into view. Lin Qingxue, Sequence 83, Holy Angel. Tier 1 Extraordinary Strength 6, Agility 9, Constitution 8, Spirit 9. Angel's Holy Wings. Enables flight at twice agility speed. Holy Light Healing. Rapidly heals injuries, dispels negative states. Lin Qinghan, Sequence 84 Dark Angel. Tier 1 Extraordinary Strength 7, Agility 9, Constitution 7, Spirit 9. Angel's Dark Wings. Enables flight at twice agility speed. Shadow Clone. Can create phantoms during nighttime combat to confuse enemies. The light faded. The two sisters opened their eyes. My eyes shot open, immediately searching for the other person. Sis, you've grown wings. So have you. Except yours are white. They turned to get a good look at the massive wings on their backs and froze in unison. What have we turned into? I smiled as I got up and walked over. Don't be scared. This is a good thing. You've awakened an extraordinary sequence. You've become angels, like the ones in the legends. You can withdraw the wings back into your bodies anytime. Just will it in your mind. Half in doubt, they closed their eyes and concentrated. The wings of light and the wings of darkness dissolved into flecks of glimmer, melting back into their spines and vanishing. Aside from a total transformation in their aura, they looked completely normal again. Whoa, it really works. Lin Qingxue jumped up, thrilled. They pulled up their attribute panels, and their breathing quickened as they scanned the skills. Holy Light Healing, Shadow Clone. Two ordinary girls who'd been scraping by to survive the apocalypse had, in an instant, become the kind of superheroes you only see in movies. Oh my god, sis, we got so powerful. Lin Qingxue bounced up and down, tugging at her sister's arm. Lin Qinghan was more reserved, but even those startlingly bright eyes couldn't hide the waves stirring in her heart. The way they looked at me was a mix of gratitude, awe, and a trace of something like dependence I couldn't quite name. It was me who had given them new life. One top-tier support, one top-tier debuffer. Light and darkness, a perfect match. The Hope's crew roster was finally complete. From now on, even against fierce sea beasts, we dare to punch above our weight. All right, don't get too excited. I clapped my hands, my eyes sweeping over them as a smirk tugged at my lips. Now that you're my crew and you've awakened your powers, shouldn't you show me a little sincerity next? Night deepened as the Hope rocked gently on the waves. A few hours later, I lit a cigarette, thoroughly satisfied. They lived up to being the campus beauties who scored above 95, flawless faces and figures. And that innocence brought a sensation I'd never felt before. What, still shy? Lin Qingshue's face flushed, so red it looked ready to bleed. Her voice thin as a mosquito's hum. Did Sister Sue go through this too? The moment the words left her mouth, she wished she could crawl into a hole in the ground. I paused, then couldn't help laughing. This little thing wanted to know if she was the first. Just as I was about to tease her, the door swung open. Wan Qing fixed her gaze right on Lin Qingxue. Already digging into my business? Looks like you really are eager to get ahead. Sister Sue, that's not what I meant. I was just curious. Humph. If I hadn't come when I did, you two little vixens would have drained Jiangchen dry. Do you even realize how long it's been? Lin Qingxue stuck out her tongue. It's all Big Brother Jiangchen's fault for being too good. We surrendered ages ago. Seeing the two women's conversation heating up, I quickly changed the subject. Wan Qing, about the guilds. Everything taken care of? She shot me a look. All handled. You, on the other hand, were having way too much fun, probably didn't even hear the system alert. A cold waves hit. I came to ask what you want to do next. I felt a twinge of embarrassment. The bedroom had AC, warm as spring. I honestly hadn't noticed the cold outside. The three of us opened the chat channel. Sure enough, the entire region was flooded with cries of misery over the cold wave. It's freaking freezing. They said 20 below, and my ship's leaking wind from every side. Help. Anyone got warm clothes? 3 days rations for one padded coat. I've caught a cold. A few more days of this, and I'll die on my ship. Please, somebody sell me some charcoal. I don't want to die. Panic, despair, pleading, spreading like wildfire through the channel. The two sisters watched, quietly counting their blessings. Thank God they'd boarded the Hope. A room, air conditioning, a warm bed. Otherwise, they'd be out there struggling in that endless cold right now. My focus, though, was elsewhere. I closed the channel and asked Wan Qing, how much red jade coral do we have right now? After setting aside the Dragon Gate Reserve, 5,432 pieces. And we can keep pulling around 5,000 a day going forward. That's plenty, I nodded. Post it all on the trade channel. Trade it for source crystals and supplies. Trade now. Wan Qing shook her head. I've been watching the market. Right now players have limited reserves. We won't get a good price selling. Better to wait a few more days. Let them stockpile resources, then get frozen half to death. And when demand for heating peaks, we release our goods. What we get in trade then will be several times what we'd get now. I grumbled inwardly. Truly a woman who used to be a CEO. Look at her working those numbers, a wicked capitalist through and through. Let's not. Converting to source crystals and supplies sooner is what matters most, building up our strength. The two of them were at an impasse when Lin Qinghan, who'd been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up softly. Actually, we could offer installment payments. Or lease to own. Wan Qing and I both froze, turning to look at her in unison. Wan Qing's eyes lit up. Go on. The trade channel has something called protocol rules, like real-world contracts, enforced automatically by the system once signed. Lin Qinghan spoke calmly, unhurried. We can sell with a low down payment and require the balance paid within 10 days. Lower the barrier, and players who can't afford it will bite. Then we add interest, service fees, and a deposit to the agreement, maximizing profit. Wan Qing was generous with her praise. I never would have guessed. You look so reserved, but you've got real business sense. I like it. Lin Qingxue jumped in. Of course. My sister and I were both top students in finance. This is basic stuff for us. But I had reservations. The thing is, this means signing agreements one by one. That's several times the workload. We're not afraid of hard work, the sisters said almost in unison. Lin Qingxue jumped in first. Brother Jiangchun, we've been dying to help out. Now's our chance to prove ourselves. We'll knock it out of the park. Wan Qing smiled and patted their shoulders, settling it once and for all. With that attitude, great. The red jade coral deals are all yours. Pricing, marketing, I won't interfere. Just bring me results. We won't let you down. I couldn't really argue anymore, so I just added a few points. Remember your priorities. First, trade for the blueprints and materials to upgrade the Hope. Second, source crystals. Those are the key to boosting our strength. Once we've collected enough, devour them ASAP and push yourselves to the peak of Tier 1. Third, ships, equipment, and supplies for the 500-plus members of Longmen. The stronger Longmen is as a whole, the easier it'll be to gather resources down the line. United hearts go the distance. Got it. Lin Qingxue winked mischievously at Wan Qing. Then we'll head to the cockpit and pull an all-nighter. We'll leave this cozy little room to you two lovebirds. She grabbed her sister and dashed out, but not before tossing back one last line. Sis Su, remember to pace yourself, okay? Don't wear brother Jiangchen out. We're still counting on him. Over the next few days, the entire C-9527 waters witnessed a commercial storm. The Longmen Guild burst onto the scene. The Red Jade Coral Warmth installment plan they launched instantly set the whole region ablaze. Still despairing over the cold wave, the Longmen Guild brings you warmth. The moment the news dropped, every player struggling in the freezing wind went wild. Trade applications poured in like snowflakes. The sisters Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan worked together flawlessly, one reviewing, one signing. In just a few days, tens of thousands of agreements were sealed. The Hope's supply reserves began swelling at a terrifying pace. Building materials, food, fresh water, source crystals, blueprints, an endless stream. The warehouses filled up fast, and Su Wanqing had to urgently commandeer 10 transport ships just for storage. Meanwhile, the supply of source crystals sent all 4 of our power levels skyrocketing. I'd already been closing in on the peak of Tier 2, and after devouring nearly 1,000 source crystals, I finally hit the bottleneck. Su Wanqing, Lin Qingxue, and Lin Qinghan also reached the pinnacle of Tier 1 transcendence one after another. It was just that everyone had been swamped these past few days, so I never got the chance to check what treasures they'd need to advance to Tier 2. Until the morning of the 5th day. The sky was still dim when a shrill, cracking scream exploded from the cockpit. Ah, Brother Jiangchun. Sis Su, come quick. Look at this. Lin Qingxue burst into the bedroom, holding a golden blueprint high overhead. Her face lit up with pure ecstasy. #translation. We got it. The final core piece for upgrading the Hope to Gold Tier, the spatial storage room. We've got all the blueprints and materials. Su Wanqing and I practically shot up from the bed at the same time. She snatched the glittering golden blueprint out of the air. Spatial storage room blueprint, Gold Tier. Description: uses spatial folding technology to provide 1,000 cubic meters of independent storage without taking up any ship space. Required materials: spatial stabilizing anchor X1, meteorite crystal X100, obsidian or X500, energy core X1. She checked off each item, getting more excited by the second. We've got it. We've got everything. After confirming the warehouse was fully stocked, she burst out laughing. Huh. You two sisters really came through. Tonight, I'm making the call. Jiangchun is your reward. I stood off to the side, sweat dropping. Since when did I become a prize? But I was in too good a mood to argue. With the spatial storage room, we'd never have to worry about running out of space again, no matter how many supplies we stockpiled. More importantly, the final piece of the Gold Tier vessel puzzle was finally complete. Quit grinning like an idiot, I urged. Upgrade it first. There'll be plenty of time to celebrate later. Right? Upgrade first. Su Wanqing dashed back to the helm, pulled up the upgrade interface, and rapidly pulled material after material from the warehouse, feeding them in. Ding. The vessel Hope has met all requirements for a Gold Tier upgrade. Confirm. Confirm. Confirm the upgrade. The next second, a brilliant white light erupted from the hull. Boom. The entire ship seemed to be thrown into a furnace, violently reconstructing itself amid the blinding glare. The 8-meter hull stretched, widened, and rose. 10 meters, 11, 12. The alloy steel plating along the sides transformed into ultra-dense carbon fiber composite, a material found only in Diamond Tier vessels, theoretically strong enough to withstand a full-force strike from a Tier 4C beast. The silhouette of the old, battered fishing boat gave way to a sleek, modern luxury yacht. Most astonishing of all, the mountains of supplies that had left us with nowhere to stand vanished into thin air within the white light, automatically transferred into the newly formed spatial storage room. In an instant, The deck was wide, open, and spotless. Then came the facility upgrades. A lavish living room big enough for a party, an open-concept kitchen with a full bar, an entertainment lounge complete with its own karaoke and home theater. Where was any trace of the struggle to survive at sea? This was, without question, a top-of-the-line yacht. I couldn't wait to pull up the stats panel. Vessel, Hope, Gold, 1 star. Captain, Jiang Chun. Dimensions, 12m times 5.8 m times 4.5 m. Durability, 2000/2000. Capacity, 10 people. Power, advanced fuel engines X2, 500 HP. Speed, 60 knots plus 60 knots. Wind riding, equals 120 knots. Ship soul, infinite plunder, SSS rank, unique. Trait 1 wind riding. C rank passively increases speed by 100%. Trait 2 spirit awakening. S rank the captain and official crew members automatically awaken their extraordinary sequences. Trait 3 abundance. C rank automatically receive double supplies when opening crates. Function modules, spatial storage room, AI-assisted navigation, fully automated kitchen, seawater desalination, KTV, central air conditioning, radar, automatic fishing nets, mechanical fishing rigs. Status, luxury multi-purpose yacht, spacious and comfortable, but zero firepower. Please work hard to upgrade and prepare for unknown dangers. This is insane. It's practically invincible. I couldn't hold back my excitement. A top speed of 120 knots, over 220 kilometers per hour. Out here on the open sea, that made me the absolute king. Fight when I wanted, run when I wanted, with no one able to catch me. Not to mention that diamond-grade hull with 2,000 durability points, a mobile fortress on the water. A crisp system chime rang out in all 4 of our ears. Ding! The Hope has been upgraded to a 1-star gold rank vessel. Ding! You have joined the Dragon Nation Region Yacht Club. You may now trade and interact across regions with any player who owns a gold rank or higher vessel throughout all Dragon Nation waters. Wow, is this the new living room? It's huge. Oh my god, there's even a KTV. We can sing on the boat now. Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan paid no attention to any of the system messages, dashing all over the new ship, diving into the master bedroom one moment, throwing open the entertainment room the next. To them, this lifestyle that rivaled the world's top billionaires before the apocalypse was clearly far more tempting. Su Wanqing's attention, however, landed on that newly unlocked feature. Yacht Club? Cross-region chat. A sharp glint flashed in her beautiful eyes as she immediately opened the new channel. I leaned in to check out the situation too. The interface expanded. Unlike the noisy regional channel, this one was remarkably clean. There weren't many messages, but every single one carried serious weight. A0087 Zhang Shihao. Buying guns at a premium, 1,000 source crystals each. I'll take as many as you've got. B. 1101 by Baoshan. Selling blueprints for the Italian cannon, trading for high-grade materials only. No junk. F. 6666 Lu Xiaohua. Anyone want potions? Trading for rare plants. I skimmed through a few and quickly lost interest. Anyone who owned a gold rank yacht was a top-tier figure in their region, and every trade involved high-level goods. It looked impressive, but I've long since made peace with it. When it comes to business, I'm just not cut out for it. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, only grew brighter-eyed as she looked. Jiang Chun, look. So many people are selling source crystals, and they're cheap too. We can make another killing. There are even people selling weapon blueprints and premium materials. Are these people always this loaded? The more she looked, the more excited she got, as if a treasure vault had opened up right before her. Buy, buy, buy. If it's useful, buy all of it. And with that she dove completely in, fingers flying across the screen, leaving me standing there forgotten. I gave a helpless laugh and turned to show the 2 sisters around the new yacht. But we hadn't been at it long before Su Wanqing came rushing in, her face full of panic. Jiang Chun, Huang Yimei sent me a message. I turned around to find her face a tangle of surprise, confusion, and deep worry. Isn't hearing from her a good thing? Why the long face? Is she in danger? Su Wanqing shook her head, her delicate brows knitted tight. Her ID is lit up, so she should be fine. She just sent me a coordinate and asked me to come help. But when I tried to voice call her, the system said no one was answering. I patted her shoulder. Don't worry. Pull up the chat log and let me take a look. She did. The message was in the club channel, and it was extremely simple. Wanqing, when you see this, please come find me at coordinates 183 to 44. I need your help with something. After reading it, my brow suddenly furrowed. A moment later, I said gravely, this isn't simple. Su Wanqing's heart leapt into her throat. What is it? Did you find something? I pointed to the timestamp on the log. Look, this message was sent 3 days ago, which means she could only chat across regions. You didn't get her message until after you joined the club. Su Wanqing was stunned too. But she was clearly in the same region as us before, and the regional barrier hasn't lifted yet. How did she get to another region and contact me through the club? I shook my head, my expression heavy. I don't know either. But this coordinate is definitely still within our region. I paused. It seems something has appeared, rules or things that even I don't know about. Su Wanqing couldn't hold it together any longer. She grabbed my arm, her eyes rimming red. Jiang Chun, she's my best friend. Please, let's go help her, okay? I fell silent. Everything about this reeked of strangeness. A distress call from 3 days ago, a voice channel that wouldn't connect, a method that required cross-region contact even within our own region. If I went rushing in, I might end up trapped myself. Just as I was weighing the pros and cons, Lin Qingxue cut in quietly. Sister Su, if something this strange is happening, that place has to be extremely dangerous. Translation. At a critical stage of rapid growth. Shouldn't we think this over more carefully? Su Wanqing was already on edge, and hearing these rational words made her pent-up emotions finally erupt. She spun around and slapped him across the face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed through the luxurious cabin. Everyone froze. Lin Qingxue, a few good days, and you've forgotten my rules. Her voice trembled. Huang Yimei is my friend, and she's a crew member Jiang Chen already handpicked. The captain hasn't even spoken. Who are you to run your mouth? Lin Qingxue clutched her cheek, stunned, tears welling up in her eyes as she began to cry. I'm sorry, Sister Wanqing. I didn't mean it that way, sob sob. Lin Qinghan's expression shifted instantly as she stepped forward, shielding her sister behind her. She said nothing, but the icy, distancing aura made her stance perfectly clear. The atmosphere dropped to freezing. Enough. I lowered my face and walked up to Su Wanqing, my gaze stern. Wanqing apologized to Qingxue. Her whole body shuddered, and she snapped back to her senses. Looking at Lin Qingxue, crying her eyes out, and Lin Qinghan's frost-covered face, she was overcome with regret. She'd been too impulsive, dumping her anxiety and anger onto someone else. I'm sorry, Qingxue. It was my fault. I was too worried about my friend and shouldn't have taken it out on you. As she spoke, she buried her face in her hands and started crying too. There was worry in that cry, and guilt, and regret. Watching all this, I was at a loss for words and took a step forward. But Wanqing did make one good point. My eyes swept over the two sisters. Huang Yimei may not know me yet, but she's the woman I've already claimed. I, Jiang Chun, am no saint, but I'm no coward who backs down at the first sign of danger. So this trip I'll go. Su Wanqing's head shot up, her bloodshot eyes filled with disbelief. Really? Jiang Chun, you'll help me? I tugged at the corner of my mouth. Of course. Longmen has 10 fishing boats and a 56-member armed enforcement team. We can handle ordinary danger. You can just manage things remotely through the guild channel. It won't affect our growth. I looked out toward that unknown stretch of sea, dyed red by the rising sun. As for that eerie coordinate, consider it an expedition. This is a survival game. What part of it isn't dangerous? Fear, and you lose for life. Perfect, Jiang Chun. Su Wanqing threw herself into my arms. I knew you were the best to me. A moment later, she wiped away her tears. I'll go handle the guild matters right now, then set off immediately. No need. I waved my hand and pointed at the still sniffling Lin Qingxue. I'll take care of it. You go and make things right with them first. Just now, you really were in the wrong. After I finished speaking, I turned and walked out of the cabin, leaving the space to the three women. Several hours later, under AI control, the Hope raced toward the coordinates at full speed. Having wrapped up guild business, I sat alone in the deck lounge. The sea breeze carried a faint saltiness, and amid the biting cold, I held a glass of red wine, my gaze fixed on the pitch-black horizon. Soft footsteps came from behind me. Su Wanqing walked out holding a down jacket, gently draped it over my shoulders, and sat down beside me. "Those two sisters, did you smooth things over?" I didn't turn around. She nodded, her voice weary. "They pretty much forgave me. But after taking a slap, it'll take a while for the sting to wear off." I chuckled. "Now you know the price of acting on impulse? Girls are the hardest creatures in the world to win over." I reached into my coat, pulled out the Black Soul Stone and the Holy Light Stone, and handed them to her. "Here, give these 2 stones to them. I guarantee they won't be angry after that." "What are these?" I checked their attribute panels. The Black Soul Stone and the Holy Light Stone happen to be exactly what they need to advance to rank 2. Consider it a peace offering. And if they're still upset after this, then they're just being unreasonable, and I'll help you deal with them. Su Wanqing let out a soft and carefully tucked them away. She understood the value of these 2 treasures. Having her deliver them wasn't just about making up for her mistake. It was about helping her build authority. But she didn't get up. Instead, she rested her head lightly on my shoulder, gazing with me out at the fathomless Black Sea. The sea breeze lifted the ends of her hair, brushing against my cheek and carrying a faint sweet fragrance. After a long while, so long I thought she'd fallen asleep, she finally spoke, slowly. "Jiangchun, will you blame me? Blame me for dragging everyone into danger over my own affairs. Am I being selfish?" I didn't answer directly. Instead, I asked, "Then will you blame me? Blame me for forcing you to become my woman?" "Of course not. If I hadn't met you, I'd have died long ago." "Then there's your answer," I said. "No one's perfect. We're all selfish. We have desires, emotions, things we care about. But since fate brought us together at the end of the world, that makes us family. And family, of course, faces every hardship together." Those words were like a warm current, melting away the last trace of guilt in her heart. The next second, she leaned in and kissed me. A long moment passed before our lips parted. Su Wanqing composed herself, and that fragile softness vanished in an instant, replaced once more by the commanding presence of a domineering CEO. "You prepared gifts for those 2 sisters, so what about me? What's the treasure I need to advance to rank 2? I paused. "That was a fast turnaround. Weren't you just being all sentimental a second ago?" "Never mind that. Just tell me the name, so I can have Qingxue and the others keep an eye out during trades." I couldn't help but laugh. This woman's ambition was carved into her very bones. I flicked her nose. "Take a guess." "How am I supposed to guess?" she pouted. "The treasure your succubus sequence needs is called a desire crystal." "Desire crystal?" She froze. "That sounds kind of dirty." "Of course it's dirty," I smirked. "Just from the name you can tell it's another one of those things for seducing men. Don't go using it on me later." Her pretty face flushed as she spat. "Ugh, I'm done talking to you." Time slipped by amid our flirting and teasing. Early the next morning, the Hope was closing in on the coordinates. Su Wanqing, myself, and the 2 sisters, now thoroughly won over, all stood at attention on the deck. 8 eyes locked onto the waters ahead, nerves stretched to the breaking point, dreading whatever horrifying monster might come charging out. But when the Hope reached the coordinate point, the sight before us left all 4 of us stunned. Where was the danger? Across the wide expanse of sea, ships of every kind were densely packed and darting about. At a glance, there had to be at least several thousand. "Chun, big brother, what's going on here?" Lin Qingxue widened her beautiful eyes, her face full of confusion. "I don't see any danger." The waters before us were as lively as a holiday hotspot back before the apocalypse. I frowned and swept the scene with my divine eye. "All ordinary players. Danger my ass. This is just a player gathering spot." Su Wanqing let out a breath, but her brow furrowed even tighter. "If it's safe, then why could Amei only reach me through the yacht club?" That was exactly what puzzled me too. Lin Qinghan spoke up calmly. "Maybe she's trapped somewhere in these waters, unable to leave, and can't use normal communications either. We'll know once we take a closer look." The Hope headed toward the crowded core area where the ships were thickest. The moment we appeared, the entire stretch of water erupted. Holy crap! A gold-tier vehicle. Which big shot just showed up? Players scrambled to clear a path, their eyes filled with envy, awe, and greed. The Lin sisters unconsciously straightened their backs. A flashy speedboat pulled up alongside us. At its bow stood a young man in a floral shirt and sunglasses, waving enthusiastically. "Hey, big shot. You're new, aren't you? I've never seen a boat this gorgeous." I signaled to stop. "What do you want?" "Name's Zhao Sifong. They call me the know-it-all. Nobody knows these waters better than me. Figured I'd see if you needed any help." He offered me a cigarette, grinning from ear to ear. "What should I call you, boss?" "Jiang Chun." "Now talk. What's going on here?" Sensing the pressure I gave off, Zhao Sifong didn't dare beat around the bush. 3 days ago, this place was a total wasteland. Not even a single sea beast around. Then out of nowhere, the main fleets of 5 major guilds showed up almost simultaneously. "Which 5? Su Wanqing pressed. Sihai, Xingyao, Fengqi, Qingwang, and Mingyuan. Every single one of those guild leaders was a big shot before the apocalypse. Sihai Xiangkuan was in real estate, had over 1,000 people under him. Xingyao's Du Hua is a woman, ran an entertainment company, surrounded by nothing but beautiful women. Su Wanqing leaned in close to my ear, her voice barely a whisper. All 5 of them were Huang Yime's investors. Du Hua was even the head of her agency. 5 guilds gathering at once. This was no coincidence. What are they here for? That's the weird part. Zhao Sifong looked genuinely baffled. They're not fighting over territory, not competing for resources, just sitting there quietly, like they're waiting for something. With so many people around, it's basically turned into a makeshift market. Su Wanqing and I exchanged a glance. Huang Yime's disappearance, 5 major guilds mysteriously converging. There had to be a single secret behind it all. Where are those 5 guild leaders? Take me to them. Zhao Sifong's eyes lit up. He knew there was money to be made. No problem. But those 5 aren't exactly ordinary folks. If we just barge in, we probably won't even get a face-to-face. I knew what he was getting at. Qingxue, go to the storeroom and get him 100 units of steel and 100 units of lumber. Sure thing, brother Jiangchun. Zhao Sifong froze on the spot, holding his breath. 100 units of steel? His beat-up speedboat was cobbled together from barely a dozen. This was enough to expand it several times over. He'd only meant to angle for some food and fresh water as a guide's fee. He never expected me to be this generous right off the bat. Lin Qingxue stacked the metallic sheen steel and lumber onto the deck. Zhao Sifong was so overwhelmed he could barely form words. "Boss, this is way too much. Cut the chatter. Lead the way." "Yes, I'll get you right in front of them, guaranteed." Before Zhao Sifong could even call out, 5 distinctly styled yachts pulled up side by side. "Those are the 5 guild leaders' vessels." Zhao Sifong stared. "Looks like you won't need me to make introductions after all." I quietly activated Divine Eye and swept my gaze across the 5 ships. Just as I thought. Anyone who'd climbed this high had ships with soul cores. Sihai's Jinhai, Grade B, Iron Wall, Triple Hull Defense. Xingyao Starlight, Grade C Contract, can tame 1 sea beast. Fengqi's Wind God, Grade C Submerge, can travel 10 meters underwater. Qingwang's Dawn, Grade C Fertile Land, comes with its own ecological farmland. Mingyuan's Farsight, Grade C Eagle Eye, Enhanced Radar. 4 Grade CS and 1 Grade B, each with its own use. I committed them all to memory. On the deck of the Jinhai, a middle-aged man with a sturdy build stepped out of the cabin. When he saw Su Wanqing, he froze for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. "Huh, I thought some fairy had descended from heaven. Turns out it's little Su." Xiang Kuan, chairman of the 4 Seas. The people from the other 4 ships emerged one by one. "Miss Su, you get more beautiful every time. Last time I saw you was at the Haiqing Business Summit. Still as stunning as ever." Before the apocalypse, these people had all been major players in Haiqing's business world, each with some connection to Su Wanqing. She gave a slight nod and acknowledged each of them in turn. Then the chairman of the Wind God spoke up. "Wanqing, I've finally found you. I sent you so many messages. Why didn't you reply to a single one?" Su Wanqing's face went cold in an instant. "Mr. Lin, I barely know you. Wanqing isn't a name you're entitled to use. Have some class." Lin Feng's face turned a deep liver red, and he didn't know what to do with his hands. Du Hua jumped in to smooth things over. "Don't take it to heart, Miss Su. This kid's been obsessed with you for years." Then she changed the subject. "By the way, your Dragon Gate guild has really made a name for itself lately. We wanted to buy some red jade coral and couldn't find anyone to talk to. That's not very neighborly of you." "You flatter me, Ms. Du, but I'm not the chairman of Dragon Gate." Su Wanqing smiled and pointed at me. "He is." Only then did everyone notice. The Hope had 3 breathtaking beauties and 1 man. Surprised, puzzled, scrutinizing eyes all landed on me at once. Lin Feng's fists clenched so hard they cracked, his jealousy so thick even the sea breeze couldn't blow it away. Xiang Kuan sized me up, his brow furrowing slightly. Too ordinary. He couldn't understand how a proud, headstrong woman like Su Wanqing could willingly place herself beneath some green kid. "You look unfamiliar, my friend. What should I call you? Which wealthy family did you come from before the apocalypse?" In their eyes, anyone who could make Su Wanqing bow her head had to be something even more terrifying than the Su family. "I'm just a nobody, nothing compared to you big shots," I said flatly. "Don't mind me. You all go ahead and talk." The atmosphere turned frosty in an instant. They hadn't expected this young man to be so oblivious to social graces. Du Hua was the first to recover, cutting straight to the point. "Well, if you're Ms. Su's chairman, then you're one of us. You came here for Huang Yimei too, didn't you?" Su Wanqing's chest tightened. "You know where Yimei is?" Du Hua gestured toward the eerily calm stretch of water. "A few days ago, all 5 of us received a distress call from her, but she didn't say what it was about. The only thing we know for certain is that she'll appear here tonight. That's why we've all gathered, to wait for her." I scoffed. "So what you're telling me is, in this end-of-the-world survival game, you gave up developing your guilds, giving up on scavenging supplies and burning several days, all just to help some ordinary friend. That excuse, do you even believe it yourselves?" The atmosphere plunged to freezing in an instant. Xiang Kuan and the others were sharp operators. They caught the undisguised contempt in my words. This wasn't a question anymore. It was a bare-faced slap in the face. Lin Feng's fury ignited completely. "You little punk. Who the hell do you think you are, talking to us like that? You think I won't kill you? I've got more blood on my hands than the meals you've eaten in your whole life." The others clammed up in silent agreement, happy to let Lin Feng knock me down a peg. I remained unimpressed. "Oh, then by all means, begin your performance. You've gone too far." Lin Feng whipped out his pistol, the muzzle aimed right between my eyes. "Wanqing, get out of the way. My aim's bad, I don't want to hit you." The dark barrel pointed straight at me, and I didn't even lift an eyelid. "This idiot, is he a friend of yours?" I asked Su Wanqing. She was still dazed. How had a perfectly good meeting turned into a gun being drawn? But the moment I asked, she chose almost on instinct. "No. Just an annoying fly I haven't been able to swat away no matter how many years go by." "Huh. Then this is simple." I turned my head. "Qing Xue, Qing Han, get your gear. Show them what the truth looks like." "Yes, big brother Jiang Chun." The 2 sisters dragged out a pair of intimidating monsters from under a table in the lounge area. Chambering rounds, flipping open scopes, taking aim, all in one smooth motion. The cold lenses locked onto Lin Feng's head in an instant. Lin Feng sucked in a sharp breath. Cold sweat soaked through his back, and his right arm holding the gun trembled uncontrollably. "Well now, isn't this convenient?" My smile grew wider. These 2 lovely ladies beside me aren't great shots either. But luckily, the toys in their hands pack more than enough punch. Doesn't matter where they hit you. The result's the same. Lin Feng swallowed hard, sweat pouring down like a waterfall, his legs shaking. That's a Barrett. How could you have something like that?" And it wasn't just him. Every face froze, including Xiang Kuan's, all 5 guild masters. Pistols they had, rifles they could get their hands on. But a Barrett? A weapon of mass destruction like that was completely off-limits to players at this stage. In that moment, they finally understood why Su Wanqing was so willing to stay by my side. This wasn't settling for less. This was latching onto a powerhouse. Xiang Kuan reacted the fastest. He dropped his disdain immediately and piled on the smiles. "A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Lin Feng, put that junk away. If you want to die, don't drag the rest of us down with you." Lin Feng's hand jerked, and the pistol hit the deck with a clang. "Brother Jiangchen, we all came here about Miss Huang's business. We're on the same side. Let's not sour the mood over this." We mean the Longmen Guild no harm whatsoever. Oh, I raised an eyebrow. Then when this punk was threatening me, why aren't you guys talking him down? Taking sides like this really puts me in a tough spot. Xiang Kuan and the others suddenly looked incredibly awkward. They'd come here to watch a show, hoping to use Lin Feng to knock me down a peg. Who could have guessed I'd whip out 2 cannons of truth instead? This was our mistake. We apologize. It's all Lin Feng's fault for being so reckless. We'll make him pay you back. Their attitude did a complete 180. I remained unmoved, my eyes fixed on Lin Feng, who was collapsed on the deck. Xiang Kuan caught on immediately and barked, "Lin Feng, get on your knees and apologize to Brother Jiang Chun." What? Lin Feng jerked his head up, his face burning with humiliation. Being forced to kneel in front of Su Wanqing was worse than death to him. Jiang Chun, don't push your luck. Bang! A gunshot ripped across the sea. A bullet from my golden desert eagle grazed his scalp, and the cabin window of the wind god shattered behind him. Lin Feng's scalp burned with searing pain, warm blood trickling down his cheek. He touched it. His hand came away covered in red. The fear of death instantly shattered whatever dignity he had left. I'll kneel. I'll kneel. His knees slammed hard against the deck, his voice trembling. I'm sorry. It was my fault. Please spare me. The other 4 guild leaders wore expressions of pure misery. Today, the faces of all 5 major guilds had been ground into the dirt beneath my heel. But the Barrett's threat was too overwhelming. Not one of them dared to breathe a word of complaint. Su Wanqing finally spoke up, gently tugging at my sleeve. Jiang Chun, let it go. They're all friends of Ime. If someone dies here, it'll put her in a difficult position too. I glanced at her, sighed, and holstered the Desert Eagle. Since my woman's asking, I'll spare your dog's life today. Get lost. Xiang Kuan and the rest looked like they'd been granted a pardon, ushering the dazed Lin Feng away in disgrace. In no time, only the Hope and the Starshine Guild's Starlight remained on the water. Du Hua, still striking despite her years, didn't leave. Instead, she steered her boat a little closer. I watched her quietly, waiting for her to continue. In a little while, I'm hosting a small auction salon on my ship. A few of the guild leaders and some independents will be attending to trade valuable resources. If you don't mind, Guild Leader Jiang, I'd be honored if you'd join us. Attending's no problem, I said. But I'll ask you the same thing I did before. What's the real reason you all came here? I don't buy that in the apocalypse. Ordinary friendship is worth this much trouble. Du Hua smiled bitterly, knowing it was pointless to hide anything from me. The truth is, Ime said she accidentally triggered a dungeon quest. Whoever helps her complete it stands to get an extremely generous reward. But she went dark before she could tell us the details. I nodded. That explanation more or less held up. And next is this person, Huang Ime. She's incredibly popular with the public. Her influence is staggering. Whichever guild recruits her, their future growth would be limitless. Du Hua paused. We originally agreed to compete fairly. But now that you've shown up, and Boss Su is Ime's best friend, well, on the surface they're all smiles, but deep down they already see you as their biggest rival. And what about you? I looked at her with genuine interest. What's your role in all this? Du Hua gave a helpless smile. Ime and I are boss and artist on paper. But after all these years, I think of her as my own daughter. I did consider throwing my hat in the ring, but with you two here, I can rest easy. With that, she gave a slight nod to Su Wanqing and me, then steered the Starlight away. I watched her retreating figure and murmured under my breath, smart woman. Guess she just, unknowingly, saved her own life. Lin Qingxue immediately tensed up. Chun, is there another danger here? Relax, we're safe. The ones in danger are those guild leaders. I curled my lip. As for the source of the danger, that would be me, of course. Or rather, I've got my eye on their ships. Su Wanqing suddenly understood. No wonder you were being so hostile earlier. You did it on purpose. Huh, you're all old acquaintances. It wouldn't look good if I attacked them out of nowhere. I needed a reason. I shrugged. Who knew you'd start playing peacemaker too? I had to give you some face. A flash of guilt crossed Su Wanqing's face. I'm sorry, I thought you were just. It's got nothing to do with you. I cut her off. Killing someone over a few harsh words would sound terrible if word got out. Let's wait for the auction. We'll find another chance to provoke him. Lin Qingxue's eyes lit up instantly. and she clapped her hands in excitement. So we're basically bullying the pushover? That's my specialty. Chun, leave it to me. I'll make it beautiful. Good, I nodded. But that guy's too much of a coward. Bullying alone won't work. We need to give him some backbone first. How do we give him backbone? I lowered my voice, my gaze sweeping over the three girls. In a bit, find a way to trade those 2 Barretts to him for supplies. Remember, make it look natural. The 3 girls caught on immediately and shared a knowing smile. Meanwhile, the interior of the wind god was in shambles. Lin Feng was like a man possessed, smashing everything in sight. Jiang Chun, I'll kill you if it's the last thing I do. And that bitch Su Wanqing. The world's ended and she's still acting all high and mighty. A lean man hurried forward. Boss, please calm down. They've got Barretts. We can't let our emotions get the better of us. I can't let this go. Lin Feng shoved him aside. No matter how tough he is, he's only got 1 boat and 4 people. I brought over 200 men. The words weren't even out of his mouth before the cold outlines of those 2 sniper rifles flashed through his mind again. Half of his newfound courage drained away. If the guy hit on the boat and picked him off first, he'd be the first to die. Fear and irritation tangled together. He kicked the coffee table over. What do I even keep you around for? Come up with something now. His subordinate thought for a moment, a glint sharpening in his eyes. Chairman, there actually is one. That treasure we got a while back. In terms of value, it's 100 times better than a Barrett. But right now, it's useless to us. He leaned in and lowered his voice. At the auction, you play weak first. Once things smooth over, offer to trade that treasure for his 2 Barretts. That kid's a green punk who's never seen the world. A deal that sweet, he'll bite for sure. Lin Feng slapped him across the face. Are you insane? That thing is worth more than 100 Barretts. Covering his cheek, the subordinate only grew more animated. Hear me out. The second those Barretts are in your hands, the treasure, the kid's life, and the 3 beauties on that boat, won't they all be yours with a single word? The words split through the fog like lightning. That's right. With the Barretts, who was there to fear? Xiang Kuan and Du Hua would both have to watch their step around him, and Jiang Chun would end up dead without a grave. Everything on that boat would become his spoils of war. Lin Feng lit up instantly. Brilliant. Quick, bring that thing out. I'm heading to that banquet right now. Aboard the Jinhai, 3 other men were plotting. Xiang Kuan of the Sihai Guild, Chen Guang of the Qingyuan Guild, and Gao Yuan of the Mingyuan Guild. 3 chairmen gathered together. Chen Guang slammed his palm on the table, rattling the wine cups. Chairman Xiang, that kid's gone too far. You've got to set some rules. There's no way we let some greenhorn ride on top of us. Gao Yuan chimed in. Su Wanqing showed up too. Given her relationship with Huang Yimei, if we don't act now, everything we've worked for goes down the drain. Xiang Kuan tapped a steady rhythm on the tabletop. After a long while, he let out a heavy sigh. This mess can only be solved by sacrificing Lin Feng. Sacrificing Lin Feng? The other 2 were stunned. Lin Feng just suffered a huge humiliation. With his temper, there's no way he'll swallow it. But he doesn't have the nerve to pull it off alone, so we give him a little push. A smile of complete control spread across Xiang Kuan's face. Each of our 3 guilds chips in some pistols and rifles, backs him quietly, and lets him think he's got a fighting chance. Then we sit back and watch the tigers fight and reap the rewards. Gao Yuan still hesitated. But Lin Feng's been friends with us for years. Xiang Kuan scoffed. Old Gao, in the apocalypse, friendship is a luxury. Interests are what last forever. If you feel so guilty, go take the front line yourself. See how a Barrett feels. Gao Yuan's face went pale, and he waved his hands frantically. #translation. You're too kind, Director Xiang. Let's do it your way. That evening, the Starlight was packed with distinguished guests. Soft lighting, exquisite cuisine, and gentle music. One could almost forget this was the apocalypse. I boarded with Su Wanqing, Lin Qingxue, and Lin Qinghan, instantly becoming the center of attention. The men's eyes clung to the 3 women, filled with awe and envy. The women sized me up, curious what kind of charm could make 3 such beauties submit to one man. Brother Jiang Chun, you finally made it. Xiang Kuan approached with a wine glass, as warm as if the afternoon's confrontation had never happened. I gave a slight nod, scanning the crowd. Around 20 people. Not many of the independents could make it. Lin Qingxue immediately spotted Lin Feng cowering in a corner, his face dark. Her lips curled as she opened fire for everyone to hear. Well, if it isn't Chairman Lin, who was on his knees begging our captain for mercy this afternoon like a dog. You've got the nerve to show up. The room fell dead silent, all eyes turning to the corner. Lin Feng's face flushed red, then turned ashen, his knuckles white from clenching his fists. But he quickly forced out an incredibly sincere smile. Chairman Jiang, Miss Su, and you two beauties. I really was in the wrong this afternoon. I apologize again, and hope you can forgive me. With that, he actually bowed deeply to me. Now it was Lin Qingxue's turn to be stunned. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Wasn't this guy supposed to get provoked, curse back, and then throw down? What a coward. Unwilling to let it go, she pressed on. You think an apology means we should forgive you? Not unless you get down and kowtow again. The words came out aggressive. Xiang Kuan and the others shifted uneasily. But instead of getting angry, Lin Feng rose to his feet, holding out a gift list with both hands as he walked over to me. Chairman Jiang, we're all people of status here. Why not turn hostility into supplies and make a friend? Just say the word, and everything on this list transfers to you immediately. Consider it my apology. Lin Qingxue was completely out of moves. You can't strike a smiling face, and against someone who wouldn't fight back and was actively offering gifts. All her fight had nowhere to go. Even I sighed inwardly. Dealing with these upper-crust types was exhausting. Finding an excuse to blow up took this much effort. Our host, Du Hua, stepped in at just the right moment to smooth things over. Chairman Jiang, Director Lin is being very sincere. Why not do me a favor, accept the gift, and let bygones be bygones? I glanced at the list. The supplies were indeed generous, so I took the out. Fine, deal with Wanqing then. As for this afternoon, we'll pretend it never happened. Wonderful. Du Hua clapped her hands and laughed. No fight, no friendship, looking out for each other in the apocalypse. What could be better? She then walked to the center of the room. I'm sure everyone's been waiting. The auction salon officially begins now. As your host, let me start with role model. She gave the waiter a signal, and a tray covered with red cloth was brought over. Du Hua yanked off the red cloth. An egg the size of a human head, entirely silver gray, its surface shimmering with starlight. The mystical appearance instantly captured everyone's attention. I stumbled upon this egg in the deep sea a few days ago, Du Hua said. No rank, no attributes. I don't even know how to hatch it. But one look tells you it's extraordinary. Let's make it tonight's first item up for auction. Anyone interested can place a bid. The moment she finished speaking, my divine I had already activated. Name, mysterious egg unhatched. Rank, mythical. Description, an ancient, mysterious creature with extremely high growth potential. Hatching, place under moonlight and nourish with the blood essence of a Cthulhu-class creature for 49 consecutive days. Note, whatever hatches will be unconditionally loyal to the first human it seized. A mythical grade pet? My heart pounded. In my past life, no one discovered this grade until a full year into the game. I never expected to run into one right at the start. Without hesitation, I pulled the golden desert eagle from my waist. Chairman Du, I like this egg. Skip the auction, I'll trade you this gun for it directly. Du Hua's brow furrowed slightly. Trying to trade a single pistol for her treasure? That was practically insulting. Whispers spread through the crowd. A gun for that egg? Talk about overbearing. Shoo, the guy's got 2 Barretts. So what if he's overbearing, do you? Seeing her doubt, I gave a hearty laugh. You misunderstand. Chairman Du, don't let its size fool you. It may just be a pistol, but it's a gold-grade weapon. Its special ability? Unlimited ammunition. Unlimited ammunition. Those 2 words sent the entire room into an uproar. In an apocalypse where ammunition was more precious than food, unlimited ammo meant absolute security. Xiang Kuan and the others' pupils shrank sharply. They considered themselves the elite of the region, yet compared to me, they were practically beggars. The things I casually pulled out were levels they'd never even heard of. Taking in everyone's shock, I raised the stakes in a relaxed tone. At the end of the day, this egg is just an unknown. If it never hatches, it's nothing but a decoration. My gun, on the other hand, is real, tangible firepower. The value should be about equal. Xiang Kuan immediately chimed in. Exactly. Chairman Do Unlimited Ammo is a strategic level resource. And that gun has a bold, elegant design. It suits your style perfectly. If you ask me, just make the trade. After weighing it over and over, Du Hua finally nodded. Chairman Jiang, since you're so sincere, I'd be a fool to refuse. I forced myself to stay calm as I completed the transaction, but the hand that took the egg trembled slightly with excitement. Su Wanqing sharply leaned into my ear. You recognize what this is? I handed her the egg, my voice low. Don't ask. Just keep it. Keep it safe. Even if something happens to me, nothing can happen to it, understand? Su Wanqing's heart lurched. She carefully cradled the egg against her chest. At that moment, Lin Feng, silent until now, suddenly stood and walked to the center of the room. Huh. Since Chairman Du has set the standard, I'll take the second item. He drew a faintly glowing crystal from his coat and held it high, his face brimming with pride. My God, that's a ship's soul core. Chen Guang and Gao Yuan's eyes went wide as they gasped. The ship's soul is the very essence of a vessel, the one thing that separates an ordinary ship from an extraordinary one. No need to ask how I got it, Lin Feng laughed. The fact that I'm putting it out here means I'm dealing in good faith. Bid freely, everyone. Mr. Lin, aren't you going to explain its properties first? A useless ship's soul is worthless, no matter how much you pay. Of course. Lin Feng cleared his throat, growing even more smug. Grade C property, iron shot. The effect is brutally simple. The power and range of all shipborne weapons are passively doubled. Dead silence. Then, all at once, a wave of sharp breaths. Double the power. Double the range. Right now, everyone's ships were still gold tier. Their firepower was limited to personal firearms, no shipborne weapons at all. But everyone knew the truth. Ships would upgrade sooner or later. Once they reached diamond tier and beyond, personal weapons would become trivial and shipborne firepower would dominate. Rocket launchers, rapid-fire cannons, torpedoes, even cruise missiles. If the power and range of all those killing machines were doubled, the image was almost too much to imagine. Even I, who'd seen it all, had already made up my mind. This ship's soul had to be mine. If I couldn't buy it, I'd take it. I'd kill everyone on this ship if that's what it took. My reputation? A bad name is still a name. Nothing mattered more than this, iron shot. After the silence broke, the crowd went mad. 2 assault rifles, 20 pistols, 2,000 rounds of ammunition. Chen Guang was the first to throw down his most precious cache of weapons. I'll offer sonar blueprints, plus a full electronic jamming setup. Gao Yuan refused to be outdone. 5 military reconnaissance drones, plus all the upgrade materials for 10 fishing boats. Du Hua chimed in, but Lin Feng only smiled and shook his head, unmoved. Xiang Kuan stared at him hard. Mr. Lin, we've laid out our best. What exactly do you want in exchange? Just say it. We'll pool our resources and get it for you. Patience, Lin Feng said, his gaze slowly sweeping the crowd. Chairman Jiang hasn't made an offer yet. Why don't we hear his first? He looked straight at me. Chairman Jiang, doesn't this future strategic weapon tempt you? Of course it does, I finally spoke. Just tell me. Chairman Lin, what do you want from me? The smile on Lin Feng's face burst into brilliance in an instant. This was exactly what he'd been waiting for. Excellent. This is exactly the kind of person I like doing business with, someone like President Jiang. He spread his hands. I'll be honest with you. I've been a military buff since I was a kid, especially crazy about sniper rifles. So, I was wondering if President Jiang might be willing to part with something. I'll trade you this solid cannon for the 2 Barretts your beautiful crew members are carrying on their backs. The moment he said it, Xiang Kuan and the other 2 instantly understood, trading future potential for present firepower. As for what he planned to do once he got them, everyone knew perfectly well, yet they kept a tacit silence. Some even secretly admired Lin Feng for being so adaptable and decisive. Only Du Hua sensed something was off. She quietly moved closer to me and whispered, President Jiang, something about this doesn't feel right. Please, think it through carefully. Before I could respond, Lin Qinghan suddenly announced in a clear voice, We'll trade. Her cool, crisp tone cut sharply through the noise, seizing everyone's attention in an instant. Lin Qingxue immediately caught on and tugged at my arm, pouting sweetly. Brother Jiang Chun, the Barretts are so heavy. Carrying them around is exhausting. And my sister and I are terrible shots anyway. We just miss and waste bullets. The ship's soul looks way more valuable, so just trade them away for us, okay? Unwilling to let the opportunity slip, Lin Feng struck while the iron was hot. President Jiang, both of these beauties have already agreed on your behalf. A man of your word wouldn't want to break your promise and make them sad. Now would he? Every word was designed to goad me, to back me into a corner. Sure enough, my face darkened, and I put on a show of blazing fury. A traitor it is. With all these presidents and friends here as witnesses, you think I'm afraid you'll come after me over some gun? Jiang Chun, don't be rash. Su Wanqing feigned anxiety, stepping forward as if to hold me back. This isn't as simple as it seems. I'm afraid. Shut up. I cut her off sharply, my eyes cold. What does a woman like you know? This ship's soul is worth more than 100 barats. It's the strategic foundation of our future. Lin Feng burst out laughing. Well said, President Jiang. We're real men. How could we let women boss us around? The look he gave me was full of kindred spirit appreciation, mixed with a trace of contempt, just as he'd figured, a naive, inexperienced kid who'd lost his mind over an empty promise painted before him. In that case, let's complete the trade. Lin Feng could hardly wait. I shot Lin Qinghan and Lin Qingxue a glance. The two sisters understood, obediently unstrapping the two heavy black iron boxes from their backs and stepping forward under the scorching gazes of the crowd. Lin Feng carefully handed over the solid cannon in turn. Goods for goods, cash for cash. The instant the iron boxes were in his hands, Lin Feng felt his heart pounding wildly. Haha, President Jiang really is a straight shooter. The deal's done, so I won't spoil the fun for the rest of you. He didn't even bother with any more pleasantries. Clutching the two iron boxes, he turned and headed straight for the wind god without looking back. How strode off in a hurry. Xiang Kuan and the others watched his retreating figure, faces full of anticipation for the drama about to unfold. The whole salon was thick with an eerie, oppressive tension. But I acted like nothing had happened, waving to the crowd. Don't just stand there. Let the auction go on. My luck's been amazing today. Who knows, maybe I'll snag a few more good pieces. Du Hua gave me a long, searching look, then let out a soft sigh and returned to the stage to keep hosting. The party gradually grew cold. Everyone aboard had their own agenda, and the mood turned heavy. Sensing which way the wind was blowing, Du Hua stood to announce the end of the gathering. He was only halfway through. Bang! A gunshot ripped through the music. My head jerked violently to the right as a large-caliber bullet screamed past my cheek. The waitress standing in front of me wasn't so lucky. The bullet caught her in the chest, and her upper body exploded in an instant, splattering scalding blood across the faces of several players. Dead silence. 2 seconds later, the screaming erupted. Murder! We're under attack. It's a Barrett. Take cover. Get down. The luxurious salon turned into hell in a heartbeat. Guests scattered in every direction, some flat on the deck, others rolling behind the couches. The faces of the guild masters went white as they bolted for the cabin like madmen. A hail of gunfire tore through the night sky. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Over 100 guns opened fire on the starlight all at once. Bullets pounded the hull like a downpour, shattering the deck's glass into powder. 5 or 6 freelancers too slow to dodge were riddled full of holes, screaming as they collapsed into pools of blood. Chun Guang grunted too. A bullet caught his left arm, blood staining his suit red. Only the few of us stayed perfectly composed. With one arm, I shielded Su Wanqing, leading Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan as we strolled unhurriedly toward the cabin. We weren't fast, yet we somehow slipped past every single bullet by the barest of margins. In all the chaos, no one noticed this strange detail. Every eye was locked on the Wind God, the ship that had turned back and returned, and on the nearly 200 small boats that had emerged from the darkness to encircle the starlight. Every gun barrel was trained on us. Once we ducked into the cabin, Xiang Kuan snatched up a microphone and roared out, "Lin Feng, are you insane? We're all on this ship and you dare open fire." The gunfire stopped. Lin Feng's voice came from across the water, ringing out over the sea. "Xiang Kuan, did you forget? This afternoon, who was it that forced me to kneel before that bastard Jiang Chun? And who stood by, watching it all like it was some great entertainment?" Xiang Kuan's chest heaved with rage. He switched to threats. The four of our guilds have over 1,000 people. You only brought 200. You want to take out your anger on us? Let's see if you've even got what it takes. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng laughed wildly. Then I owe the three of you a debt of gratitude for your generosity, for secretly lending me a few dozen guns. And now with the Barrett, your people would just be walking into their graves. Inside the cabin, the faces of Xiang Kuan, Chun Guang, and Gao Yuan went ghost white in an instant. Their secret backing of Lin Feng had just been exposed for everyone to hear, and the gun they'd loaned him was now aimed straight at them. Mr. Xiang, when did you people give Lin Feng a gun? How is it that I know nothing about this? Frost-coated Du Hua's face. Lin Qingxue crossed her arms and scoffed. Isn't it obvious? A few old geezers wanted to use someone else to do their dirty work, prop Lin Feng up as their fall guy to take us down. She let out a soft laugh. Too bad the rock they lifted just landed on their own feet. Exposed in front of everyone by a little girl, Xiang Kuan's old face flushed the color of raw liver, but he had no time to argue. He whipped around and roared at Du Hua. This is no time for me to explain a damn thing. Your people are the closest. Call for backup, now. Any later, and we're all going to die here. Du Hua laughed, furious. Send my people to die? Mr. Xiang, you sure know how to play your cards. She turned, walked over to the sofa, and sat down. I never crossed Lin Feng. Worst case, I pay to save my own skin. This mess is yours. Clean it up yourselves. I shrugged. We're just the victims here. Wouldn't want to cause you presidents any trouble. With that, I led the three women to sit down on the other side, and even poured myself a drink. You. Xiang Kuan was shaking with rage. He could only pin his hopes on the other two. You too, call for backup. I'll keep Lin Feng talking. Every second we buy counts. He grabbed the receiver again, his tone softening. Lin Feng, listen. Uncle Xiang was in the wrong before. But we go back more than 10 years, and I was close with your dad too. There's no need to take things this far. Here's what I'll do. I'll compensate you with supplies, and I'll tie up Jiang Chun and Su Wanqing and make them kneel before you, to do with as you please. How's that? What came back through the receiver was an even more crazed howl. Don't try to pull that old friend crap with me. Jiang Chun dies today. Su Wanqing is mine to take, and the rest of you go down with them. Your guilds, your ships, your women. It's all going to be mine from now on. Open fire. Full firepower. Everyone close in on the starlight. Don't let a single one get away. Over 200 people slowly bore down on the starlight. The lone players huddled behind cover on the deck completely broke down. President Lin, this has nothing to do with us. Give us a break. I'll hand over all my supplies. I'll join Wind's Rise. Their cries were quickly drowned out by another round of gunfire. There was no truly safe cover on the deck, and a dozen or so lone players were slaughtered in moments under concentrated fire. Watching the carnage and the approaching fleet through the porthole, Xiang Kuan's legs gave out, and he crumpled to the floor. It's over. Lin Feng's lost his mind. Once he boards, none of us are getting out alive. Every trace of color drained from Chun Guang's and Gao Yuan's faces. Our people are at least 10 minutes out. Mr. Xiang, come up with something. Hashtag the Silver Desert Eagle. I still want to live. What good is my damn idea? Kuan Xiang roared. The only one who can save us is Boss Du. Go beg her. The two men turned around, only to find Hua Du calmly leveling a golden desert eagle at them. The moment you snakes decided to act on your own, our friendship was over. Take one more step, and I won't mind killing one of you just to pass the time. The three men sank into utter despair. A rabid dog ahead, and a stone-cold Hua Du behind. Nothing short of a miracle could save them now. Just as the enemy vessel was about to pull alongside for boarding. Splash! A massive shark erupted from the sea, its body glowing an eerie blue in the moonlight. One strike, and the lead assault boat shattered into pieces. The men aboard didn't even have time to scream before they sank into the frigid water. The moment its first strike landed, the shark whipped around and lunged at another speedboat. It's a Tier 2 elite mutant beast, a phantom swift shark. Why the hell is there a sea beast out here? Take cover. But no speedboat, however fast, could outrun it. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 more boats were capsized, the men in the water swallowed by the massive whirlpools. On the wind god, Feng Lin's eyes nearly split from their sockets with rage. Cease advance. Concentrate fire and kill that beast. Countless rounds redirected, sparking off the shark's body in rapid bursts. But that tough hide didn't so much as show a scratch. Inside the cabin, Kuan Xiang and the other two were ecstatic. Huh, we're saved. Kuan Xiang scrambled up from the floor. Even heaven won't help that lunatic Feng Lin. I looked at the three big shot bosses making fools of themselves and shook my head. Then I picked up my wine glass and walked over to Huadu. Looks like Chairwoman Du has a soft heart after all. I glanced out the window at the shark tearing through everything in its path. This shark, it's your handiwork, isn't it? The hand holding her glass trembled. You, how did you know? That's when I realized I'd let it slip. Ordinary people can't see the traits of someone else's ship spirit. I simply clinked my glass against hers. That's my secret. The point is, I know your ship's spirit's ability. She didn't press me. She just watched the shark churning the waters into a bloody storm and let out a soft sigh. I'm not helping them. Feng Lin's a rabid dog now. If I fall into his hands, even surviving would cost me more than I can imagine. This just buys us some time. She gave a self-mocking smile. Pity, though. I worked so hard to tame this sea beast, and with your Barrett out there, it won't last long. I rubbed my nose and gave an awkward laugh. This whole thing really was my doing, wasn't it? Don't worry. Just don't let Kuan Xiang and his lot find out, she said. Otherwise, they'll always be looking to use my people as human shields. Don't worry. I turned my gaze back to the battlefield. In just those few moments, 50 or 60 boats had already fallen victim to the sea, while the Shadow Swift Shark didn't even have a scratch on its hide. It wasn't that Lin Feng was being stingy with bullets. He'd fired several shots, and the giant shark dodged every one. Damn it! He slammed the Barrett to the ground and whirled around to snap at his subordinates. Doesn't anyone in our guild know how to shoot? The subordinate flinched, then his eyes suddenly lit up. We do. We recruited 2 guys a couple days ago. Word is they were mercenaries in Vietnam. Lin Feng raised his hand and cracked him across the face. You've got talent like that and didn't promote them sooner? Get them over here. Whoever kills that shark becomes my personal bodyguard. Moments later, bang, bang. 2 gunshots hit everyone's chest like sledgehammers. The first bullet drove into the giant shark's gaping maw, blasting a hole the size of a wash basin. The second struck the most vulnerable joint in its back, snapping the spine clean through. Grewer. The Shadow Swift Shark let out an earth-shaking wail of agony. Someone finally caught on. We won. The shark's dead. A tidal wave of cheers erupted into the night sky. Long live the guild master. Lin Feng watched the 2 mercenaries holster their weapons with blank faces, and the rage in his chest vanished, replaced by an ego swelling like never before. So this was what absolute power tasted like. But he didn't get to savor it for long. A grating voice blared through a loudspeaker. Windrise Guild, listen up. You're surrounded by the joint fleet of the 4 seas, Dawn, and Mingyuan guilds. Drop your weapons and surrender. It's your only option. The cheering cut off dead. The Windrise crew looked up in horror to find that, at some unknown point, countless ships had appeared around the perimeter of their fleet, hundreds of them at a glance. Inside a cabin, Xiang Kuan recognized the voice as his own trusted man. Wild with joy, he snatched up the microphone. Lin Feng, you hear that? Your men are decimated, and my reinforcements are here. You've lost. Surrender now, and for your father's sake, I'll go easy on you. Aboard the Wind God, Lin Feng's face was cold as ice. He glanced at the distant fleet, then at the 2 mercenaries beside him cradling their Barretts. That flicker of panic was swallowed by a far more insane thought. I've got Barretts. What the hell do I have to be afraid of? He grabbed the loudspeaker, even more arrogant than Xiang Kuan. Everyone, go tie up those scumbags. Every extra minute you hold them off earns you a full day of supplies. Lured by the reward, the remaining 100+ men immediately spun their ships around and charged the joint fleet. The gunfire resumed, battle cries splitting the sky. Lin Feng then gave orders to his trusted men and the 2 mercenaries. To catch the thieves, seize their leader first. Board the Starlight and grab those old bastards. The Wind God shot forward like an arrow off a string, ramming hard into the Starlight's side. Boom! The ship rocked violently, sending everyone stumbling in every direction. #translation. Xiang Kuan took a nasty fall flat on his face and shrieked. He's boarding the ship. Stop him. Nobody listened. Moments later, The cabin door was smashed open with a gaping hole. Lin Feng kicked aside the mangled door and swaggered in like a wolf storming into a sheep pen. He didn't glance at the three men collapsed on the floor, Xiang Kun and the others. Nor did he acknowledge the grim-faced Du Hua. His eyes went straight to me, the one who'd been calmly sipping wine through the whole ordeal. But he didn't come for me first. After all, I was already fish on the chopping block. He could hack away whenever he pleased. He wanted to savor the thrill of holding life and death in his hands. "Aim at those three old bastards for me," he said coldly. The frigid muzzles locked onto Xiang Kun, Chun Guang, and Gao Yuan. "Lin Feng, what do you think you're doing?" Xiang Kun blustered, all bark and no bite. "What am I doing?" Lin Feng ground his heel into Xiang Kun's face. "I've got the gun, which means you do whatever the hell I say. Order your men to cease fire and surrender right now, or I'll let you feel what it's like to have your head blown wide open." The terror of death crushed whatever dignity Xiang Kun had left. He lunged for the microphone, screaming himself hoarse. "Everyone, stand down. This is Xiang Kun of the Four Seas Guild. I order you to lay down your weapons and stop resisting." Under the barrel of the Barrett, Chun Guang and Gao Yuan trembled as they ordered their own men to disarm. The combined fleet in the distance descended into instant chaos. They couldn't understand it. They clearly had the upper hand. So why were the guild masters suddenly giving orders like this? But orders were orders. After a moment's hesitation, the gunfire gradually thinned out. Lin Feng listened to the battle dying down outside, smug satisfaction all over his face. He kicked Xiang Kun aside and roared with laughter at the three business tycoons sprawled helplessly on the floor. "Weren't you three so big and tough? Didn't you want to use me? So why are you kneeling like dogs now?" "Uncle Xiang." "Pa, you're not fit to be my uncle." He kicked each of them a few times, venting his humiliation and rage. Du Hua quietly tightened his grip on the Desert Eagle and edged back a few steps, moving closer to me. Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan still stood serenely behind me, as though none of this had anything to do with them. Having vented enough, Lin Feng finally turned to face me, the one who hadn't so much as lifted an eyelid, and the three stunning beauties at my side. "You've got guts, kid. Still sitting pretty even now." I set down my wine glass, looked up, and let a playful smile curl at the corner of my mouth. "What did you expect? For me to kneel and beg like them? Huh, you've got a spine." Lin Feng's grin turned even more vicious. "But I'll break every bone in your body, one by one, soon enough." His gaze roamed shamelessly over the three women. "And these three women of yours, I'll make them watch as I grind you under my heel like a dead dog. Then they'll become my most loyal slaves." Such filthy words enraged the three women. Su Wanqing's lovely face turned cold as frost, killing intent surging in her eyes. Before I could say a word, Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan suddenly stepped forward. "Insult brother Jiang Chun. You're asking to die." The moment the words left their lips, the cabin was instantly engulfed by two completely different lights. A holy, dazzling white light erupted from within Lin Qingxue, wrapping around her entire body. Another deep, dark black light spread out from all around Lin Qinghan. "What is this? They're glowing." Xiang Kun and the others backed away one after another, their faces filled with terror. Within the light, two pairs of massive wings suddenly unfolded behind the sisters. One pair formed of pure radiance, the other woven from pitch-black energy. Compared to their first awakening, their aura now was several times stronger. The overwhelming pressure made even the air feel thick and heavy, crushing down until it was hard to breathe. Even more astonishing, the instant the transformation completed, a sword appeared in each sister's hand. Lin Qingxue's was silvery white all over, its blade flowing with patterns of golden holy light. Lin Qinghan's was black as night, its edge wreathed in wisps of dark energy. "Angels." Chen Guang's teeth chattered. Lin Feng whipped his head around and roared at the mercenaries. "What are you standing there for? Shoot. Break their wings, hurry." Too late. The two sisters moved. No one could even see how they moved. Only two streaks of light, one black and one white, flashing past each other. Ugh! The two mercenaries who had just raised their barrets clutched their throats in agony. Strangely, there wasn't a single drop of blood. Between one man's fingers, a ball of pure white flame suddenly ignited, spreading across his entire body in an instant. Ah! The scream lasted less than a second before the man was completely devoured by the white fire, reduced to a handful of grayish-white powder that drifted down softly. The other man fared even worse. The wound on his neck rapidly corroded and dissolved, releasing plumes of green smoke. The corrosion spread visibly from his neck to his chest and limbs. He couldn't even scream. He could only watch helplessly as his own body rotted away, finally exposing stark white bone. 3 seconds. One turned to ash, the other to bare bones. Unbelievably fast and horrifying beyond words. Standing before this bloody scene, I suddenly understood true power is never loud. When it strikes, it needs only an instant. Those who are loud and arrogant are usually just warming up for their own final act. Inside the cabin, there was a deathly silence. Those two Barretts had, at some unknown moment, returned to the sisters' hands. Lin Feng swallowed hard. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor. He looked down at his soaked crotch as a rank, foul smell drifted out. He had wet himself. In the face of absolute terror, this man who had been so untouchable just moments ago. The guild leader of this world had completely broken down. "Ghost, it's a ghost," he sobbed, scrambling backward, snot and tears streaming down his face. "Are you gods or demons? Help! Don't kill me." I watched his pathetic display with cold detachment. On the way here, Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan had both broken through to the peak of the second stage. Their physical abilities were now close to 10 times that of an ordinary person, and each had unlocked her own exclusive transcendent weapon during the ascension. Holy Light Sword. Its blade energy carried burning and purification. Dark Soul Sword. Its blade energy carried corrosion and decay. Even I wouldn't dare underestimate power like that. How could some ordinary man, so full of himself over 2 lousy rifles, ever hope to humiliate them? Du Hua was the first to recover, but he didn't dare approach the sisters. He could only whisper to Su Wanqing, "Miss Su, what on earth is going on?" "Relax," Su Wanqing said calmly. "They're neither gods nor demons. The angel form is their transcendent sequence. Simply put, superpowers. It's another way to grow stronger in the survival game. Transcendent sequence, superpowers." Du Hua murmured, repeating the words. Something flickered in his eyes, but he asked no more. I rose from the couch and strolled leisurely over to Lin Feng. "Guild leader Lin, you know, I actually kind of like that arrogant attitude of yours just now. How about you say your last words in that same cocky tone?" Lin Feng suddenly burst into wild laughter. I get it. I get it now." He pointed at me, looking half crazed. "This was all your setup, wasn't it? You sold me that Barrett on purpose. You'd been counting on today all along. And here I thought I was so clever, thought I'd scored a bargain. Turns out the clown was me all along." I curled my lip. "Humph. You begged me to sell it to you, and now somehow it's my fault." I was just about to signal the sisters to make their move, when the unexpected happened. Again, a massive surge of energy suddenly flooded the room. Space itself began to twist and warp right before everyone's eyes. The lights flickered violently, and the metal walls groaned as if buckling under an unbearable weight. I felt as though I'd sunk into a bog. Every movement was excruciatingly difficult, and a wave of vertigo slammed into my skull. The others had it worse. Not one of them could move so much as a finger. All they could do was stare, wide-eyed, feeling that irresistible force press down on them. Thankfully, it only lasted a few seconds. But immediately after, out on the sea not far from the starlight, a massive rift tore open in the empty air. The rift was black as ink, its edges crackling with purple arcs of electricity, as if it led straight into an unknown abyss. An ancient Eastern warship slowly sailed out from within. Its dark wooden hull was carved with mysterious cloud patterns, and 3 towering masts flew white sails, sails that billowed full despite the windless sea. "Jiang Chun, what's going on?" Her lips were trembling. "What?" I shook my head, my expression as grave as it could be. "I don't know, but it's definitely beyond anything we understand. Let's watch and wait for now. The moment something goes wrong, we run." The words had barely left my mouth when the warship fully surfaced. 3 figures stood on the deck. A stunningly beautiful woman and 2 creatures with serpent tails and human torsos. Their upper bodies were female, but below the waist were thick serpent tails, each wielding a trident that gleamed with a cold light. I had no time to admire the beauties. My first move was to activate Divine Eye. Name: Qing Ling/Z Ling. Race: Immortal Spirit Clan. Rank: Tier 5 Transcendent Being. Strength: 950 Agility, 880 Constitution, 920 Spirit, 965. Skills: Water Tornado, Ice Spear, Scale Armor Shield, Water Binding, Raging Wave Impact. Weakness: countered by high-tier fire and dark elements. But for you, this isn't a weakness. Hidden hint: Guards of the Immortal Spirit Clan. On this journey, they escort the Holy Maiden in search of a friend. Tier 5 Transcendent Being. My pupils contracted. I grabbed Su Wanqing and shouted at the two sisters, "Get back to the Hope. The enemy's too strong, we can't win." But Su Wanqing didn't move. Instead, she pointed at the woman excitedly. "It's Ime. Jiang Chun. Look, that's Huang Ime." She broke free of my grip, rushed to the deck, and waved as she called out, "Rose." "It's me, Wanqing." Only then did I really get a good look at the woman. Long, jade-like legs, a stunning face, an aura as cool and serene as the moon. Wasn't this none other than that national goddess known as the Fairy Sister, Huang Ime? At this moment, Huang Ime had just emerged from the rift. The first thing she saw was a sea full of sunken ships, wreckage, and corpses, along with a dead phantom swift shark. Her delicate brows furrowed, and unease filled her heart, until that familiar voice reached her. She looked closely, and joy instantly swept away all the gloom. "Sister Qing Ling, Sister Z Ling, that's my friend. Hurry, take us over there." "Yes, Holy Maiden." The two guards gave a light flick of their tridents, and an invisible current lifted the warship, carrying it swiftly and steadily toward the starlight. The two ships came to a stop side by side. Huang Ime leaped over gracefully and threw her arms around Su Wanqing. "Wanqing, I thought I'd never see you again. You little brat, out of contact for so long. You scared me half to death." The two best friends cried and laughed, lost in the joy of their reunion. I stood off to the side with my hands behind my back, quietly waiting. Xiang Kuan, Lin Feng, and the others stared at the two serpent-tailed monsters on the ancient warship, not daring to step forward and speak. After reminiscing for a moment, Huang Ime finally let go of her friend and turned to the group. "Sister Du, long time no see. You get more beautiful every time I see you. And Mr. Lin, Mr. Chun, Mr. Gao, and Uncle Xiang. Why do you all look like such a mess? What happened?" The words had barely left her mouth when Lin Feng realized this was his only shot at survival. He scrambled forward and dropped to his knees in front of her. "Ime, please, save me. For the sake of all those films I invested in for you. Please, save me." Huang Ime froze, then turned to Su Wanqing with a puzzled look. In just a few sentences, Su Wanqing laid out the whole story, not even hiding the fact that she was now my woman. When she finished, Huang Ime's face turned grave. She shot Lin Feng a look of disbelief, then walked over to me and bowed deeply. "Thank you for taking such good care of Wanqing. Since she's chosen you, then from now on, we're friends too, right?" I gave a faint smile. "Of course. Jiang Chun, as a friend, there's something I'd like to ask of you." I raised an eyebrow, my gaze moving past her toward the men trembling in the corner. "You want to plead for them?" She nodded. "They only came because I invited them to help. They made a mistake, yes, but I can't just stand here and watch them die." Su Wanqing lost it and grabbed her arm. "Rose, are you out of your mind? Which one of them actually came to help you? They only did it to get you to join their guild. Just now, when Lin Feng had a gun pointed at us, they all just sat back and watched the show. And now you're pleading for these ungrateful backstabbers? How can you be so naive?" Huang Ime's delicate frame trembled, her face full of conflict, but she didn't change her mind. She just looked at me with pleading eyes. I held her gaze for a moment, then let out a helpless sigh. "Do you have any idea how much trouble a bleeding heart can bring you in the end times?" "I do. And you still want to plead for them?" "Yes." She didn't flinch. The cabin fell silent. Du Hua secretly admired her kindness, but worried about her naivety. Lin Feng and the others clung to hope like drowning men grabbing driftwood, their eyes lighting up again. I stayed quiet for a good 30 seconds before speaking slowly. My voice wasn't loud, but it carried through the entire cabin. Fine. I won't kill them. Lin Feng and the others looked as if they'd been granted a pardon. But my next words dragged them straight from heaven back down to hell. But I'm not some pushover who gets played and then pretends nothing happened. So their ship stays. Consider it compensation for crossing me. What? Xiang Kuan was the first to cry out. Jiang Chun, we never made an enemy of you. Taking the Jinhai is way too much. Exactly. That's going too far. Chen Guang and Gao Yuan chimed in, clearly unwilling to let it go. I couldn't be bothered to respond. My eyes settled back on Huang Yimei. Those are my terms. Refuse them, and I'll send them off right now. Your call. Huang Yimei immediately. Choice. Thank you. I owe you one. She turned and said to Xiang Kuan and the others, word by word. This is as far as I'll help you. Leave the ship and you can go. It's your only way out. And one more thing. You ganged up on Wanqing. From today on, we're not friends anymore. When we meet again, we'll just be strangers. Goodbye. The words came down like a hammer. They'd assumed her kindness was weakness, something they could push around at will. They never expected her to draw the line so cleanly. Xiang Kuan's face went pale, his lips trembling. Yimei, we're. Shut up. I cut him off impatiently and stepped forward. That invisible pressure made him swallow the rest of his sentence. Leave the ship and get lost, or I take apart the ship and everyone on it. 3 seconds. 1, 2. The fear of death seized all three of them. They had no doubt that on 3, those two angels would tear them to pieces in an instant. We'll give it up. Chen Guang broke first. You can have the ship. President Jiang, spare us. Gao Yuan nodded frantically right after. Xiang Kuan shook with rage, but in the end he could only hang his head in defeat and force out 3 words through gritted teeth. I agree. A ship could be rebuilt. A life, once gone, was gone for good. As for Lin Feng, he'd been sprawled on the ground the whole time, not daring to make a sound. Good. I nodded, satisfied, and shot a glance at the 2 sisters. Take them down, strip every ship's soul core off the vessel, then let them get lost. You got it, Jiang Chun. Lin Qingxue chirped playfully. Watching Xiang Kuan and the others grab a few beat-up ships to replace theirs and flee back to their own camp in disgrace, Huang Yimei let out a soft sigh. Ugh, this is all my fault. If I hadn't brought them here, none of this would have happened. Su Wanqing patted her shoulder. They brought this on themselves. Don't take everything onto your own shoulders. Anyway, hurry up and tell us, what did you call us here for? Why did you disappear for so long? And these 2 beside you, these powerful, gorgeous ladies, who are they? Her gaze fell on the ancient warship. Qing Ling and Zi Ling, with their serpent tails and human upper bodies, were far too eye-catching. Huang Yimei collected herself and began recounting her strange experience. On the very first day the game started, there was a voice in my head guiding me here. Right after that, I got teleported to a secret realm called Xianling Island, and I couldn't send any of you messages after that. Xianling Island? Both Su Wanqing and Du Hua looked curious. My ears perked up too. A secret realm, something even I, in my past life, had never heard of. This was definitely major information. Huang Yimei nodded. Later, I met the High Priestess of the Fae, a being so powerful she could reshape the heavens with a wave of her hand. Even now, recalling it left awe in her eyes. She insisted I was their saintess and that I had to accept the inheritance. But the inheritance trial was incredibly difficult. I couldn't complete it alone, so she told me to find a few trusted friends to help. She even lent me a gold-tier ship so I could send out a distress call to you through the club. I've been training on the island these past few days. It wasn't until today that the High Priestess finally lowered the barrier and let me out. Su Wanqing and Du Hua listened, utterly stunned. That's unbelievable, Du Hua murmured. A saintess? An inheritance? I never imagined the game had settings like this. Su Wanqing grabbed her arm excitedly, stars in her eyes. Rose, you're amazing. Everyone else is barely scraping by to survive, and you became a saintess right out of the gate. You're literally the chosen one. You have no idea how brutal the training was. Huang Yimei shook her head with a wry smile. Then her expression turned serious as she looked at the 3 of us. Sis Du, Wanqing, Jiang Chun, I know this is a lot to ask, but right now, you're all I have. Will you help me? Du Hua's gaze swept over me and Su Wanqing, and she smiled apologetically. Ime, it's not that I don't want to help, but someone as weak as me would just be dead weight. With Chairman Jiang and Boss Su here, I'd only slow you down. Su Wanqing didn't answer right away, instinctively glancing at me. This was too big a decision for her to make on my behalf. The focus of the room fell on me once again. I didn't agree immediately. After a moment's thought, I asked, "This high priestess, did she say what the inheritance trial actually involves? Did she mention any dangers?" She didn't reveal the details. Huang Yimei shook her head. But she guaranteed there's absolutely no risk to our lives. You don't have to worry. No risk to our lives? My mind raced through the calculations. A high priestess who could command a fifth-tier creature as her guard and tear through space itself. Her power was already far beyond my comprehension. A quest issued by a being like that, even without any threat to life, would be anything but simple. But the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. To help a being of that caliber, the reward upon completion would be beyond imagination. More importantly, based on my memories from my past life, I'd reached a conclusion. Huang Yimei did, in fact, complete this quest in the end. Even without me, she succeeded. As for why she later died in the power struggles between the major guilds, I could pretty much guess. It was nothing more than her identity and the secrets of Fei Island stirring up the greed of people like Xiang Kuan and Lin Feng. Add in that damned, bleeding heart nature of hers, and in an apocalypse where the strong prey on the weak, it'd be a miracle if she survived. Having weighed the pros and cons, the rewards far outweighed the risks. I'd made my decision. Fine, we'll help this time. Su Wanqing threw her arms around my arm, thrilled. Yes, I knew you were the best. I knew you wouldn't leave my friend hanging. Huang Yimei was overjoyed and thanked me again. Thank you, Jiangchun. Thank you so much. Just then, Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan returned to the starlight, cradling for crystals that each glowed with a different light. Big brother Jiangchun. Lin Qingxue held them out proudly. We broke down all 4 gold-tier yachts, and the materials are in the Hope's cargo hold now. These are the ship soul cores. Su Wanqing's eyes lit up as she snatched them away. Haha, looks like we can bump the Hope up another level before we head to Fairy Spirit Island. I shook my head with a smile, letting her enjoy herself, and turned my gaze to Du Hua, who stood off to the side looking envious. Guildmaster Du, your starlight took quite a beating for this too. Go ahead and gather up whatever ships and supplies the 4 guilds left behind out here. They're all yours. Then I shifted my tone and looked at the sisters. Give the 2 Barretts to Guildmaster Du. The sisters didn't understand, but they immediately brought the rifles over. Your second-tier sea beast is dead. Without a decent weapon, it'll be hard to protect your guild. This is far too valuable. Du Hua waved her hands frantically. A sea beast can be tamed again, but how could I possibly take your weapons? I ignored her protests and simply ordered, put them on the starlight. Yes, sir. Once that was done, I called out to everyone. All right, quit standing around. Back to the Hope. We'll finish the upgrade and then set off for Fairy Spirit Island. Watching us board, watching those 2 iron cases holding the Barretts, Du Hua stood on the deck, overwhelmed with emotion, until it all dissolved into a single, complicated sigh. Back on the Hope, Su Wanqing immediately had the Lin sisters take good care of Huang Yimei and the 2 fairy guards. Rose, you all rest on the deck. Jiangchun and I are going to upgrade the ship. Huang Yimei nodded with a smile. Upgrading a ship was every player's biggest secret. She knew better than to pry. Go on then. I'll chat with Qingxue and Qinghan in the meantime. In the cockpit, Su Wanqing first locked that mysterious egg carefully into the safe, then pulled up the cargo inventory, her eyes shining with excitement. The breakdown materials from 4 gold-tier yachts made the list ridiculously long. She suddenly jumped up and grabbed my arm. Jiangchun, with these materials, the Hope can go up 2 whole levels, at least to gold 3-star. I smirked, unable to hold back a laugh. If all my scheming for 4 gold yachts couldn't even net 2 levels, then it really would have been a waste. Don't get ahead of yourself. Materials are just the foundation. The ship soul cores are the real deal. Right? I almost forgot. She quickly pulled out 5 crystals, each glowing with a different light. B rank Iron Wall, C rank Submerge, C rank Fertile Soil, C rank Eagle Eye, and that priceless C rank Heavy Cannon. 5 ship souls lay there quietly, each one a form of power. These 5. How do I use them? She was stumped. I already had a plan. Heavy cannon, submerge, and iron wall each have their uses. Solidify them into new traits. Fertile soil and eagle eye are kind of useless, so use them to enhance abundance and heavy cannon. Bumping them up to B rank will help more. Okay, whatever you say. She got right to work, feeding the 3 ship souls into the upgrade options. Ding. New ship soul cores detected. Activate infinite plunder? Yes. Solidify them all into new traits. Ding. Plunder successful. 3 new solidified traits added. B rank iron wall, C rank submerge, C rank heavy cannon. She then picked up fertile soil and eagle eye. Enhance abundance and heavy cannon. Ding. C rank abundance has been upgraded to B rank bounty. Ding. C rank heavy cannon has been upgraded to B rank artillery. The steady stream of chimes was like the most beautiful symphony. Su Wanqing's smile grew wider and wider. She took a deep breath and moved on to the final and most crucial step, leveling up the vessel. She stuffed in a massive load of materials, blueprints, and equipment all at once. Ding. Vessel meets the requirements for a tier skip level up. Begin continuous upgrade. Yes, it has to be. She slammed down the confirm button. The next second, a brilliant burst of light exploded from the ship's hull. Up on the deck, Huang Yimei and the 2 guards, who had been chatting, were all startled. What's going on? Huang Yimei stared at the trembling deck. Brother Jiang Chun is upgrading the ship. Lin Qingxue beamed with pride. Qing Ling and Zi Ling exchanged a glance, their faces filled with shock. Such an immense energy fluctuation. This ship is no ordinary vessel. Under their watchful eyes, the Hope was completely transformed. The 12-meter hull stretched, widened, and rose within the light. 15 meters, 20 meters, 25 meters. The single sleek design morphed into a 3-story luxury mega-yacht. A faint metallic sheen shimmered across the carbon fiber hull. The lower level held the entertainment area and storage rooms. The middle level was the living and leisure space, an open main deck, an outdoor pool, and a circular sofa. The top level was the cockpit, and it even had a helicopter landing pad. The interior was even more astonishing. What had once been a cramped single bedroom was now a lavish master suite with a private bathroom, plus 5 spacious guest rooms. The living room, kitchen, and entertainment room had all been fully expanded. At this moment, the Hope had become a vessel capable of moving across the sea. Luxurious palace. As the light faded, Su Wanqing and I couldn't wait to open the new panel. Vessel, Hope, Gold 3-star. Captain, Jiang Chun. Dimensions, 25m x 10.5m x 8.8m. Durability, 6,000/6,000. Capacity, 10 people. Propulsion, water jet thrusters, unlimited range. Speed, 80 knots plus 80 knots equals 160 knots. Ship Soul, Infinite Plunder, SSS rank, unique. Windrider, C rank speed plus 100%. Awakening, S rank captain and crew automatically awaken extraordinary sequences. Abundance, B rank triple resources from opening treasure chests. Iron Wall, B rank durability and defense plus 300%. Submerge, C rank can dive to 10 meters, radar cloaked. Heavy Cannon, B rank ship-mounted weapon power and range plus 300%. Features, spatial storage room, AI-assisted navigation, luxury kitchen, seawater purification, home theater, central air conditioning, full-spectrum radar, helicopter pad, open-air pool. Status, possesses every luxury, yet still lacks any means of attack. Oh my god, Su Wanqing covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with awe. Unlimited range, nearly 300 kilometers per hour, 6,000 durability, triple defense. Ha! These stats, absolutely unbeatable, she laughed out loud. With a floating fortress like this, how was surviving the apocalypse any different from a vacation? Once the excitement settled, Su Wanqing pulled me back to the second-floor deck. Huang Yimei came over, her lovely eyes shining with amazement. Wanqing, your ship is so luxurious. It's just like those top-tier yachts we used to ride. Those warships from Immortal Spirit Island may look imposing, but they've got zero comfort to speak of. Su Wanqing lifted her chin proudly and wrapped an arm around her best friend's shoulder. Then just ride back with us. We upgraded, So there are plenty of empty rooms now. Huang Yimei's eyes lit up. She turned back toward Qingling and Xiling. Sisters, would that be all right? By order of the Holy Maiden, there's no reason it wouldn't be, Qingling said with a nod. I'll contact the High Priest right away to open a spatial passage. Just follow behind our ship. She took out a white jade disc and murmured an incantation. This fantasy-style communication was fascinating to watch. About half a minute later, a familiar, immense surge of energy once again enveloped the waters. Even having witnessed it once before, watching space itself get torn open into a pitch-black rift 100 meters away still sent a soul-deep shock through us. It was breathtaking. Stay close to us, came Xiling's cool, detached voice. AI follow mode. Lock onto the ancient warship ahead. Maintain 10 meters. Order received. Captain, please stand by. The next moment, the Hope plunged into the deep darkness. Traveling through the spatial passage was surreal. No dizziness or spinning, just a high-speed rush through a dark tunnel. After an indeterminate time, light appeared at the end of the passage. The scene before us left everyone stunned. Across the sea's surface, ancient vessels steeped in Eastern mystical charm darted about. Some were slender as arrows loosed from a bowstring, trailing long white wakes. Others were broad as fortresses on the water, their decks somehow adorned with pavilions and towers. Even more astonishing, the sky was dotted with ships too, drifting leisurely among the clouds. At the center of them all was docked a colossal tower ship. Even the upgraded Hope looked like a toy beside it. At least 500 meters long, over a dozen stories tall, its hull mounted with spirit energy weapons the likes of which even I had never seen. Divine Eye activate. Vehicle, Cloud Sea Sky Vessel. Grade, Legendary. Captain, Immortal Spirit High Priest. Dimensions, 520 m times 128 m times 95 m. Durability. The string of question marks sent a jolt through me. This was the first time since my rebirth that I'd encountered something even the divine I couldn't fully analyze. The two words legendary grade alone were enough to convey how terrifying it was. Blown away, aren't you? Huang Yimei smiled with a touch of pride. I felt the same way my first time here, like I'd stumbled into a cultivation world. That biggest one is the High Priest's ride, the Cloud Sea Sky Vessel. Legendary grade. She gazed toward a massive island in the distance, wreathed in mist like a fairyland. That's Immortal Spirit Isle. The palace in the very center is the Star-Praying Hall, where the High Priest resides. Su Wanqing and the Lin sisters listened, utterly entranced. This wasn't survival at the end of the world. This was paradise on Earth. After the brief shock, a fierce anticipation surged in my chest. A legendary grade vehicle, an unfathomable High Priest, a mysterious inheritance mission. Whatever I encountered on this trip would surely exceed all my expectations. Moments later, Qingling's ancient warship docked at a natural harbor along the island's edge. Standing on the bluestone pier were quite a few immortal spirit clansmen in white robes, all bowing as the ship arrived. Welcome back, Holy Maiden. Huang Yimei nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to me. Jiang Chun, let's dock here too. The High Priest is waiting at the Star-Praying Hall. Got it. I was about to have the AI pull in to shore when three ornate flying vessels, their prows carved with golden eagles, descended from the sky, forming a triangle to block our path. On the lead vessel stood a young man with handsome features but an arrogant expression, dressed in a cloud-patterned brocade robe with a jade sword at his waist. Halt! This is the sacred ground of the Immortal Spirit Clan. Who are you, that you dare trespass here? Huang Yimei's face darkened, and she stepped forward. Rose said coldly, Feng Xiaoyan, they're honored guests I invited. What do you think you're doing? Feng Xiaoyan turned to her, putting on a respectful expression. Oh, so they're friends of the Holy Maiden. But the inheritance trial is no small matter. If you needed help, you should have found some real powerhouses. What use could these people possibly be? The word struck Rose like a slap across the face. Her chest heaved. Feng Xiaoyan, you've gone too far. Move aside now. Your Highness, I'm doing this for your own good, and for the good of the Spirit Fae. Our people live in seclusion. Not just anyone can come here as a guest. You. Rose was too furious to speak. Qing Ling and Zi Ling stepped forward, gripping their tridents as a massive pressure spread through the air. Feng Xiaoyan, Watch your tongue. The Holy Maiden's guests were personally invited by the High Priest. You have no right to be so insolent. Mindful of Ziling's status, Feng Xiaoyan's expression flickered, but he quickly regained his composure. Lady Ziling overstates things. I'm merely fulfilling my duties as a member of the Cloud Guard. Invoking the name of the Cloud Guard, the elite force responsible for defending all of Spirit Fey Island. Though Ziling served directly under the High Priest, she had no authority to interfere. Ziling's face darkened. She could only give a cold snort and withdraw her aura. Feng Xiaoyan let out a breath, and that arrogance crept back onto his face. Since they're friends of the Holy Maiden, I can hardly refuse you altogether. As long as they can prove their strength, I'll allow them onto the island. Su Wanqing was thoroughly enraged. Who do you think you are to test us? Feng Xiaoyan paused, then laughed. A feisty little thing, aren't you? Fine. That actually makes me think a little better of you. He raised his hand and pointed toward the Hope. His voice suddenly rose. The test is simple. My vessel, the Golden Eagle, is armed with a Tier 3 spirit-gathering cannon. All you have to do is take a single shot head-on with this rickety boat of yours, and you pass. The whole crowd erupted. The Spirit Fae along the docks gasped one after another. A Tier 3 ship-mounted weapon. One shot could level an entire hill. That ship looks fancy, but there's not the slightest spirit fluctuation coming off it. It'll be blown to pieces in an instant, won't it? Rose went pale with shock. Feng Xiaoyan, have you lost your mind? How could they possibly survive that? Are you trying to kill them? Feng Xiaoyan laughed wildly. I just want to see whether they're worthy of setting foot on this island. If they can't even take one shot, they may as well crawl back to their own world. Rose was trembling with rage, about to order Qing Ling into action. Then my calm, unhurried voice reached her ears. Rose. She started and turned around. But I was already sizing up Feng Xiaoyan and said evenly, so this is how these people have been treating you all along? Seems like you're a holy maiden in name only. No, it's not like that. Her lovely face flushed red. Normally everyone treats me with respect. I don't know what's gotten into things today. I understood completely. This Feng Xiaoyan seemed arrogant, but every move he made was carefully calculated. This whole confrontation wasn't something he'd started on his own. Someone bigger had to be pulling the strings. Either way, I had no reason to back down. A test? I don't agree to that. I paused. But we can raise the stakes. How about a straight-up wager instead? Oh, interesting. Feng Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. I pointed at the spirit-gathering cannon mounted on his vessel. If you can blast my ship apart with one shot, we'll turn around and leave and never set foot on Fairy Spirit Island again. But if my ship survives, that cannon becomes mine. The dock erupted in whispers again. Is this human insane? He wants the spirit-gathering cannon. His ship is made entirely of mortal materials. How could it possibly hold up? Su Wanqing and Huang Yimei quickly grabbed my arms. Jiang Chun, don't be reckless. That's a Tier 3 weapon. I patted both their hands, signaling them to relax. Feng Xiaoyan froze for 3 full seconds, then burst into deafening laughter. Good. What guts? I've never met a human as arrogant as you. Fine, I accept. He swept his hand through the air. Charge the spirit-gathering cannon to 100%. Take aim at that piece of junk. Yes, Vice Commander. The tension aboard the Hope reached its peak. Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan silently stepped in front of me, a black glow and a white glow rising from their bodies as they prepared to transform. No need. I pressed down on their shoulders, still perfectly calm. Have a little faith in the Hope. With its current defenses, it'll hold. The women looked at the confidence in my eyes, and miraculously, their unease melted away. Charging complete. Fire. VRRMM. A blue beam of energy shot out, streaking straight toward the Hope. Ding. Warning. Unidentified energy attack detected. Durability decreased by 1,000. Remaining 5,000/6,000. 1,000 durability points in a single shot. Proof that the spirit-gathering cannon could instantly obliterate any gold-tier vehicle. But the Hope's hull was diamond tier, with an additional 4,000 durability propped up by the iron wall. As the energy glow faded, the Hope hung silently in place. Not shattered, not even scratched. Where the beam had struck the bow, only a faint, barely visible ripple of energy shimmered. How is this possible? Feng Xiaoyan shrieked, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. That had been a full-force attack. How could it not even scrape off a layer of paint? So, I said flatly, do you still think my ship isn't qualified to dock? Feng Xiaoyan's face cycled through shades of white and green. It was a long moment before he forced a few words out through gritted teeth. The spirit gathering. Take the cannon off. Give it to them. With everyone watching, he couldn't go back on his word. The two Cloud Guard soldiers wore looks of disbelief as they leapt onto the bow to dismantle the massive cannon. Once the handover was complete, Feng Xiaoyan was ready to change his tune. But just then, his eyes flickered slightly, as if he'd heard something. A flash of hesitation crossed his face, quickly replaced by his usual arrogance. I'll admit it, your ship is sturdy enough. It's barely qualified to dock at the port, he shouted at us. But a worthy ship doesn't mean the people aboard are worthy too. Kid, you got the guts to take a second test.